This
called as
conference will now be recorded.
okay. So this is a data center, and for running a data center, you require servers. For running a data center, you require storage. For running a data center, we need security, database. So we need all these components, right? So over here, if you see in this picture, everything which you see in this data center, we have to purchase each and everything, guys. And for managing this thing, you need network administrators, system administrators, and a whole lot of bunch of team is required for over here, right? So managing this thing is not okay a small thing. Managing a data center, okay, and running your servers with huge configurations, okay, is required for having this setup done, right? So when I say, when you are running this setup, okay, you are having so many servers, networks, data centers. When you are managing these many things, okay, if I tell you, if you are moving to cloud, you no need to purchase a single server, no need to purchase a single storage, no need to purchase a single network cable also, guys. And you will not even have any power consumptions bills also. If you are moving to cloud, you no need to maintain and manage all these things over here, guys. Okay, now this is an older way of handling the things. This is an older way of running your servers. This is called as a legacy setup now. Okay, so this is an older way of managing your servers. Okay, this is a previous generation method where you are managing servers over here like this. Now we have moved to cloud. Okay, and what are the benefits of moving to cloud? Let me show you that why companies are moving to cloud. Okay, so these are the major reasons, and there are three important reasons that why a company is moving to cloud, guys. Okay, one is speed, the second is scale, and the third is economics. So let us understand these things in detail, that what is speed and what is scale and what is economics, right? So if you see in this previous data center setup, okay, where you are managing your servers physically, in this setup, guys, if you are completing a project within 6 months, let us assume you have certain project, okay, you have a project for completing your Snapdeal website, okay, or you got some other project, okay, where you want to develop a mobile app. Suppose it takes 6 months for doing that job. If you are doing the same job and if you are moving to cloud, if you see the speed over here, right, you will be completing that project within 3 months only. Okay, so instead of completing the project within 6 months, you will be completing the projects within 3 months only over here. So that is the faster race and faster ratio of handling the things. Okay, so in a year, if you are completing 2 projects, which means in a year you are running 2 projects, but over here when you are moving to cloud, in 1 year you can complete 4 projects, right? Because in 3 months you are completing the project. Okay, so there is a faster delivery. Okay, delivering your projects is a bit faster, right? You are no longer doing a slower delivery, you are doing a faster delivery over here, right? We are giving the projects and we are ending up with giving the projects a but more good and efficient and faster speed, guys. That is what cloud is giving you, right? And next, if coming to scale, if you see this in this data center, for example, you have purchased 100 GB server, guys. Okay, you have purchased 100 GB server and you have installed in this data center and it is running fine, right? And if you want to increase that 100 GB to 200 GB, you have to purchase hard disk from the market, right? And you have to attach it to your server, right? If you want to increase your laptop storage, what you will do, you will purchase more hard disk from the market and you will attach it to your laptop storage, right? So if you want to increase the capacity, what you will do over here, you will first purchase it and then you will attach it to your server, or then you will attach it to your laptop, right? In the older setup. Now if you see in this setup, okay, when you are seeing in the cloud, when you are seeing the scale, okay, you are purchasing it at later point. First you are attaching the configuration over here, you know. If you want to increase the storage, or if you want to increase the RAM, or if you want to increase the capacity of your database, anything which you are doing, immediately it will be done, guys. There is no waiting at all, right? And not only adding up, guys, let me tell you one more very important point. Suppose you have purchased 100 GB server, okay, and you are actually using 50 GB only, and you have purchased 100 GB server. So remaining 50 GB is not in use, right? Remaining 50 GB is not in use, but still you have purchased it. Okay, it is not spending efficiently because you need only 50 GB. You have taken 100 GB, remaining 50 GB is not used efficiently over here, right? So you have paid more cost over here in this setup, right? Costing wise, this maintenance and managing this will be costly, the legacy infrastructure setup, right? But if you see in the cloud, okay, if you have taken 100 GB server also, if it is not utilizing that remaining 50% or 50% storage, you will not be paying for that what you are not using. So how much you are using, if you are using 50%, if you are using 50 GB, it will be charging on that 50 GB only, right? It is not like you have purchased 100 GB server and you are using 50 GB also, you have to pay for 100 GB, right? But over here in the cloud, whatever capacities is there and whatever you are using, okay, on bill will be there on whatever resources you are using, guys. You are using 50 GB, you have to pay only for that 50 GB only. You will not be paying more over here. Okay, right now if you see on the economic side, it gives you lower cost, guys. Okay, so compared to AWS, compared to Google Cloud, and compared to any other clouds, Azure will be giving you the lowest cost in terms of servers, guys. Okay, if you take any server, okay, on AWS or on Google Cloud or any other clouds, if you see, they will be giving you that server for $100, but micro Azure will be giving you the same server with around $50 only. There is a huge cost difference between other clouds and these clouds, but don't think that they are compromising at security. Highly secure environment. Azure gives you the same server, Azure gives you same features, and Azure gives you more same security, but it will give you with lesser cost. Okay, why it is able to give you with lesser cost, guys? Because Azure Azure is a product of which company, guys? Azure is a product of Microsoft, guys. Azure is a product of Microsoft. Okay, and you know that Microsoft is right now the world's richest company. Okay, I no need to say this thing, all of you know that Microsoft is the world's richest company, right? And if you see onto the Microsoft, right, so whenever you are learning some, okay, technology or the tools, guys, you have to pick up a tool which is very much from a bigger company. So Azure is right now from the Microsoft platform, and Microsoft is right now the world's richest company. You have to select a tool which is being there from a biggest company, guys. Now the Azure which you are seeing over here, it would be leading in the market for the next 20 to 25 years, guys. Okay, because it is giving a backup from Microsoft, and Microsoft is able to give you that servers for lesser cost because it is already the richest company. If they are getting the less profit also, there is no problem for them. They are getting less profit from one server, but they will distribute these servers to thousands of companies. So their strategy is to give it for lesser price but give it to more number of customers, so their profit margin will be more. Okay, they are selling it for lesser price. Okay, no doubt they are selling it for lesser price, but they are selling it to more number of customers. That is the reason why Azure is trending so much in the market. Okay, that is the reason why Azure is trending so much in the market, guys. Why it is trending so much in the market? Because they are giving it for lesser cost, but they are giving it for thousands of companies, and the thousands of companies will be added to lakhs of companies in the next couple of months only. Okay, so how it is able to give for lesser cost? Because it is a product of Microsoft, guys, and Microsoft gives it for you for the lesser cost, but it sells to more number of companies, right? And it has a backing of Microsoft over here, and that product will be surviving very much longer in the market. So Azure will be there in the market for the next 20 years. I'm telling the minimum number. Obviously it will be running for more than that number also, right? So when you are having all these benefits over here, okay, especially when you are, okay, handling the cloud and managing the cloud, So with these benefits, guys, you will not be using any legacy setup. If companies want to use the infrastructure like this, okay, so this is our legacy setup, right? So they are using cloud now, okay, because you are getting more speed, more scale. Even though it is giving you more features, it is charging you less. In terms of costing, it will be less, guys. Okay, so if you are running this legacy infrastructure, if you're running your data centers like this, you will be paying more, and companies doesn't want to pay more, they want to pay less and they want to get more profit, right? So that is the reason they are again moving to cloud. Obviously you are getting more speed, more benefits, more advantages, more security, even then you are paying lesser cost compared to the older method, right? Now if I come to Azure services over here, guys, whenever you see the term services over here, understand it as a facilities. Okay, so we have some Azure facilities which is provided from our Azure side, guys. So Azure gives you some facilities, and what kind of facilities it gives you, guys? It gives you compute facility, it gives you data services facility, and it gives you network facility. Okay, so what is compute over here? Compute is nothing but servers, guys. Azure gives you some servers. Okay, whatever maybe the configuration you want, guys, 100 GB server or 200 GB server or 500 GB server. So whatever server you need, Azure will give you that server to you. Azure will provide that server to you. And if you need databases, if you need storages, if you need hard disk, if you need, okay, any storage SSDs, it will be providing you over here in data services. Okay, so it gives you servers, it gives you storage, and it gives you network also, right? And if I want, okay, let me show you that how big the Azure network is. Okay, I'll show you a sample Azure network over here, right? If you see this section, guys, you will come to know that how bigger the Azure network is, guys. Okay, we have the Azure data center on almost all the countries over here, guys. Okay, in US we have a Azure data center, in London we have Azure data center, in Australia we have Azure data center, in India also we have Azure data center. And how they are connecting to these data centers, they have laid their own cables underneath the sea, guys. They have laid their own cables. Actually, they are not taking it from any other company, they are laying their own cables. It is Microsoft, and because Microsoft is capable of laying their own cables, right? Because they are spending billions of dollars, guys. No other company will spend this much money. No other company will spend this much money, guys. So to just establish the network communication, they have laid the cables underneath the ocean over here, guys. From one country to another country, they have laid the ocean. Okay, if I give you a small example, when we take internet for our house, okay, we take internet for our house and we give the connection from one house to another house. Okay, if you are purchasing small 4 or 5 meter cable, you will be spending 500 to 600 rupees, right? Normal internet cable, right? Over here they are using high fiber optic cable, and they are not giving it for 5 to 6 meters, they are laying this for millions of kilometers, guys. They are connecting it from one continent to another continent over here. So you can imagine how big the network is over here, right? We are running huge servers, and to manage that huge servers, we are having huge networks over here. Okay, and maintaining and running this is not a small task, guys. It is because of Microsoft. Okay, you have a maintenance of a huge cost over here. See, this is how they are maintaining over here like this. Okay, maintaining these cables underneath the water is not a lesser cost, guys. It's a huge cost for them. It is capable of Microsoft because Microsoft is spending billions of dollars for maintaining and managing this network for us, right? And if you're thinking that this is the latest thing which they have did, they are actually laying this cable since 7 years now, guys. So since about before 10 years only, they have started planning for the cloud. Okay, so that is what the Microsoft has planned for us. Okay, it's almost at 10 years ago they have started for planning for the cloud. They have started working on this project, and now the complete network is ready and we are using this network for us. Okay, why Azure has laid so much big network? Because it is wanting to use it for us, guys. We have to use this network. You have to use this network and you have to connect to US data center. or UK data center or Australia data center. So you will be connecting to these many data centers, and they have laid these cables. It's not a small job, guys. It took many years for them to establish this network, and every year they are spending billions of dollars. And not only spending money, getting permission from each and every country is again a big task over here, guys. This is possible because of Microsoft, because it's already a brand. Every company would be going for asking permissions, but Microsoft is already a international brand. So every country, they want to have the data center of Microsoft in their country, right? That is how the big the company is, and that is how the big Azure they have created over here, guys. Azure is not at all a small thing, guys. It is spent with the billions of dollars, and it is spread across each and every country, guys, across the world. Okay, so the tool which you are running, it's itself is a big technology, guys, over here, right? So now from the Azure we came to an understanding that whatever servers which you have to run, okay, over here you see servers, storage, network, data center, database, everything whatever you are running over here, the entire thing will be taken care by Azure over here, guys. You can not only run your servers or data setups or any storages, you can not only run, these are very small things what Azure can do, guys. Okay, these are very small things what Azure can do. Azure is capable of running an entire company over here onto this portal, guys. Okay, if you see this Azure portal, right, this is our Azure portal, and going forward I'll show you guys how to create an account on Azure portal as well. Okay, so the Azure portal which you see over here, this Azure portal, it looks very simple, right? They have designed it very simple, but this particular simple portal is very powerful portal over here, guys. So this portal is capable of running an entire company. It can run a company as big as YouTube also, guys. You can not only simply run some small servers or databases, it is capable of running entire company over here, guys. So Azure, okay, is a very big platform over here for us, guys, right? Now, okay, so now you know that for running servers, database, for these things you need server, and for this we need Azure over here, and we are using Azure for managing and maintaining all these services. All these facilities are given by Azure. Then where is DevOps coming into picture? Okay, what is DevOps over here? Okay, so let me tell you one thing clearly, that Azure is a different tool and DevOps is a different side. Okay, Azure is where you are getting your servers, you are getting your security, you are getting your network, you are getting your storage, all those components you are getting it from Azure. Then where is DevOps coming into picture? What is DevOps for us? How Azure and DevOps are coming together? Okay, so to understand that, first we have to understand what is DevOps, guys. Okay, and DevOps is nothing but, it's the name DevOps came from two different team names, guys, actually. So we have development team and we have operations team, right? So combining and taking these two letters, from development team we have taken the word dev, and from operations team we have taken the word OPS. Okay, so combining these two things, we are having dev plus ops is DevOps. Okay, and developers only, don't think that they are only developers only, guys. Okay, testers are also part of this. So our developers and our testers are part of this, guys. Okay, so when we are saying developers plus testers are in the team over here, right? So good. So when you see the two teams are coming together, right, and they are working together, now what are the advantages that which we are getting with DevOps? So why we have to switch to DevOps? Okay, so to understand this, let me tell you a small example, guys, and let me tell you that you people are already using DevOps in your daily life. In your daily life, you people are using DevOps. Every day you people are using DevOps. Okay, how I will tell you. Okay, if you, okay, see that why we need DevOps. Okay, so every one of us are using smartphones now, right? And most of us are using, okay, Android mobiles, and some of us are using iOS devices, right? And when you see on Android devices, you will have Play Store, and on iOS devices, on Apple devices, you will have iOS, right? where you will be having App Store. So using Play Store and App Store, what you people are doing, guys? You people are downloading the mobile apps, right? Okay, we are downloading our mobile apps, and you are downloading Flipkart, YouTube, okay, Uber, Ola, all these apps you are downloading and you people are using it, right? And WhatsApp is also there. Okay, you people are regularly using WhatsApp, right? So if you observe one thing, guys, when you are using Play Store and App Store and when you are downloading WhatsApp, okay, every 10 to 15 days WhatsApp will give you an update, guys, right? Every 10 to 15 days WhatsApp will give you one update. What you will do, you will again download it, you will again install it, and again you will use it, right? Again 10 to 15 days WhatsApp will give you one update, again you will download it, install it, again you will use it, right? So for every update which you are downloading, okay, so every update which you are downloading over here, with an every update you are getting one new feature, guys. Actually, why you are downloading every update? Because with every update you are getting one new feature, right? So before in WhatsApp we did not have group calling support, now it is there. Before in WhatsApp we didn't have PDF reading support, now it is there. So slowly what is WhatsApp doing? WhatsApp is slowly improving their application, they are slowly giving the updates over here, right? One by one they are giving the updates, and we are downloading that updates and we are using it, right? Very good. Now for the same updates which you are getting, guys, if I tell you to wait for 3 months, will you wait for that update for 3 months? If I tell you to wait for 6 months for one update, will you wait for 6 months for that one update? Right? Obviously we will not wait now, right? So before DevOps came into picture, for the older processes, guys, we used to have waterfall model, we used to have SDLC models. In those models, we used to wait for about 3 to 6 months. In worst cases, we used to wait for 1 year also for one update. For one feature, we used to wait for 1 year to 6 months for one feature, guys, in older methods. Now with DevOps, what is happening, with DevOps, our development team and our operations team, they have came together over here. So the gap between the teams have been reduced over here, and regularly we are doing the updates. Okay, what is the DevOps rule? The first DevOps rule is to give regular updates to our customers. We have to give regular updates in our Play Store and App Store. Okay, so if you have a cycle of about 10 days, every 10 days you have to give an update. The update should be smaller. Again, the second DevOps rule is whatever update you are sending to your Play Store and App Store, that update have to be in smaller in size. You should not send huge update. You should never send a huge update over here, because what is the problem with huge update? Your app will become unstable, right? Stability will not be there. So to manage the stability and to manage the efficiency, you have to give smaller updates. You give smaller updates, but you have to give regular updates. So what will happen, that smaller updates which you are giving in 1 year, that will become altogether a very big update for them, guys. It will become a very big update, right? So in a year you are not updating one time, so don't give bigger updates, give smaller updates. So with smaller updates your app will be more stable, guys. It will have more stability, the working functionality will be much better if you are releasing smaller updates over here. And that smaller updates have to be given to you in a regular cycle over here. Every 10 to 15 days you deploy, they will test it, again you will use it, you will install, you will use it, and again they will test it. So this cycle is going on. Every 10 days they are down giving the update, you people are downloading, using it, testing it, again they are giving one update, again you people are downloading it, using it. So regular updates is the first DevOps rule. They no need to wait for 3 months or 6 months like older setup. Okay, and more stability to our app is given with this, more stability, right? So you people are already using DevOps, guys. So the process which you are installing and downloading and using your mobile apps, this is because of DevOps model only, guys. Because of the DevOps model, we are getting new features very fast in the market. So that is the one of the major reason that why every company, they want to move it to DevOps side. They want to develop their website using DevOps model. They want to develop their mobile app using DevOps model. They want to develop their product using DevOps model. So with DevOps model, what is the advantage they are getting? They are releasing the faster updates over here. your teams are working together. So with this process, if you are following the DevOps rules and the DevOps principles, you will be giving a much better stable product to your customers, right? So that is what DevOps is doing, you guys. Okay, so DevOps is not a software itself, guys. Okay, again I'm telling this thing, DevOps is not a software over here, guys. Okay, DevOps is a procedure, DevOps is a method. Okay, DevOps is the way you are doing the things. DevOps is set of rules. Using this procedure you will develop your software. Okay, so DevOps is bigger than software actually. Using DevOps you are building your softwares. Using DevOps process, you are setting up your things. Using DevOps process, you are creating all the setups, right? And these many advantages are there, which are majorly used by companies. So that is the reason why every company they want to move to the DevOps side. Okay, so if someone asks you that what is DevOps, DevOps is a process, guys. DevOps is a procedure. DevOps is a method. Using this process, you will develop your softwares. Using these methods, you will create your products. Whatever you are doing, implement a DevOps model. You will get a faster releases. You will get better products, and your teams will be working together as well, right? So for a better management and for the better efficiency, we are utilizing DevOps. And in the DevOps, okay, in DevOps, you will be learning the tools such as Kubernetes, Docker, Terraform, Azure pipelines, Jenkins pipelines, Git, Bitbucket, SonarQube, JFrog, Maven. All these are the DevOps tools, guys. Okay, using these DevOps tools, we are going for a faster delivery. Using these DevOps tools, we are managing everything in a continuous integration and a continuous delivery method. Okay, I hope you people have heard about the term CI/CD. So CI/CD is one of the major factors for DevOps for us, guys. Okay, CI/CD will help you to run your products or to manage your products in a much more efficient way. Continuously, we are developing, we are working on it, and we are delivering to our customers over here. Continuity is there. Okay, so continuous delivery and continuous deployment is what we are achieving with our DevOps model, right? So when you are having these many benefits, okay, which are the major reasons for us for moving to DevOps? Right now, okay, so now what is Azure is giving over here, guys? Azure is giving you the servers, Azure is giving you network, Azure is giving you security, Azure is giving you storage, and DevOps is giving you the procedure for managing all these tools and for utilizing all these tools and utilizing all your teams for coming all together. And when Azure and DevOps they are coming together, it's a deadly combination for technology, guys. It's a deadly combination for a technology because Azure makes everything to be faster. The DevOps principles and DevOps rules and DevOps procedure is to make everything quite faster in a continuous integrated, in a continuous deployment way. Coming to these two stuffs, when we are combining these two things, you will be having a very better product in the market, guys. Okay, so the product efficiency you see with these particular things, it would be delivered with a faster time, and it will be delivered with the super quality, and it will be delivered with high security over here, guys. Okay, so this is a deadly combination, and with Azure and DevOps, okay, the companies are adopting for these ones. And even though it is giving you so many features, guys, again I'm telling, with so many features, when you are getting these many benefits, still costing wise it is less only, guys. If you don't use DevOps model, you have to pay more, and you will not get these many features also. If you don't go for Azure, you have to pay more, and you will not get these many features also. But if you are going for Azure cloud, and if you are taking for the DevOps model, you will be paying less, but you will be getting more and more benefits for us, guys. More and more features, more security, more reliability will be there, especially from the Azure and the DevOps model. Right, so that is the reason why Azure DevOps is trending so much in the market, guys. These are the reasons. You people are practically using it. You people are day by day, you people are using it over here every day. So this is happening because of our Azure DevOps cycle, guys. Right, so whatever updates which you are getting onto your mobile devices, it is because of our DevOps model only. right? Okay, so now we are clear with what Azure and DevOps are doing over here, how they are coming up together, and they are making our product development, our software development, okay, our enterprise development to be efficiently running over here, right? Fine. Now, when you are having all these benefits and all, okay, your companies are moving to that, and we are getting a very good technology over here, guys. So Azure is not a tool, guys, it's a technology. You're learning a technology. Okay, so tool might be there for 2 or 3 years, but technology will be there up in the market for many years. Okay, so all together we are learning a technology over here, and every day, okay, we'll be working morely onto the practical side only, guys. Today I've shown you the, okay, pictorial view or the diagrammatical view. From tomorrow's session we'll be actually creating the servers onto our Azure platform, guys. I'll show you guys how to create a sample server onto our Azure cloud platform. Okay, so the platform which you see over here, this is our Azure platform, right? So on this portal I will show you guys how to create a simple virtual machine over here. Okay, so you can see over here it is telling you that to create a Linux machines or to create Windows machines, we have to go for Azure Virtual Machines portal. So this is a portal where we will be creating our servers. You see this portal to be very simple and very, okay, neat and clean, right? But this is a very powerful portal, guys. Okay, how much cost saving you are doing over here? Around 72 to 80% cost you are saving, guys, by using Azure servers, by using Azure virtual machines. Okay, so tomorrow I'll be showing you guys how to create an Azure account, and then after showing you guys how to create an Azure account, then I will be going forward for creating a simple machine on this Azure platform, guys. Okay, I'll not create a huge server. I will start with a small basic thing. I will create the laptop for you guys in the virtual machines. I will create a simple laptop on our Azure portal, guys. As you people are using laptops, right? That basic laptop I will be creating on Azure, guys. And you people know that in the next upcoming next 4 to 5 years, we will be using our laptops also in the cloud only, guys. You people will not be purchasing laptops physically. You will not be taking laptops from Dell or Lenovo or these things. You will be using the laptops from cloud platform. In the cloud you will be running your laptops, and we'll be using Azure cloud and Azure cloud portals for running your laptops or running any machine, guys. We'll be using the Azure portal. Okay, now, okay, so one more thing, every day we'll be having our session from morning 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock, guys, and all these sessions that which we are taking over here, it will be recorded. You will be getting the recording each and every day, and after 5 years again, if you want to see anything from the recording or any particular topic from the recording, you can see over here, guys. So these recordings will be available to you even after 5 years or 10 years, guys. It will be there for you forever. Actually, it will be there in your G drives, and it will be available to you in your own Google accounts only, guys. Okay, so you can see the recordings, it will be there for you, right? And we will be having one WhatsApp group, guys, and in that WhatsApp group every day, okay, how we'll be doing our trainings is every day I will be doing one task over here, guys. I'll be showing you task. For example, tomorrow I'm creating a sample machine, right? I'll be creating this machine, okay, in a live class, okay, in a live environment. I'll be creating this machine. Again, I'll be giving you the task, and you people have to create the similar kind of a machine by the end of the day. Okay, if you are getting any doubts or if you are getting stuck at any point, you would be pinging me on that WhatsApp group. Sir, I'm stucking at this point, or I'm stucking at this particular step. Okay, sir, I'm unable to do this thing. You just post me the screenshot in the group, or you give me your questions in the group. I'll be sending you the solutions over there. Okay, I'll be giving you the solutions over there, that how to overcome that issue, how to bypass that issue. If you know one time that how to overcome that issue, next time if that issue comes, you will be doing it by yourself. This is the learning process. Actually, this is the way how you have to know how to work on the Azure and DevOps side. Okay, so this is the way that how we'll be working over here, guys. Okay, so you will be doing it by hands-on on by yourself on your Azure accounts, because we'll be creating Azure accounts for each and every one. So you will be doing your task onto your Azure accounts, and you will be completing your tasks by yourself only, guys. Once you have started doing the things, you will be getting a lot of interest onto this subject, because it's a very interesting subject, guys. It's a very interesting subject, and it's a very high demand subject, guys. You'll be getting one of the highest salaries and pays onto the Azure cloud compared to any other technologies. Now today, if you search it on any portal, or if you go to Naukri and if you search, this is one of the highest paid technology now, guys, onto your set. If you just search for Azure, and if you see onto any side, Azure DevOps, you will be seeing that Azure has the more number of opportunities with one of the highest pay scales over here, guys. Right now, so we are learning a technology which is highly in demand, high with opportunities, and more in terms of pay scale over here, guys. Right now, so we'll be learning in a way that you will be doing as a hands-on by yourself, guys, onto your accounts. We'll be learning in that way. We'll be doing the things in that way practically, guys. Morely it would be onto the practical side. So this is how our learning process is. Tomorrow for a project, if you want to do any task, you would be completing the task already over here in our sessions. It will not look new to you over there. You will be doing the same thing over there, and we'll be implementing the same thing over here as well. I'll be giving you the similar kind of task, because as a team lead, what kind of task I'm giving to my team, I'll be giving the similar kind of task over here, guys. You'll be having that company environment over here. Right? Fine, guys. So if you are having any questions, guys, please ask your question. And then we'll be going for seeing one of the basic Linux commands for us. As I've told you guys in the class, that we will be starting from Linux, we'll be going to Azure, we'll be going to Azure DevOps. So that would be our flow. So we'll be going out for our basic Linux commands, which are very, very important for us, guys. You should be knowing the basic Linux stuff to be working onto the cloud side over here. So going forward, let me first show you guys that how to create your accounts onto your Azure platform, because you should be having your machines ready. So this account activation might take up to 12 hours for you guys. So we'll be creating the accounts, and once you have your accounts activated, you'll be practicing these commands. So how to create your free accounts onto your Azure platform is, first go to Google. So once you are onto your Google page, we have to go for Azure portal login. So this is our Microsoft Azure dashboard portal login. Right, so we will be going to Azure portal login, and once we go to Azure portal login, the first link which you see over here, this is our Azure dashboard page, guys. So I'll be clicking on my first link over here. So this is our Azure dashboard page. So this is my Azure dashboard page on which I have to create my account. So if you already have an account, you will go for sign in. But as we don't have our accounts, we will be going for a free account. We have to create our free accounts, and these free accounts are completely free for you guys. So I will click on free account over here, and once you click on free account, it will tell you some of the features actually. Some of the popular services, which means some of the popular facilities. Features, services is nothing but facilities, right? So it is giving you some facilities for up to 12 months. And some facilities are given to you only for 3 months only. Those are some costly facilities. Expensive facilities are there. So those expensive benefits are given only for 3 months for us. So within this 3 months of time, you have to utilize those expensive facilities. We'll be doing a hands-on that expensive facilities, because after 3 months you'll not have the option to again use those. No doubt you can create one more account. You have to give new email ID, and you have to give new credit card details. How to give that details and how you have to escape from getting billed, I'll tell you. So some of the facilities are up to 12 months, and entire facilities will not be for up to 12 months. Okay, so keep one thing in mind. Basically, this is for 3 months only, right? About 2 years ago, they used to give complete facilities for 1 year, complete with expensive facilities also. Now they have restricted it to 3 months only, and remaining facilities they are giving for 12 months. Maybe next 1 or 2 years, the free services will be removed actually. Okay, because to make the popular product in the market, they were giving it for free. Now it's already being trending in the market. They no need to give it for free actually. Okay, so in the next 1 or 2 years, there will be no free Azure accounts actually. Okay, so utilize this time, get the most benefit out of it, and use your services when it is free right now. Okay, so you can see over here, it is clearly giving you 200 USDs as a Azure credit over here. Okay, this $200 is what you will be given with free credit. Okay, so once you create your free account, $200 will be given to you. You should be using whatever you are creating on the Azure portal. It will be deducted from this $200. So this $200 is our credit over here, is our money. So you can do anything within this 200 USDs over here. Okay, and this 200 USDs, how many days you have to use within? 30 days only. Okay, if you don't use within these 30 days, the $200 which are there, it would be not be credited back again in the next month. It would be zero. Okay, it will not carry forward actually. Okay, so no carry forward option is there. Only in 30 days you have to use these $200. Okay, anyhow we will be using that completely because we'll be doing a lot of server creations. Okay, container creation, so we'll be completely using this $200. Okay, so no worries regarding that. Now I will go for free creation. I'll be clicking on start it for free. Okay, so let it get created over here for free. Okay, right. So once I go for free account creation, okay, you can see that this account is already binded with my account, but I'll go for a use new account because you guys will not be having any accounts over here, right? So when you click on next, it will ask you to sign in with your email ID. Okay, so if you already have an email ID, you can go for any email IDs. But what I suggest you guys to create email IDs on Microsoft portal. Okay, so Microsoft portal account creations. Okay, you have option over here for creating the account. Once you click on create an account, so this email ID will be created on Microsoft account. Okay, so you have @gmail.com for Google account, right? @yahoo.com for Yahoo account. This will come with @outlook.com. Okay, so Microsoft mail IDs will be coming with @outlook.com. So create Outlook mail IDs, guys. Okay, if you don't have, create Outlook mail IDs also because that would be more beneficial for us, right? So let me create an account over here. I'll give a random mail ID over here, such as my account. You people can give your name. Okay, for example, if I give Harish K Azure @outlook.com. Okay, so this will be your Microsoft account mail ID. Okay, so create your @outlook.com mail ID. Okay, and then you click on next. Okay, this is already taken. I'll give one more E. So this is also already taken. Let me add some number. Okay, it is saying it's not available. This one is also taken. Okay, or else I'll go for Hotmail, guys. Let me check it is available in Hotmail or not. Okay, I'll click on next. Okay, even for Hotmail also it's not being there. Okay, let me add a unique name or else. Okay, let me go with Krish Harish. Okay, 49. Let me check with this one, and this is available. Okay, so give something unique names. @outlook.coms are mostly linked with our official office mail IDs. So most of the mails will be occupied over there, guys. Okay, because every companies they'll be having their official mail IDs with mostly with Outlook frame, outlook.com, right? So that is the reason it's mostly occupied. Okay, so go with any random email ID and let me assign a password. Password has to be secure over here, guys. You guys already know it has to be capital letters, small letters, special characters, and numbers, right? And then I'll be creating this mail ID. So again, click on next. Okay, so completely from step one we are seeing it. Okay, how to create our mail IDs. Okay, and then I'll click on next. It is selecting me to select the bread. Okay, this is the bread over here. Done. And this is the bread. Okay, over here we have over here. Okay, and then this one. Yes. Okay, now it has taken us to Azure sign up page, guys. So creating @outlook.com mail ID is one segment, and creating your Azure accounts is the next step what you have to go forward for. Okay, now my mail ID has been created with Krish Harish 49 is my mail ID @outlook.com, and this is the profile which you will be having on your Azure account. Okay, so Azure account and Outlook account are two different things. Okay, so I've created my Outlook account now, and I'll be going for Azure account creation. So let me give a first name over here as Harish, and last name I'll give as Krish. Okay, give your phone number over here. Okay, phone number is mandatory to add over here. Okay, organization name you can give any random name such as my organization. Okay, and PAN card, don't enter any PAN card details. It is completely option for us. Okay, don't give any PAN card details over here. And when you are adding the address, give the address with your city names. Okay, don't give exact address. It's not required to give appropriate address over here. Okay, you will be giving something as, okay, Amirpet. Okay, add unique thing, something as, okay, City street. Okay, city I will write it as, okay, Hyderabad. State, give the state as Telangana. Okay, and I'll give a random pin code number. Okay, so agree. Okay, for all the ports. Okay, if you click on next, okay, so phone number is to be added over here. Let me give my random number. Okay, and then I'll be getting an OTP, and then let me verify with an OTP. So you guys follow the same procedure over here, guys. Okay, this is the procedure of creating our Azure account. Okay, there is no other procedures. This is a simple procedure for creating our accounts. Okay, then we'll be giving our OTP that which we have received on our phones. Yes, okay, and I'll verify the code. Right now, code has been verified over here. Number has been taken. Scroll down. I'll click on next. Okay, and next step is where you have to give your card details. Okay, now I have to enter my card details over here. Okay, now it is verifying all this information, and once it is verified, it would be going to the next screen over here. Okay, now it is asking me to enter the card details. Okay, so the first question you will have over here, sir, this is a free account, right? You can see over here it is telling you that it's a free account. Then why it is asking you the card details? Okay, actually just now as I told you, before, from around 2 to 3 years back, there was no need of adding any cards or any credit cards or any debit cards. Just with your mail ID, they used to give us the free services over here. Okay. Now, as the demand is increasing, they need to identify the people more. Okay. They don't want Azure to be used by same guy multiple times. Okay. So they are going for a card addition over here. Okay. So this is a layer of identification for us or for them also, right? So when you are giving your card details, you will be using your Azure accounts in a much more efficient way actually. Okay, there are less chances of misusing the Azure accounts actually. Okay, and for example, you are going for an Azure account, you are creating an Azure account, and if you create one machine or a server, from that machine, okay, if you try to log into some US server or London server or Australian server, and you will be doing some activities which are not to be done actually. In that cases, they'll be tracking you by this card information. Okay, so this card information is very important for them to identify us actually. Okay, because they are not sure that whatever email ID we have given, it's a valid mail ID or not. Anyone can create the mail IDs. It's just 10-minute task, right? So this card information is actually to identify us, okay, that we are the verified persons or not. Okay, so give your card details. Don't worry, this is a very secure Microsoft website. You see, you have a lock symbol over here. Your details will not be shared with anyone. Okay, so give your card details, and I recommend to go with credit card. Okay, because debit card verification will again take more 12 hours. If you are giving credit card, within 12 hours your account will be activated. If you are giving debit card, it will take 24 hours. And sometimes they might reject the debit card also. And don't use RuPay card. Only Visa and MasterCard are accepted. Okay, because Visa and MasterCard are internationally acclaimed cards. Okay, RuPay is only for our Indian region only. Okay, so don't use RuPay cards. Visa and MasterCard only should be entered. Go for credit cards over here. Okay, and one more thing, whatever card details you are entering over here, sir, after 2 or 3 months, when bill is generated on Azure account, will they debit anything from my card? They'll not debit a single rupee also. When you are creating an account, it will debit 2 rupees. Okay, and they will give you back that 2 rupees within 12 hours only. Okay, they'll again refund you back that 2 rupees. Why they are debiting 2 rupees? To verify that you have entered a genuine card details or not. Okay, 2 rupees will be debited. Again within 12 hours, they will give you back that 2 rupees. Okay, and then from there onwards, no debit from your card, no debit from your account. They will not debit unless and until you pay. Okay, they are not going to debit anything from your card. Okay, so if you got any bill got generated on your Azure accounts, then what will happen is after 3 months, they will suspend the account. Okay, they'll suspend the account after 3 months. So right now they are giving around 13,300 rupees of credit in Indian rupees. Okay, when we are doing our practice, as I know, mostly within 2 or 3 months, you will complete this credit. You will completely utilize this credit the way we will practice going ahead, right? And once this 13,000 goes to zero, from there onwards, your bill generation will start. Okay, 13,000 they are giving us already in our account. Once it goes to zero, from there onwards, our bill generation will start. And once your bill generation started, every month they'll send you mails, okay, to pay the bills. They'll be seeing for 1 month, they'll wait for one more month, and the third month they'll deactivate the account, but don't pay the bill. Okay, if you are paying the bill, you are explicitly paying the bill. Don't worry at all. They are not going to debit anything from your account. Okay, let the account get deactivated. We can add one more mail ID, we can add one more card details, and we can create second account also. Okay, so go in that way, give your account details. After entering your card details, you will get the OTP. Enter the OTP and it will take 12 hours for your Azure account to get verified. Okay, fine. I hope all the charges, all the free account creation points are clear with you, right? So please create your accounts, utilize the benefit because the free accounts are for a limited time only, guys. Okay, don't lose that free credits right now. Okay, fine. Now, so going ahead, okay, with the next very important thing that we should know over here is, okay, we'll be learning today some of the basic and important Linux commands over here, guys, on the portal. Okay, so these Linux commands, okay, are very basic needs for us. You people already know how to operate, how to work on Windows. You people already know at least how to create folders, how to copy the folders, how to copy files, how to create the files. So those basic things you already know. But those who are unaware of Linux, on Linux also you should know, because when we are working on Azure, we'll be working parallelly on Windows and Linux also. Okay, so don't feel that Linux is complex. Linux is very easy, guys. Actually, Linux is very easy to work. Actually, I'll show you all the shortcuts, okay, that makes your working on Linux platform very easy. Actually, okay, right now first going to my Linux machine. Okay, so once you have your accounts, okay, verified and created, you will be creating your machine. So I have a sample machine over here. Okay, so this is my Linux machine. Okay, so let me make my Linux machine ready. Okay, just a second. Okay, yes, guys. Now we see that our Linux machine is ready over here. Okay, now let us first learn, okay, how to create a folder on our Linux machine. Okay, then I'll slowly go ahead. So you normally you call a folder in your Windows machine actually. Okay, so folder is nothing but, okay, the where we store your files and data, right? So folder is actually called as directory in Linux. So folder is nothing but directory only. And directory is nothing but folder. In Windows, you create it by giving a right click and a new folder over here, right? That is the way you will be creating your folders over here. In Linux machine, we will be using mkdir command, guys. Mkdir, which stands for make directory. And you can give any name to your directories. For example, I'll give my name for my directory as Naveen. Naveen is my directory name, and directory is nothing but folder only. Okay, so folder is nothing but a directory. So I'll be first creating a directory over here with name Naveen. Okay, so I'll go back to my Linux machine and I'll give a name for my directory, and let me create a directory. I'll give mkdir, okay, which stands for make directory. Okay, and my directory name is Naveen over here. Naveen is my directory name. Okay, so if I give enter over here, you will see that directory got created. Okay, and to see the directory, you will give ll over here. Okay, if you give ll and enter, it will show you the directory over here. How will you see the list of directories? By giving ll. Okay, by giving ll, we'll see the list of directories over here. Okay, so the next command we'll be giving over here is ll. Okay, right now. Okay, so I've created one directory and I'm seeing the directory. Let me create one more directory also. I'll give mkdir. Okay, and I'll give my directory name as Krish over here and enter. So I've created one more directory, right? If you give ll and enter now, it will show you two directories. Okay, and it is showing you vertically. If you want to see this one horizontally, give ls and enter. It will show you horizontal. Okay, so vertical details ll and horizontal details ls. Okay, so that is the difference between ll and ls over here. Ll will give you vertically and ls will give you horizontal. Okay, this way I'll write horizontal, I'll keep it in bracket. Okay, now after creating folder guys, what I'll do is I'll create a file. Okay, in Windows, how will you create a file? Simple. You'll give a right click, you will go to notepad or a text editor, okay, or a simple notepad file. You will create your files. Okay, in Linux, how will I create the file? There are multiple commands for creating the files guys. Okay, so the first and easy way for creating your file is with touch command. With touch command. Okay, so give touch command, say touch and write file1. Okay, and if I give enter, file will get created over here. Okay, you can see if I give ll and enter, my file is over here. Okay, file1 is there, Krish folder is there, and Navin folder is also there. Okay, so touch space file1, one file got created. Okay, let me write the same command over here also, because it will be easier for you guys to take down these commands. Okay, I'll write it as touch space file1. Right, very good. Now if you want to create multiple files in a single go, so one file I'm using touch. Okay, if you want to create multiple files, again touch will help you. How? Write touch space file2, file3, file4, file5, and you can write the list of files. Okay, with touch command you can even create multiple files also guys. Okay, and if you give enter, now file2 to file5, I've created these many files. Okay, if you give ll and check, from file1 to file5, I have 5 files, Krish folder and Navin folder also. Okay, all these files and folders are there now. Okay, so let me write the command. Okay, so you can create one single file or you can create multiple files also guys. Okay, so file2, file3, file4 and file5, I've created multiple files also. Okay, very good. Now there is a one more command for using your files. Okay, and that is a nano command guys. Using nano command also you can create your files. Okay, and you can edit your files also using nano command. Okay, so one thing to be clear over here. Okay, let me tell you, touch command is only for creating the files guys. Okay, in Windows machine what happens, whenever you create a file, it goes to editor mode. You can edit files, you can write something on your files, but with touch command only file will get created. You cannot write anything to this file. Okay, we cannot write anything onto this file, only file will get created. Okay, but with nano command, file will get created and it will go to editing mode also. It will go to editing mode also. You can write something on this file such as hello to all, good morning. Okay, so with nano command, file will get created and it will go to editing mode also. You can write some details onto your files. Both the things can be done. Okay, so touch will not take you to editing mode. It will only create the file. Okay, so be clear with that. So now I am using nano command for creating my file. Okay, and I will write it as nano file 6. Okay, and you are writing your details. Right, very good. Now let me exit from this. Okay, and let me exit from this. Okay, right, very good. Now let me tell you one more command for creating the file guys, and this is one of the important commands for creating your files. Okay, mostly you will use touch for creating the file, and vim command for creating the files. So VIM also works in the same way how Nano works. File will get created and you will go to editing mode also. Okay, both the things will happen at the same time. So I'll create file 7 now, VIM space file 7. Okay, and let me create a file 7 now. So if you give VIM, the file will get created and you will go to editing mode also. Okay, and if you want to write anything onto this file, again you will say hello to all, good morning. Okay, and whatever details you want to write, you can write these details on this file. Okay, so touch command, nano command, and VIM command. So VIM command is mostly used, guys. VIM is mostly used. Okay, right. Okay, so these are the three major commands that which we have for creating the files. Okay, very good. Okay, and now one more thing, to save the VIM file. Okay, to save a VIM file, you have to press escape button and then shift colon. Let me write it over here, it would be clear for you. With VIM command, when you guys are creating the files, I'm creating file 7 with VIM command. Okay, to save this file, you have to press escape. Okay, shift to colon. Colon will be there beside L in the keyboard, guys. Beside L word, there will be a colon, and then you have to type WQ. WQ stands for write and quit. Okay, so escape, shift colon WQ, you will save and you will exit from your VIM file. Okay, so this is the procedure for saving this file. I will write WQ. You see at the bottom, I have written shift colon WQ. After pressing escape only, you will come to this mode. Okay, now if you give enter, you will come back to your Linux machine. So total 7 files. Okay, now if you want to read the file, okay, we have cat command, cat command, and give your file name, enter, it will read your file. I have written the same message inside my file, right? It is showing you the same message. I've written hello to all and good morning, right? It is showing you the same message. So cat file name, it will read the contents inside a file. Okay, in Windows, how will you read the content? You will double click on that file and you will read the contents. Right over here, cat file, cat. Yes. Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you now. Okay. Now I have created the file. Okay, and for reading the file, we are using cat command. Okay, cat and my file name. Right. Now the next thing is how to create a file in a directory. Okay. So first of all, go inside a directory or nothing but folder. Okay. Right. In Windows, what you will do, guys, you will double click on that folder name and you will go inside a folder, right? You will double click on that folder and will go inside a folder. In Linux, how to go inside a folder? You have to use cd command. Cd stands for change directory. Okay. So cd is like double clicking on that folder. Okay. Cd space, I want to create a file in Krish directory, right? Krish over here. Okay. Then we will go inside that directory. Cd space directory name. Okay, if you give enter over here, it will show you over here that you are right now inside Krish folder or Krish directory. It will show you over there. Okay, now right now you can see you are inside Krish folder over here, and inside the Krish folder, first check how many files are there. You give ll over here, you can see no file is there inside my Krish folder. Okay, I have created all the files outside the Krish folder until now. Okay, right now I'm inside the Krish folder. You have double clicked on that folder, you went inside that folder, and inside Krish folder I don't have any files. Now let me create a file. You can use any command, touch, nano, or VIM. Okay, so let me use touch for easy creation, file 10. Okay, give enter, file will get created inside Krish. Check now, file 10 is there. Okay, so go inside that directory, go inside that folder with cd command, and you will go inside that directory. Okay, so cd is the command for going inside a directory, guys. Okay, let me write these commands also. Let me keep this one in the box. Okay, right now let me write cd command. Okay, so cd krish I did. Okay, and after going inside the directory, I have created file 10 also. Okay, and then you have listed the file, and then you have seen, right? Very good. Now right now you are inside the directory, right? How to come outside the directory? In Windows machine, what you will do, there is a back option. On the left side there is a back option, you will come out of the directory, right? In Linux machine, cd space dot dot, this is the command to come outside of your directory. Okay, if we give cd space dot dot, we will come outside of our directory, guys. Okay, so to come outside of our directory, this is the command. Okay, we'll be giving cd space dot dot, and if you give enter over here, you will see that you will come outside of the directory. See, you are not inside Krish now. I'm outside of my directory, right? Very good. Okay, now let me show you guys one more very important thing. Now you people know how to create folder or a directory, how to create a file, how to read the file. Now let me tell you one more very important thing, how to install packages or softwares on Linux, guys. Okay, in Windows, what you will do, you will go to that installer file, you will double click on that file, installation will start. Okay, you will be installing all your softwares, right? You might install Java, Python, okay, or a PDF reader or MS Office. What you will do, double clicking on that file, it will start installing, right? In Linux, what we have to use for installing is, this is the command, guys, and the command is yum install. Okay, yum install is the command to install some packages or softwares in your Linux machine. Yum install is the command. Okay, so if you want to install Java over here, you will write Java, or if you want to install Python, you will write Python. If you want to install MySQL, you will write MySQL over here. Okay, or if you want to install some Apache softwares, you will write Apache over here. Okay, so whatever package or software which you want to install, yum install is the command. And if you are observing one thing or not, if you are seeing over here, I'm changing the package name, but am I changing yum install? No, yum install will remain constant over here. Yum install will not change. Whatever package you want to install, you have to give that package name. Only package name will be added over here. Yum install will not change. Okay, so yum install is the command to install over here. Okay, and let me show you what is htop. So before installing htop, okay, if I give htop over here, and if you give enter, it will not show you anything. It will tell you that command not found. Okay, now what I will do is I will install htop on this Linux machine, because htop is not there on this machine. Okay, so now you see what will happen. How to install, guys? What is the command? Yum space install space htop. Okay, and give -y, which means proceed to yes. I want to install this package. If you don't give y, during installation it will ask you to enter y, means yes. Okay, so this is the command to install htop. Okay, so I'll give enter over here, and you will see that htop installation has started. Okay, htop is getting installed now, and it got installed successfully. Very good. So now what I'll do is I will give htop as the command. Okay, and if you give enter over here, see what will happen. It will show you the complete CPU utilization of your Linux machine. Okay, that how many processes are running, what is the CPU utilization, how many tasks are running behind the scenes, okay, how many services are running. It will show you all the things with htop command, and that too in a colorful effect. Okay, in a colorful effect it will show you. And one more thing over here, okay, over here you have the CPU utilizations, right? Very good. Okay, and this is one of the important things to know, guys. Okay, in Windows, what you will do to check this thing, you will go to your task manager. In your task manager, it will show you how many processes are running, how much CPU is running. Okay, what is the shortcut for task manager? You'll go for Control Alt Delete, and then you'll click on task manager, right? In Linux, you will click htop, okay, and it will show you the task manager of Linux machine. Okay, so it is very important to check know how much CPU load is there. Okay, same thing you can view it from. Okay, now let me go back. Okay, so to exit from this, we have to press F10. Okay, and I will come back. Okay, now I'm back. Very good. Okay, now same thing you can check with top command also, guys. Without giving H, with top command also you can check the same thing. But now if you see the difference, if I give enter, it will not give you any colorful effect like H top. Okay, it will show you in a very simple way. Over here also it will show you that how many tasks are running. 105 tasks are running. Okay, it will show you the same details. Okay, but not in a much presentable way. Actually, Htop will give you in a much more presentable way. Right now, very good. I'll come back. Okay, so I have installed Htop, right? Yum install Htop. Similarly, if you want one more package also, you can install. I will say yum space install space httpd and then -1. httpd is an Apache package, guys. Okay, it's an Apache package, Apache software package. Okay, so if you give enter over here, http will install. So you can install any packages. Yum install is the command. Okay, right, very good. Now let me show you some of the important shortcuts now, guys. Okay, fine. Okay, we have 4 arrows in our keyboard, right? Up arrow, down arrow, left arrow, and right arrow, right? Okay, if you want to see the previous command what you have entered, click on up arrow over here, guys. If you click on up arrow, it will show you the previous command. One more time, if you click on up arrow, previous to that command it will show. One more time, click on up arrow, previous to that command. If you see, I'm going backwards with my commands, right? So one more time, click on up arrow, it will show you one more previous command. So up arrow will take you to the previous command, see? And down arrow, you will go in the same reverse order, you will come back. Okay, so up arrow and down arrow are the shortcuts for us, guys. Okay, if you want to type any previous command which you have already typed, don't need to type it again. Give up arrow and down arrow. Okay, it will type it for you over here. Okay, so up arrow and down arrow are mostly used in Linux. Okay, so up arrow and down arrow. And if you want to see, okay, the history of commands which you have typed, history is only the command. If you type history, it will show you the list of commands which you have typed over here with an history command. Okay, so if I give enter over here, we have entered around 38 commands it is showing. Okay, but it's a simple commands only. Multiple times we have entered cat and nano and file, right? It is showing you the same thing. This is the history of commands that which we have typed. Okay, right, very good. Now one more thing, let me show you. Okay, one more easier way of working with Linux, that is okay, I'll give vim space. Okay, so there is one path, guys. Actually there are multiple folders inside folders actually. Okay, so what I'll do over here is just see /var /www and /html. I'm typing this thing, right? I'm entering this thing. You no need to enter commands actually over here in Linux, guys. How I'll tell you the shortcut. So type /va and click on tab button. There is a tab button on our keyboard, right? Above caps lock button, there is a tab button, right? Click on tab, it will take the remaining command. I'll just click on tab over here. You see, it will take the remaining command for me now. I'm not typing anything. Okay, I'll type W over here, just one W, and click on tab, it will take the remaining command. I'll type H, and if you press tab, it will take the remaining command. So if you have any lengthy commands to give on Linux, just tab a single character of that, it will take the remaining command for you. Okay, it will take the remaining command for us. Okay, if you want to know the host name, I'll go with the tab method now. See, HOS. Okay, T it only gave. Okay, I'll press N, and if you press tab, okay, it will take the remaining command. AME I'm not typing. Okay, so go with tab command, guys. Tab command will help you to enter your commands in a much more easier way. Okay, so just starting, write at least 1 or 2 characters of your commands. Remaining command it will give you over here. Linux will only give you. Okay, so tab is a one more shortcut for us. Up arrow keys and down arrow keys are one more shortcut for us. And in your keyboard you will have more 2 buttons, that is home button and end button. Mostly in Windows we will not use it. Home button will be there. Home button and end button. Okay, if you click on home button, you will be on first point of your command. Okay, cursor will be at the first index on home button if you click on home button. Okay, and if you click on end button, you will be on the last character of your command, end button. Okay, so home button and end button, up arrow and down arrow, and tab button, guys, these are our shortcuts for Linux. It makes very comfortable and easy for you guys to work on Linux with these shortcuts, with these commands. Okay, no need to straight short at all. Okay, so if you give host name, it will give you the host name over here. This is the IP address of my machine. Okay, and if you want to know the complete IP address, okay, this is the command if config. In Windows you will give IP config. In Linux you will give if config. Okay, if config. In Windows you will give IP config. Okay, so if config will give you the complete IP address over here, guys. Okay, so this is the inet address, netmask is this. Okay, and this is the broadcasting address. In Windows, how will you see this? You will go to your network icon, you will give a right click, you will open the properties. Okay, and then you will see the IP address with subnet mask, with net mask, everything over here. If config is the command. That's simple. With if config, you will see all the IP details over here. Right now. Okay, and one more last thing, guys. Okay, if you want to ping any IP, okay, to check your network is working fine or not, you will go with the ping command. Okay, we will go with the ping command, and 8.8.8.8, this is the IP address of your google.com. Okay, this is the IP address of our google.com, guys. Okay, so this IP address is reserved for Google. Okay, you will do a Google search, right? You will type google.com. The IP address of that is 8 series. Okay, so if you give enter over here, if it is working fine, it will give you back the response. Okay, and it is giving back me the response also over here. Okay, so the next is the ping command over here. Okay, yes, fine, guys. Okay, so now you guys know how to create our folders, how to create the files, how to install the packages, and how to ping, and very importantly is the shortcuts, guys. Okay, so try to use as much as shortcuts, okay, you can, because that will make your work easier onto your Linux side. So that is the reason I said working on Linux is very easy. Okay, previous commands you can easily get over here like this. Okay, tab button will help you to give the commands. Okay, so these two things is majorly used by your Linux guys. Okay, you also start using that, it will be very easy for you to go ahead with Linux. Okay, and please create your accounts. Okay, your accounts creation is mandatory, because you need to be practicing, you need to be doing a hands-on your accounts only, guys. Okay, on your accounts you have to be practicing all those things. Okay, so this thing you can practice on an online editor. Okay, you have online editors, you can write online Linux editors, you will get the okay online portals for practicing your commands. Okay, you can practice your commands, all the Linux commands over here on the shell also. Okay, like this. Okay, so just practice your commands on your online editors. Okay, you will be getting the commands from over here, but create your Azure accounts. Tomorrow it has to get activated. Okay, because we'll be creating machines and then we'll be going forward from there. Okay, so practice this. Okay, basic commands guys initially. Okay. So today we'll be discussing about very important thing over here. We'll be first creating our first machine onto our Azure cloud over here guys. Okay, so this will be your first task when you enter a company in your project or in your company. This will be your first task guys, where you will be creating a server, a machine, okay, or consider that you are creating a laptop only, right? Let us keep it very simple. So we are going to create a machine, a laptop onto a Azure cloud. Okay, the first task, okay, of your project, right? Now, so let me just first, okay, open a paint diagram. Okay, so parallelly, I'll be writing all the steps over here in the diagram as well. Okay. Right. Okay, so my today's task will be for creating a machine on cloud. Okay, so let me just increase the font. Okay, so we are creating a Windows machine on Azure guys. Okay, so this Windows machine is nothing but it would be similar to your laptop only guys. So how you people are using your laptop, we'll be creating our laptop on the cloud. But okay, so that is one of the major reasons why we are using Azure actually. Okay, so once I create the machine, once I log into that machine, you will have a much more clear picture that why we are using our Azure services over here. Nothing but Azure facilities, right? Now, so for creating this machine, okay, what are the things we require over here? Okay, we'll be going through the things step by step. Okay, so those things are nothing but my machine configuration only. Okay, suppose this is your machine which you are creating over here. Okay, so for creating your machine, what are the configurations I required? Okay, so the first thing would be what machine you need. You need a Windows machine, right? Okay, we'll be selecting Windows as our operating system, right? And for running this machine, what are the other things I need? Okay, I'll give you two major things over here. One is RAM and the other is hard disk, right? So when you are having using your laptop, how will you calculate its configuration? Using its RAM and hard disk only, majorly, right? So here also, when I am creating the machine, okay, I'm defining the RAM and hard disk, right? And I'll be selecting a Windows operating system for today's class. Okay, tomorrow we'll be going for Linux and we'll be creating a Linux machines. Today I'll be going for a Windows machine where I'll be creating a Windows machine with an operating system. Okay, right now let us go through the steps. Okay, what are the steps are there for creating your Windows machine onto Azure guys? So this will be my steps. Okay, I'll be writing all the important steps over here, mandatory steps which are required for you to run for creating a machine. Okay, so let us go through that steps, and once we are going through that steps, we'll see what are its configurations. Okay, so I will go back to my Azure dashboard. So if you once you create your free account, okay, you will go on to this page guys over here onto the Azure cloud. Okay, I hope your Azure accounts are activated because 12 hours it will take. Okay, so in the last session we have seen how to create your accounts. Okay, so once your accounts are activated, you will go on to this page over here on Azure cloud. Okay, so once you go on to this page, for creating any machine, for creating any server, okay, or for creating an instance, you have to go to virtual machine. Okay, what is the meaning of virtual machine? Virtual machine means machine which is not running physically in front of you. Okay, its hardware is not present physically in front of you. Okay, this machine could be running in US, UK, Australia, Singapore, any part of the world. but it is available to you virtually. Okay, you know the meaning of virtual meeting means he is physically not available with you, right? So virtual machine over here means physically this machine is not available with us. But this laptop is available with me physically. Okay, but that is a virtual machine which is physically not available with me, but it is running somewhere at the other part of the world. Okay, somewhere or the other it is running, but okay, I am connecting to it virtually, right? So over here we'll be having our virtual machines. So for creating the machines or servers on Azure, we have to go to virtual machines. Okay, so I'll click on virtual machines, and right now you can see that I don't have any virtual machine running over here. You can see say no virtual machines to display. Right now I'm not running any machine over here because I have not created any machine. Right now the dashboard is blank. No machine is running, zero machines. Okay, now how to create a machine? There is a create option over here. See, okay, so click on create and go for Azure virtual machine. I want to create an Azure virtual machine, right? So for other machines, we'll be seeing the later part. So first, I'll be creating a simple virtual machine. Okay, so once I click on Azure virtual machine, the steps will populate over here, guys. Okay, the basics which you see, the basic steps which you are seeing over here, these are very important for us. Okay, kind of a mandatory steps, right? And when you are creating any machine, you have to select your subscriptions over here, guys. So what is our subscription? We are under free trial only. We are not under any company's account where company is paying for us. Okay, we are under a free trial resource only. Okay, so under a free trial I have any name you can give, guys. I have given a name as Flipkart. You can give any name, Snapdeal, okay, or SDFC, ICICI, any name you can give, or you can give your name also. Okay, right. So whatever hashtags which you are seeing with a red star over here are mandatory fields. Okay, these are mandatory fields for us, right? So once you are selecting your resource, okay, let us start with our okay, instance name, guys, or you can say virtual machine name. Okay, I'll write the steps over here. Okay, so as step number 1, okay, you have to select your VM name. Okay, whenever I say VM, it's a virtual machine. Okay, so the first step I'll be giving over here is my VM name. Okay, I can give any name to my VM. Okay, I can call my VM as Windows machine because I'm creating a Windows machine, or you can give a name as Flipkart if it is running for Flipkart project. Okay, so you can give any name. So let me give the name for this machine as Rajesh. If Rajesh is creating this machine, he'll give the name as Rajesh over here, right? Good. Now, okay, so now you can ask me, sir, is it important to give a name? Okay, I'll tell you the benefit of giving a name to your machine. Suppose there are 80 machines running on your Azure dashboard, guys. Over here, suppose there are 80 machines which are running. Okay, how will you identify your machine? With your VM name on. Okay, so it is easy to identify and it is easy to filter. You can directly go to your machine. You can directly trace out your server. Out of 80 servers, you can easily pick your server over here, right? So you can give any name to your virtual machine. I'll be giving the name as Rajesh so that it would be more easier for you guys to understand that you can give any name to your server. Okay, right, now going back, let me give a virtual machine name over here. I'll call the name as Rajesh over here. Rajesh is my virtual machine name. Okay, right, very good. So once you give the name, the next important feature for us is region over here, guys. Region. Okay, so I'll give a step number 2 as for region over here. It is very, very important, guys. Region. Okay, so you know under Azure how many regions are working over here? When I told you in the initial class that Azure has data centers almost in any every other country, right? And how we are connecting to it through cables which are there underneath the water, right? So if you see over here that how many regions are there, just see the check the list. You are having 5 regions in US country itself only. You can see US East, US West, US South, US North. So in this way they will divide. Okay. In that particular country, if they are having more data centers, East, West, North, South. Okay. Consider it's in US region only. Okay. Now you have US region, Asia region, Europe region, Africa region, Canada is there, Europe is there, in the Middle East is there, and the list will go on like this. Okay, so you can create your machines in any part of these regions only, guys. Okay, in any of these regions you can create your machine, and you know what is the benefit? Steps are same. Steps are same. In any region you are creating your machines, steps will not change. Standard steps, okay, which you have to follow. That is one more benefit for us. Okay, because steps are same, we can create it in any part of the world over here, right? So now, okay, so let me create this machine. Okay, so we have few regions which are available for us under our free trial versions. If you are paying in your paid versions, all the regions you are eligible before, but for free trial versions we have some of the regions which are free. US East, US West, okay, Asia is there, okay, West Europe is there, US Central is there. Okay, so like this you have some free tier regions over here, guys. Okay, so you have to select from your free tier regions only. So I've selected Southeast Asia. So our data center will be near to Singapore. In between Singapore and Australia, our data center will be. Okay, right. So I've selected the region over here, which is very, very important. Okay, and the next important star mark has been given to image over here. Image. Okay, now let me come to image also. So let me write the next step over here. So region I have selected Southeast Asia or Asia South also I can. Okay, right. Now going to the next step, step number 3. And one more thing, as I told you that this is a virtual machine, right? Which means physically it is not available with you. So where it is running? It is running in South Asia. Simple. Okay, in which region it is running? In South Asia. Okay, we are running this machine under South Asia, right? Very good. Now the next step for us over here is image, guys. Okay, for understanding this image, let me tell you that image over here is nothing but operating system. They call it as image in cloud terminology. Actually, in simple terminology we call it as operating system. You can select your operating system. Okay, you can select whichever operating system you want it to get created. You can select that operating system. Okay, so if you see the list of operating systems, guys, you will have a lot of list of operating systems over here. See, Windows is there, Red Hat Linux is there, Windows Server is there, Ubuntu is there, SUSE is there, Fedora, Oracle, Debian, CentOS, all are the list of operating systems which are provided to you by Azure only. Okay, and one more benefit which you will get out of this is all these operating systems are licensed and trademarked, guys. You no need to purchase separate license for them. Okay, you no need to purchase any additional licenses for this. All the licenses are already purchased by Azure. So Azure has already purchased from Red Hat, it has already purchased from CentOS, it has already purchased from Ubuntu, and it is providing it to you. Okay, so you can use this under your free tier licenses. Under a free tier account also we can use these licenses. Okay, so for today's class, what machine I'll be going to creating a Windows machine. Okay, so I'll select a Windows as my machine operating system over here, guys. Okay, Windows is my machine's operating system, right? So likewise, when we go for the next sessions, I will be selecting Linux, I'll be selecting Ubuntu, I'll be selecting some other OSs also. For today's class, I'll be selecting Windows. Okay, and this Windows operating system is eligible under my free tier account, right? Very good. Now after selecting your image, we have to select size also, guys. So the next step, we have to select size. Okay, so my image over here is Windows, which is nothing but my operating system is Windows over here. Okay, right. Now in the next step, step number 4. Okay, we have to select our size over here, guys. So the size over here is nothing but it's a RAM size, guys. So let me keep it clear. Okay, it is calling it as a size. Okay, it is calling it as a size. So this size is nothing but a RAM size over here for us. Okay, so we have to select our RAM size. Okay, so what happens in Azure is RAM size is actually given under your family types, guys. So B1, C1, D1, E1, F, G, H, like that it will go. Okay, so you have to check for under free tab. This is my eligible size over here, guys. D series. So under D series, how much RAM I'm getting, guys? 8 GB. Okay, so 8 GB is more than enough for me. Okay, 8 GB is not at all a less RAM for us, right? 8 GB is a decent amount of RAM size that we are getting over here, right? So I'll be going with 8 GB, and if I run this machine continuously for 30 days, how much bill I will be getting? 7,415. Okay, so this 7,415, if you run it 24/7 in your account, so when you are creating the account, you will get 13,000 rupees as a credit. So that 7,000 will get deducted from that 13,000. Okay, so whatever free credits you are getting, this amount will be debited from that free credits one. Okay, so don't think that you will be need to paying for this. Under your free credits, this will get reduced. Okay, so after creating your machines, don't forget to delete your machines. If you sign out, machine will still be running in your account only, right? So it would be consuming the free credits. If you don't delete the machine before signing out, it will still be running, right? So per hour you will be getting a bill. Okay, so 7,400 for per month means it's around 750 hours. If you run anything 30 days, 30 days into 24 hours is nearly to 750 hours. Okay, so for 750 hours, this is the cost, means per hour you can easily get the value. So anyhow, don't run it ideally. After doing your practice sessions, delete your machines. Okay, that's the best practice to do, right? Now, if I see the size, okay, I have taken 8 GB as my RAM size. Okay, so let me write over here that I'm going with a RAM size of about 8 GB. 8 GB is my RAM size. Right, very good. Now going to the next step, guys. Okay, the next is very important step where I have to give the username and password. See, guys, not only to this virtual machine, okay, for any machine you want to log in, for any machine, for whichever machine you want to log in, guys, you need two things. What are those two things? One is username and the other is password. Even for your laptops also, you have set your username and password. Even for this machine also, we have to set our username and password, right? So using our username and password, we will log into our machine, right? So username, you are the admin over here, guys. Okay, you have all the privileges over here. You can set anything as username and password. Okay, you have control, you have entire control over here on this segment. Okay, you can give anything as your username or anything as your password. Okay, give a bit more secure, right? So I'll give my username as Rajesh. Okay, I'll be giving Rajesh as a username, and I'll be giving a password over here. And whenever you are giving the password, you can set any password. It has to be minimum 12 characters. Okay, it has to be at least 12 characters, and you know that it has to be capital, small, okay, and special characters like this. It should consist of capital, small, special characters, and numbers. Okay, and then you can use whatever password you want, guys. Okay, it has to be minimum 12 with capital, small, number, and a special character. Okay, username will be Rajesh for me over here, right? So what I'll do is I'll go back to my Azure dashboard. So let me give my username over here. I'll call the username as Rajesh. Okay, and password, as it shows you that it has to be between 12 maximum. It can, you can give up to 123 characters also. Very lengthy password. 100 characters, more than 100 characters also you can set, right? So usually we don't set that much, right? So now, okay, let me give my password over here. I'll give one capital, small, okay, and I'll give numbers also. Okay, so my 12-digit password with capital, smalls, and special characters. Okay, so let me set my password again. Okay, so capital, small, and numbers over here. So I have assigned username and password, guys. My username is Rajesh, and I have set the password also. I have met all these conditions. Okay, that it has to be 12 characters, so we should know this condition, guys. Okay, it's very important. Okay, so to log into this machine you need these things. Okay, so Rajesh is my username and this is my password, right? Very good. Now going to the next thing. Okay, so next step number 5 is very important for us, guys. Okay, I'll tell you what is this step over here is. Okay, so let me write step number 5, and step number 5 is regarding your inbound port. Okay, so what is inbound port? Let me tell you that when you are creating this machine, okay, and I'm creating this machine on which cloud? On Azure cloud, right? And whenever you create any machine on Azure cloud, Azure provides some security to this machine, guys. For each and every machine, Azure will provide security to your machines. For each and every machine, guys, not only Windows, for Linux, Ubuntu, for every machine. Okay, it provides one security. So you can consider it as a security guard also. Okay, let us assume that there is one security guard for this machine. Okay, Azure has placed one security guard for this machine. Now what you will do, when you try to log in from your laptop to this machine, okay, for example, if this is your laptop, okay, and from your laptop when you try to log into this machine, okay, in this way, okay, the security guard who is there, right, he will not allow you to go inside that machine. He will stop you over there right away. Okay, because that is the job of a security guard, right? He'll not allow anybody to go inside this machine. If you have a security guard in front of your house, okay, he will allow anybody to go inside? No, right? He will not allow anybody to go inside. Then what you will do? You will tell your security guard the person who is coming inside is your friend. Then what he will do? Then he will allow that person inside. Okay, so what is the meaning of this? You have to tell your security guard. That is the condition. Over here also it's the same condition. I have to tell my security guard that the machine, the laptop through which I'm entering inside that machine, this is my friendly laptop. Okay, this is a known laptop, this is not an unknown laptop. Okay, so please allow me inside that machine. Okay, and how you will tell it technically? Okay, technically, whenever you are connecting from one Windows machine to another Windows machine, there is a protocol. Okay, and that protocol is RDP, guys. RDP, and RDP stands for remote desktop protocol. Okay, and it's not a new protocol for us, guys. Since the day Windows is there, since the day Windows operating system has launched, it's almost 20 years now nearly. Since then we have RDP, guys. Every one of us in our laptop we have RDP. If you click on your search button and if you type RDP, it will come. So RDP is used to connect from one Windows machine to another Windows machine. So we have to tell our security guard to please allow RDP. Technically you have to tell him that please allow RDP. Okay, and in this way we will be telling over here, guys. So we will tell that please allow RDP, so that from your laptop you can log into this machine. Okay, and RDP works on port number 3389, guys. Okay, RDP works on port number 3389. Is my RDP port number. If you remember it, it will be very good. Okay, might be asked in interviews. So 3389, okay, is your RDP port number. You can see over here that inbound ports we are allowing which protocol? RDP protocol. Why I'm allowing RDP? Because I have to log in from this laptop to that machine. If I don't tell my security guard, he will not allow me through RDP. When I'm connecting from this machine, I'm using RDP, so he will not allow me to use RDP. So we are specifically telling him, to please allow RDP, which works on port number 3389. Okay, suppose you are having 1000 doors to your house, guys. So from which door your friend is entering? From door number 3389. Okay. Suppose you are having 10,000 doors to your house. From which door number RDP will enter? 3389. Okay. Understand in that way. Okay. So 3389 port number and port name is RDP. Okay. So if you go back over here, you are seeing the same thing, that inbound port. Inbound means incoming traffic. What I'm allowing? RDP. Okay. So for this movement, RDP is enough. Okay. If you want some other ports also to be enabled, you can enable other ports also. Okay. So whichever port you will enable, only those ports only it will allow, guys. Okay. Or else it will not allow. Okay. HTTP is there, HTTPS is there. Okay. Some database connections also you have to allow in future sessions. Okay. Then I'll show you how to allow some other connections also. Okay. You can allow whichever connection you want, but the condition is, unless you tell your security guard, he will not allow it. So we have to tell our security guard, whenever you want to allow some connection, you have to go to your inbound port only. Okay. In real time, what happens generally, you will get tickets or issues related to connection. Okay. Sir, page is not loading or some connection issue is there. Where you will go, the first troubleshooting step, where you have to go? Inbound port only. Okay. You have to go to inbound port only. First troubleshooting step, see in inbound port only. 50 to 60% of your problems will be resolved if you are checking your inbound port. Okay. It will be blocked by security group only. Okay. Security, right? So what port we are allowing over here? RDP. Okay. So this port is used for all the Windows machine, guys. Whenever you are creating Windows machine, RDP should be allowed. Okay. Right. So I've given these steps. RDP is allowed over here. Okay. So now let me click on next. Okay. And we will go to disk over here, guys. Disk is nothing but your hard disk. Okay. So we have selected our RAM, you have selected your username, you have selected your password, you have selected your region, inbound ports. Okay. Now the next important step over here is for the hard disk. Okay. Step number 6 is for your, it will call it as a disk over here. Okay. This disk is nothing but our hard disk, guys. Okay. So usually how many types of hard disk we have? SDD and SSD, right? That's correct. Over here also you can select either in SSD or HDD, that what type of hard disk you want. Okay, you can see SSDs are there. Premium SSD will be much faster than a normal SSD, and based upon your machine requirement, guys. If you want faster speed, go for premium SSD. A normal speed standard SSD. A bit slower, if you are okay with a bit slower, you can go for HDD also, normal hard disk. HDD, SSD and premium SSD. Okay, so I'll go for premium SSD over here, and premium SSD will give me around 130 GB of hard disk for this machine. Okay, starting size for premium SSD is 130 GB. Okay, so that will be more than enough for me, guys. Okay, so I'll be choosing my type over here as SSD, my hard disk type. Okay, right, very good. Okay, so now, so we have selected all the important things over here, guys. Okay, I've selected operating system, RAM size, hard disk size, username and password, security also have given clearly, region also have given clearly. Okay, so rest of the things are not mandatory. Okay, all those are your advanced things which we'll be seeing later. So now if I click on review and create, it will check all the configuration that you have selected, guys. Okay, basically it will run a validation. Okay, means it is checking all the configuration which you have given is right or wrong. Okay, so we have given 8 GB RAM size. Okay, SSD as hard disk size, you have given username and password, region, everything you have selected. So it has checked all the configuration, and what is validation? Validation is passed. Okay, which means we have given all the configurations in the right way. Okay, now for creating this machine, I will click on create over here, guys. Okay, now I want to create my Windows machine. All the configuration you have selected. Now I want to create a Windows machine. Okay, I'll click on the create over here, and you will see creation will get started over here. Okay, it will start create a machine for me over here. You can see deployment has initiated, which means creation has started. Okay, whenever you see word deployment, means something is creating. Okay, something it is creating and pushing over here. Now you can see deployment is in progress, which means machine is getting created and creation is under progress. Okay, it will take 4 or 5 minutes for Windows machine to get created. Linux machine will get created a bit faster, 2 to 3 minutes for a Linux machine and 4 to 5 minutes for a Windows machine. Okay, so once this machine is created, we will log into this machine, guys. Okay, and you will see your first cloud machine, how your cloud machine will look like. Okay, so right now it is creating a machine for me. Let it get created. Okay, and these are the same steps, same method you have to follow in your real-time project, guys, or in your real-time work. If your manager tells you to create a machine, these are the same steps which you have to follow, guys. No different steps, these are the same steps onto your Azure dashboard. Okay, and the important steps over here are this. Okay, so 6 steps only are there, guys. 6 very important steps. Okay, if you want me to write, the 7th step is for clicking on create. Okay, so altogether there will be 7 steps. That will be a review only. Review is nothing but review and create. It will run a validation and it will create. Okay, so these are the steps, and the advantage is in whichever region, in whichever country you are creating, the steps will not change at all. Standard steps, okay, for any region. Now you can see the deployment is under progress. Okay, let it get created over here. It will take couple of minutes of time. Okay, so deployment is under progress. In real time also it will take the same time, guys. Okay, it will take around 4 to 5 minutes for a Windows machine. Okay, deployment is completed, guys. Okay, which means machine got created. So if you click on go to resource, okay, you will see your machine over here, guys. This is your Rajesh machine. Okay, this is your Rajesh machine, and it is telling us to wait for few more minutes. Okay, machine is still getting ready. Or if you click on home, where we have to go, guys, to check our virtual machines, we have to click on virtual machines, right? So if you click on virtual machines over here, before creating this machine, any machine was there? No machine was there, right? Now you can see your machine is there. What is my machine name? Rajesh. In which region it is running, guys? Southeast Asia. Okay, right now the status is running, and it's a Windows operating system machine. Okay, so all the details it will give you over here. If you want more details to see, click on your machine name, it will give you more details. Okay, this is your machine IP address. Azure will give this IP address. Okay, no need to worry. So this is a Windows operating system. Right now status is running, it is running in Southeast Asia. And if you see, these are the complete details over here, guys, of my machine. Okay, now, okay, let us wait for 2 more minutes, and then I will log into this machine. Okay, so the machine agent is getting ready. So once it is ready, we will log into this machine. Okay, Windows machine will take few more minutes. Actually, it's a normal behavior. Okay, now, okay, and what is the RAM size? 8 GB is our RAM size. Okay, it is giving us the same details over here. Very good. Okay, now for connecting this to this machine, I'll click on connect option over here, guys. So to log into this machine, there is a connect option. Click on that connect option. And what is my method of connecting, guys? RDP. Okay, because it's a Windows machine, we have to use RDP. I will click on RDP, and you will see that this is my IP address. This is the RDP port. So download your RDP file, guys. You can also call it as your connection file. Okay, so that will be my connection file. I will download my connection file. It got downloaded over there. So click on your connection file. It will ask the username and password. If you want to connect to this machine, we have to enter our username and password. Okay, so let me enter my username is Rajesh, and let me give the password, okay, which I have given over here. Okay, now I will click on continue. Okay, and I will click on connect, and you can see right now It is connecting to my Windows machine which I have created, guys. This is the Windows machine which I have created in Azure, guys. What is my machine name? Rajesh, right? And now you see that how a cloud machine looks like. Okay, so you have heard it so many times: cloud machine, cloud server, cloud machine, cloud server, right? Now you will see that how actually a cloud machine looks like. Okay, with just 7 simple steps you have created your machine, right? Creation is very easy. Now once we log into this machine, okay, you can keep all these things as no need to get all the location. Okay, I'll click on accept. Okay, and machine is loading now. You see how it looks like. This is your Windows machine, guys. This is the machine which you have created on Azure. Okay, this is your cloud machine. This is how a cloud machine looks like. And let me tell you, the cloud machine is no different from your laptop. If people are already using your laptops, right? It's the same way how your cloud machine looks like. The only thing is cloud machine is more advanced, more faster, with better performance. Okay, your laptop might stop, but this machine will never stop, even for a second also. Okay, and if you see the configuration of this machine and the way you use this machine is exactly same how you use your laptop base. So don't feel that cloud machine is something different, it is very complex to use, it has a lot of steps to use. No, it's very simple. In terms of usage it is very simple, but in terms of benefits, okay, it will be more advanced. Okay, it will be more advanced. Now you have this machine, okay, and you got around 130 GB plus hard disk. Okay, this is SSD hard disk, right? Very good. And you have your desktop, documents folder, everything is there, right? So you have created this machine, guys. At any step, did I pay a single rupee also to Azure? No, right? So who is funding this? Microsoft. It's a Microsoft product, right? Microsoft is giving you this machine for free of cost, guys. For free of cost. You can use this machine as your personal laptop. You can use this machine as your office laptop. Okay, it's not charging you anything over here. So that is why this is the best time for you people to utilize more benefits from Microsoft Azure. Right? First thing. Second thing, when you purchase your laptops, if the same laptop, if you want to purchase from Dell or Lenovo with this hard disk, more than 130 GB of size, okay, 8 GB of RAM, okay, this size, if you purchase it from Dell or Lenovo, you will spend at least 10,000 to 15,000 minimum charges. It will take around 10 to 15,000. This machine is free of cost. And if you want to take internet connectivity for your Dell laptop or your HP laptop, separate internet connectivity you have to take, right? Separate bill. Over here, internet is integrated with this machine, guys. No need to pay any separate charges for internet. Okay, you are no need to pay any separate charges for internet, guys. Okay, internet is integrated with this machine. You see, if you go to any page over here, your page will be loading over here. See, okay, if I go to Google and if I load Google, you will see Google will load over here. You see, okay, network connectivity is working. No separate charges for this also, guys. Okay, if I go to sampleyahoo.com, okay, you see right now this machine is in which region, guys? This machine is in Singapore. Southeast Asia, in which country? Singapore. So Singapore comes Southeast to Asia only, right? And if you see, you are going to Singapore Yahoo website. Why it is going to Singapore Yahoo website? Because it is in Singapore right now. Okay, I am in India, no doubt. I am operating this machine from India, but this machine, this server is in Singapore. So you, the pages, the network you see, it will come from Singapore only. Network will be given to you from Singapore only. If you create the machine in US, you will get the network from US only. The sitting over here, you can create your machines in any part of the world. Whichever country's network you want, you can create your machine in that country. But how many steps you need to create that? Only these 7 steps. Either you create in US, Australia, London, in whichever part you create, you need that 7 steps only, and your machine will get created over here successfully. Okay, and if you think that Azure has created a laptop kind of a machine for you, this is just a small thing what Azure can do, guys. This is not even the 10% of what Azure can do. Okay, Azure is capable of not only creating your machines, it can create servers, it can create databases. Basically, the dashboard looks very simple, right? It's a very powerful dashboard, guys. You can run entire company on this dashboard. Not only one or two machines, not only few databases. You can run entire company on Azure, guys. If you have just one Azure with you, you can run entire company as big as YouTube, as big as Flipkart, as big as your SDFC banking. Entirely you can run it from Azure Cloud. Okay, it can provide you that much big infrastructure, right? So that is why it is so much trending in the market, guys. Why companies are going for Azure actually? Because you are creating machine very simple with 6 to 7 steps. You are creating machines in any part of the world. Okay, then why they will purchase laptops from Dell or Lenovo or HP? These machines are easier to create. These machines giving so many benefits, more security, okay, more agility, internet connectivity is there with this machine. With all these benefits, it is still costing them less. Still they are charging less. Why a company will go for HP laptop or Dell laptop? In next to 4 to 5 years, you people will also not use any laptops. You will use cloud laptops only like this. Our next generation is going to use cloud machines only, cloud laptops only. Nobody is going to use any physical machines. Okay, so that is what the technology is, guys. This is what Azure is giving you. Okay, that is why it is so much trending in the market. You can create any machine, any server with just few simple steps, right? Fine. Okay, so I hope a lot of things are clear. Okay, what it can do, what it is capable of, and why companies are using this, right? And we have created our simple Windows machine also. Okay, so you people follow the same steps. Anyway, the session was recorded. Okay, get the recording, try to follow the same steps and try to create a machine over here, guys. Okay, creating a machine is very simple, and this will be your first task in your company, guys. Okay, in your project, in your company, when you are, that will be your first day. This will be the task which you have to do. Okay, so using the similar kind of steps, I'll create a Linux machine tomorrow. Okay, because parallelly we have to run both the things. We have to know how the things are in Windows and how the things are going on Linux also, we should know. Okay, so creation is just one part, guys. Maintaining and managing these machines is again a job of DevOps engineer only. And this is how your work look like. This is your nature of work. As a cloud engineer, as a DevOps engineer, this is your job. Okay, programming is not there. This is what your job is, to maintain and manage these servers in the cloud. Okay, fine, guys. So any questions, guys, till this point? No. Okay, so if it is clear, okay, I will be saving the share for today's class. And still, if you are having any questions or doubts.
Sayed,
Yeah, yeah, hi, please.
hi. This is Srujan.
Yeah, hi Sujan.
That inbound port, whatever you are saying, that RDP, SSH. SSH means Linux, right?
Yes.
What about the HTTP, HTTPS? If that the
Okay.
Windows IP
Yes.
is that, if
Yeah.
we copy the Windows IP and paste it in the Google, whatever the HTTP, HTTPS, so can we open while through that HTTPS? If we
Yes,
tick mark
definitely you can open.
particular.
And in tomorrow's class, I'll be going to tell that same thing only. Why to use HTTP and HTTPS, and what are the benefits we'll be getting out of HTTP and HTTPS. Okay, I will apply this on our Linux machine tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, but whatever you are telling is okay, right? That using this HTTP and HTTPS, we will get our messages. So basically, you can call it as web server.
Yeah.
Okay, web server configuration we'll be doing. Okay, right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Hello? Hello?
Yes. Hello. Hi.
Sir, Kumar, I raised Friday, I raised a question due to auto pay of Azure.
How to pay?
Azure DevOps software, Azure software is auto pay. How to
Okay.
detect?
You just need, if you people are having just Chrome in your laptop, okay, that would be fine. You have to go to Google and you have to go to this page. Okay, no need to install any softwares. Just have Google Chrome and you can use entirely Azure dashboard.
Yes, sir. Not yeah. About payments, sir.
Okay, about payment, okay, right. So when we have created our Windows machine, okay, we have selected flavor as operating system flavor as Windows yesterday, right? So today we'll be selecting our operating system flavor as Linux today, guys. Okay, because we are creating a Linux machine, we'll be selecting our flavor as Linux. Okay, and then we'll be going ahead with selection. Okay, the major things that which we have to select is our RAM size and our hard disk size, right? These are the things which we needed. And apart from this, okay, apart from this, we need, okay, for Windows machine, if you need to log in, we require username and password. If you need to log in, we need username and password, right? Over here we will be needing over here an encrypted key, guys. Okay, so Azure will provide us an encrypted key. So using this encrypted key, we will log into a Linux machine. Okay, so there will be an empty encrypted key. So it is a very secure method of logging to our Linux machines, guys. Okay, so using this encrypted key, we will be logging to our Linux machines. That is the next important thing over here to know. Okay, so these are the differences I'm telling. Okay, this is one of the major difference. Okay, so now if I go to my Azure dashboard, okay, and for creating any machine, I will be going to virtual machines, right? Virtual machines is where I'll be creating my servers or any other machines. So I'll be going to virtual machines, and right now you can see that I don't have any virtual machines over here. Okay, we are not running any virtual machines. So I'll click on create and I will go to Azure virtual machine and let me start creating my Linux machine. Okay, so from the resource group, okay, I'll be selecting my resource group as Flipkart. Now, as yesterday we have seen, the first thing we have to give over here is our virtual machine name. Okay, so let me give a name to my virtual machine. I will call this virtual machine as my Linux machine because I'm creating a Linux machine. Okay, you can give any name. Okay, Mohan, Rajesh, we can add any name over there, right? So I'm calling this machine as a Linux machine, and let me create this machine under my Southeast Asia. Okay, and under Southeast Asia, let me select the next important thing over here is I need a Linux flavor. Okay, so I'll be going for Red Hat Linux, and the latest flavor for the Linux over here is 8.2. Okay, so I'm going for a Red Hat Linux and I'm going for a version as 8.2, and I'll be selecting 8 GB of RAM for this machine. Okay, so similar steps are there. Until this point, most of the steps are similar. Okay, we have selected image, which is nothing but our operating system. We have selected the region, okay, and we have given the size as well over here, which is our RAM size. Okay, so till this point you find that most of the options which we have selected for Windows, these are similar for Linux also. Okay, now after selecting your major options over here, if you scroll down, we have to have one SSH key over here, guys. Okay, so the SSH key, it will create our SSH key over here. Right now I'm going because I don't have any existing keys. If you have existing keys, you can use them also. So the key creation which I'm doing over here, you can use one key for multiple machines also if you need. So right now what we are doing is we are creating one key. That is the reason I told that we have to create an encrypted key over here. Okay, using this encrypted key, we will log into our Linux machines. Okay, so that encrypted key is very, very important for us, right? So username will be Azure user. Okay, we are generating a key and my key name will be Linux underscore key is my key name. Okay, so using this key, we will log into our Linux machines. Okay, and how you will log into this Linux machines using this key? Okay, we will see these things. Okay, now, okay, so again, you see, guys, the only difference between Windows creation and Linux creation is majorly is regarding this key only. Okay, so you have to generate this key. So once you generate this key, you can use the same key for multiple Linux machines. Okay, no problem with that. Okay, fine. Now, one more very important thing over here. What is the inbound rule over here? SSH, right? What was the inbound rule for our yesterday's Windows machine? RDP, right? Using RDP, we have connected to our Windows machines. Using SSH, we will connect to our Linux machines. Okay, so if I go back to diagram, as I told you yesterday, that if you want to log into your machine, okay, from your laptop, right? For example, I have my laptop over here, okay, and from your laptop, if you want to log into your Linux machine this time, okay, yesterday we have logged into Windows, right? So when you try to log into Linux machine, there is a security from Azure side, right? Okay, so this security will not allow you to log into this machine. Okay, so it is always protected over here. These machines are always protected over here, guys. You will not be allowed to log into this machine. It will stop you over there. It will block us over there only, right? Then how will you log into this machine? You have to specially tell your inbound port, which is nothing but your security, to please allow SSH. Okay, so if you want to connect to Linux machine, not only this Linux machine, guys, any Linux machine, if you want to connect, we need SSH. Okay, so I will tell my security guard over here to please allow SSH connection, because this is a very important connection for us. If you don't enable SSH, you will not be logged into your Linux machine. This is very, very important for us. So using SSH only, we will log into our Linux machines, guys. Okay, so SSH is the connection for Linux and RDP is the connection for Windows. Okay, the major differences over here: encrypted key and SSH protocol. Okay, and SSH protocol works on port number 22. Okay, so you have to remember these port numbers, especially for RDP port number and SSH port number. Interview question. Okay, this is an interview question. It works on port number 22. You can assume that, okay, if you are having 100 doors to your house, it comes from the door number 22 only. Okay, it's a fixed one, 22 for SSH, right? Fine. Now going back to my Azure board. Okay, so we have selected all the major 7 steps over here, guys, right? We have selected the flavor, region. Red Hat Linux is my operating system flavor. 8 GB is my RAM size, and I'm also selecting my key also over here. Okay, now what I'll do is I'll go for review and create. Now it is checking all the configuration which I have given is right or wrong. Okay, it is running a validation over here, and after running the validation, it will give me that if I run this machine, okay, so 10 rupees is per hour cost. Okay, 10.158. 10 rupees is 1 hour cost. Okay, if you run the same machine in AWS or in some other clouds, it will be easily 20 rupees per hour. Okay, double of what Azure gives. That is one of the major reasons why Azure is used. Okay, the costing which you see over here, no other cloud gives the costing. That's why it highlights you over here the costing. Okay, it gives you one of the lowest cost. Okay, they might be getting only 1 rupee profit over here. Okay, and that is enough for Microsoft actually, right? If they give it to thousands of companies like this, they get more profit, right? The profit margin is less, but they give it to a lot of companies actually. That is their marketing strategy, right? Now validation has been passed over here, which means all the configuration which I have given is right. Now for creating this machine, I'll click on create, and you will see the deployment will start over here. And one more thing, the key pair got generated over here, and I have to download this key pair in my local machine. Okay, this is one more difference from your Windows to Linux over here. Okay, so the key which will get generated, you have to download this key in your local machine. It will go on your laptop downloads only. One time operation only. Okay, whenever you create a new key, you have to do this. If you are using existing key, don't need to download it again and again, right? So I will download it over here, and you will see the key will get downloaded now. Okay, and once the key is downloaded, it will start with machine creation. Okay, and you can see that deployment has initiated. Okay, key also got downloaded over here. Now you can see that machine is under creation. Deployment is under progress, which means my Linux machine is under creation now. Okay, so let it get created. Now I have key also with me. Okay, now once this machine is ready, we will log into this machine, guys. Okay, now let this machine get ready now. Okay, compared to Windows machines, Linux machines deployment will complete a bit faster actually. Okay, within 2 to 3 minutes, this machine will be ready. For your Windows machines, it will take at least 5 minutes, 4 to 5 minutes. Okay, so let this machine get ready over here. Okay, deployment is in progress. Okay, now our deployment is also completed, guys. Okay, you can see within 2 or 3 minutes, your Linux machine will be ready over here, guys. Okay, if you click on go to resource, okay, you will see that your machine is running now over here. Okay, my Linux machine is running over here, and this is my Linux machine over here, guys. Okay, now whenever you have your Linux machine, okay, copy the IP address of your Linux machine, because using this IP address only we have to log into our Linux machines. Okay, so when you are doing this operation in your Windows machine, okay, till over here you will be doing your operation, then open your command prompt to log into this Linux machine. Okay, you can type cmd once you click your Windows button. Okay, or shortcut is Windows R button, you can type cmd, right? And after typing cmd, okay, you will get our terminal over here like this. Okay, now let me expand this terminal. Okay, let me increase the font, and this is our terminal over here, guys. So the same terminal you will see in your Windows machines also. Okay, when you go for cmd, right? And after going to cmd, you people type PowerShell. Okay, give PowerShell and enter in your Windows machine. Okay, so my machine already have a PowerShell, your machine needs PowerShell. Okay, so go to PowerShell, and then okay, this is the command which you have to start from over here, guys. Okay, SSH is the protocol through which we are logging to Linux machine. That is the reason I said that you people should allow SSH hyphen I. So where is my key? My key is in downloads, right? And what is my key name? Linux underscore key is my key name, right? So let me give my key name over here. Okay, so this is my key name. Linux underscore key is my key name. And what is the username to log into Azure machine? Azure user is the username to log into Azure machine. Okay, and at the rate IP address. Okay, this is the IP address of my Azure machine. So give this command. This is the command to log into your Linux machine from your Windows machine. Okay, so on your Windows machine, open the command prompt, go to PowerShell and give this command. Okay, because your PowerShell will recognize the SSH command. So SSH hyphen I in your machine downloads will be your key, download slash your key name, and then Azure user at the rate IP address of your Linux machine. Okay, then give enter over here. It will ask you that are you sure you want to log in? I will say yes, I want to log in, and you will see okay that it is giving me a key protected issue. Okay, so this key protection issue, for this what you have to do is we have to give permissions to our key. Okay, and how to give permissions? chmod command, guys. Okay, in your Windows machines you will not get okay this prompt, you will log in directly. Over here I have to give permissions. Okay, and I will give permissions chmod 600. Okay, and where is my key in my downloads? And Linux underscore key name is my key name, right? So I'll give permissions and I will give enter. Okay, this step not needed if you are using Windows machines, Windows laptops. Okay, now I have given the permissions. Now I will give the same command to log in, and you can see that I have logged into my Linux machine. I have logged into my Linux machine. Okay, so this Azure user which you are seeing, this is my Linux machine, guys. Okay, so if we'll give exit over here, again I'll come back, I will need a log out over here back. Okay, so what is the command? This is the command to log in. Okay, so permission chmod command which I gave, it's not required for your Windows machines, guys. Okay, this is the command which you people have to give for your login from Windows laptop, right? So if you give enter, you will log into your Azure machine. You see Azure user @Linux. This is my Linux machine which you have created in Azure, guys. That is your Linux machine. Okay, so now right now you are using this machine as an Azure user, right? Okay, so instead of using this machine as an Azure user, you have to go for sudo space su space hyphen. Okay, so this is the command which you have to give as your first command whenever you log into your Linux machine. Whenever you log into your Linux machine, this will be your first command which we have to enter over here, guys. Okay, so let me give this commands list over here in the diagram also. Okay, so let me write the commands that which we are going to do today. Okay, so these are the commands which I will be performing today. So my command number one. So this command number one is first command whenever you create your Linux machines, blindly give this first command. Okay, what happens with this you will see now. So I'll give sudo space su space hyphen, where su stands for switch user. Okay, the full form of su over here is switch user, right? So I'll be going back. Okay, and you will be seeing over here, okay, that we have to perform, okay, sudo space su space hyphen. Okay, now if I give enter over here, you will see that from Azure user I have switched to which user? To root user over here. Okay, what is root user over here? Root user is like an administrator, guys. Okay, root user will have all the permissions of a Linux machine. He's the administrator over here. Okay, which means you can say he is the owner of this machine. Okay, he can perform any operations on this Linux machine. There are no restrictions for a root user. Okay, he is the supermost user of your Linux machines. That's why we have switched to root user. Okay, I've switched to administrator over here, right? Very good. Now let me check the hard disk size of my Linux machine. For Windows we have checked, right? We normally go to our drives. You see C drive, D drive, right? I want to see how many drives are there for this Linux machine. I want to check the storage of this Linux machine. Okay, then what is the command? Df space hyphen h, guys. This is the command to check the storage of your Linux machine. Okay, so if I give df space hyphen h, it will give me the storage of my Linux machine. So if I give enter over here, you will see that, okay, your Linux machine, okay, it is, this is the storage sizes of your Linux machine, guys. So majorly 74 GB, okay, is the highest which you have got, and how much is you have used is 53 MB only, and what is available, 70 GB is still available, and how much you are using in terms of percentage, 1% only, 1% only. Okay, if you clear the screen, for clearing the screen you can type clear. Okay, and one more shortcut is you can give control plus allow. Okay, so control L also you will clear the screen, or clear also you can type over here. Okay, now see what I'm doing over here. If I want to go to again df-h command, I'm clicking on up arrow over here. See, up arrow. Okay, I no need to type df-h again. I'm clicking on up arrow. As I told you previously, if you want to go to previous command, we have to go to up arrow, right? If you press up arrow, it will take you to the previous command, right? I will give enter over here and you will see this is the disk sizes. Okay, this is the storage of my Linux machine. Enter disk sizes, it will give me over here. Okay, now we have seen the disk sizes. Now let us check the RAM of my Linux machine. In Windows, you will go to properties and you will check the RAM size. Okay, over here, how to check the RAM size? Free space hyphen m is the command. Free space hyphen m is the command. If you give free space hyphen m, it will show you, okay, the RAM size of your Linux machine over here. So this will be our RAM size. Okay, so if I give enter over here, you will see the RAM size over here. Okay, so it's showing you around 7808 MB. Okay, so that 7808 MB, okay, again if you add 272 more, it's coming around to 8000, right? So 8000 MB is nearly equivalent to 8 GB, right? So how much RAM we have created when they were creating this machine? 8 GB, right? It's almost showing you the same thing. Okay, so it will divide actually. Some goes to buffer cache, some goes to shade, some goes under the usage, and 7122 is still free. Okay, so it's nearly around 8 GB of RAM. If you see something nearly to 7000, which means 8 GB of RAM. If you see nearly to 8000, that means 9 GB, 10 GB of RAM. Okay, so that will be your way of seeing your RAM sizes. Free hyphen m is the command, guys. Again, a very important command. Interview question also. How to check the RAM of your Linux machine? This is a command, right? Very good, guys. Okay, so now let us go a bit more deeper to our Linux machines. Previously, we have created some files, folders, okay, basic things which we have did. Okay, you can do the same things on this Linux machine also. So let me, okay, proceed ahead. And what I will be going to do in our today's session is, okay, in this Linux machine, guys, okay, I'll be writing a message on this Linux machine. Inside my Linux machine, I will write a message, a random message I will write over here. Okay, and after writing this message on my Linux machine, what I will do is, okay, the same message which I have written in my Linux machine, you will see this message in your mobile phones. Okay, your mobile phone is not connected to my Linux machine, right? My Linux machine is in cloud and your mobile phone is in your pockets, right? It's nowhere connected, right? But you will see this message in your mobile phones. Okay, to do this, we have to change this Linux machine to a web server. Okay, we have to change our Linux. Now, right now, it's a normal Linux machine. Okay, right now, it's our normal Linux machine. Then what I'll be doing over here is I'll be changing this Linux machine to a web server over here, guys. When I change this Linux machine to a web server, it will start giving the messages to your devices. Okay, it will start distributing the messages to your devices. Okay, and what is the web server software? Okay, which package you have to install to make this machine as a web server? Let us do that process over here, guys. Okay, the same process you have to do for your real-time projects also. Okay, so we will start doing the same things over here, right? So now to make this machine as a web server, okay, to run this machine as a web server, we have to go with the command. Okay, and the command is to install web server package, and that web server package installation you have to do with yum install command. Okay, so previously also we have seen yum install. You can write Java over here, Java will get installed. You can write Python over here, Python will get installed. If you write MySQL, MySQL will get installed. But what I want to install today, web server package, right? I'll give HTTPD. Okay, and I'll give -y so that it will proceed with HTTP installation. Okay, it will proceed with HTTP installation using this command. Okay, so going back, okay, I'll be going to my Linux machine over here. Okay, so it got logged out, no problem. Okay, so going back to my Linux machine, okay, so I'll be installing HTTPD over here. Okay, and to install HTTPD, I'll say yum space install space HTTPD and then -y. If you give enter over here, HTTPD installation has started over here. See, it has started installing HTTPD for us, and it got completed also. Okay, so within few seconds, HTTP installation will complete, guys, because it's a Linux machine. It would be very fast over here, right? And once you install your HTTPD, the next command which we have to go with over here is, okay, normally in Windows machines, what will happen is when you install some package, for example, you have installed PDF reader. Okay, after installing PDF reader, you can go and you can use PDF reader, right? After installing MS Office, you can go and you can use MS Office, right? So normally when you install something on Windows machine, you can go and you can use it right away, no issues. But in Linux machine, when you install some package or software, right away you cannot use it. Right away we cannot use it because it has a protection layer to it. Okay, so right now you have installed HTTPD, right? Okay, so right now we cannot use HTTPD because if you see the current status of HTTPD and how to check the status, using systemctl command. So systemctl stands for system control. Okay, system control. So using system control command, using systemctl command, I will check the status. Okay, and which status I have to check? I have to check the status of my HTTPD. This is the package which I have installed, right? So I have to check the status of HTTPD now using systemctl command. Okay, now I will go back and I'll give my systemctl command. I'll give systemctl status HTTPD, and if you give enter over here, right now you will see that your package is inactive, guys. It is in dead state. You have installed HTTPD, but right now it is not running over here. Okay, your package is not running over here. It is in inactive mode. It is in dead state. That's why I said in your Linux machines, if you install any package, it will not be available to us right away. Status, if you check, it will be inactive mode only. Okay, not only this package, guys, any package you see, it will be in an inactive mode only, right? So now, so what I will do over here is I have to enable the package. From inactive, I have to change it to active mode, right? Now, how to change it to active mode? For that, the next command which I'll be giving over here is to change it to active mode, guys. And the command is systemctl, okay, start HTTPD. So the systemctl commands are very easy actually, guys. For checking the status, you have to write status. For starting it, you have to write start. Okay, so these very easier commands, guys. Systemctl commands are very easy actually. Okay, so once you start your package, after starting your package, we have to enable our package also. Okay, so for enabling the package, I'll write the fifth command, which is systemctl enable HTTPD. So after starting the package, we have to enable the package also. So starting and enabling, both you have to do. Okay, start the package and then enable the package. Okay, both are important. Fine. Now let me go back to my Linux machine and let me give systemctl start HTTPD and then enter. Your package got started. Now again give systemctl, okay, enable HTTPD. So now I'm enabling HTTPD now. So once you start and enable your systemctl with HTTPD, now if you check the status of your HTTPD, it will be in active and it will be in running mode. So now installation got completed. Now your package is active and it is in running mode. This is important for us. It should be active and it should be in running mode like this. Okay. Now your HTTP installation is completed. Now your package is in active and it is in running mode over here. All right. So these are the commands which you have to use for complete installation. Okay, this is a complete installation that which we have did over here. Right. Very good. Now going to the next part over here, going to the next important thing, okay, which is my command number 6, right? So as I told you guys that we have to write one message on this Linux machine, right? Okay, and to write this message on your Linux machine, okay, we have to go to a special path, you can say, inside your Linux machine. Okay, actually we call it as default root path. Okay, so let us go to our default root path. So using vim command, okay, vim command we did earlier also for creating your files, right? So I'll use vim command, and we have to go under which path? The path is /var /ww /html and /index.html is your file path. Okay, we have to go to our index.html file over here, guys. This is a very important, okay, path location. So we have to go to our index.html file, and on our index.html file we have to add our message actually. Okay, so let me give the same command on my Linux machine, right? So I'll go back to my Linux machine, and the command is vim space /var. Okay, again use tabs, guys. If you use tab button, it will be easier to write your lengthy commands. I'll just type one w over here, and then if I press tab button, you will see remaining command it will take. See tab, remaining 2 w's it will take over here. See, okay, if I press h and if I press tab, remaining html it will take. Okay, so with tab command it will be easier for you to work with the lengthy Linux commands. Okay, right, now I'll give index.html, which is my file name actually. So whatever message you want to write, you have to write inside this file path only, guys. So inside your index.html we have to write our message. Okay, so now if I give enter over here, it will go to editing mode. Okay, and let me write a message over here as hello to all. Okay, good morning from Azure class. Okay, you can write any message. I'm writing a good morning message to all. Okay, any message you can write inside this file. Okay, so after writing this message, okay, let me give escape shift colon and wq. Okay, it got stuck. One second, let me remove it and add it again. It will come. Okay, right, I hope it is visible to you all, right? Yes, guys. Okay, so this is a message which we have given on our Linux machine, guys. Okay, so once you give this message inside your Linux machine, let me save this file. Okay, so to save this file, you have to press escape, guys. Right now it is in insert mode. If you see bottom of your screen, right now it is in insert mode. When you press escape, insert mode will go. Okay, so after pressing escape, you have to give shift colon WQ. Okay, so WQ stands for write and quit. To save and exit this file, we have to give WQ over there, guys, for write and quit. Okay, so after giving write and quit over here, you will be back to your Linux machine. I will be back to my Linux machine over here, right? Very good. So once you are back to your Linux machine, okay, the next command which we have to give over here is, okay, so let me just go with the next command over here. Okay, right. Okay, so after giving index file command, the next command which you have to give over here is the permissions command, guys, because normally what happens in a Linux machine is whenever you create some file or any file is there, that file will not have any read permissions. Okay, nobody can read anything from that file. That is a normal Linux behavior. It will not allow anybody to read any file. So you have to give permissions. So to give permissions, we have to go for our next command, which is our command number 7. And for giving the permissions, you have to give chmod, which stands for change mode. Okay, we have to give change mode for that file, and the permissions you have to give is read, write, and execute 777. Okay, these are the highest permissions in a Linux machine. There is no 778. Highest number is 777 only. Okay, beyond that there is no highest permission. Highest permission is 777 only. Okay, 778 will not be there, 800 will not be there. This is the highest permission number. Okay, I'm giving the highest permission number, and where I have to give this permission, where is my file? That is the path, right? So give that path over here, which is /var/www/html, and index.html is your file path. So this is my path. Okay, again be very careful with spaces over here, guys. Okay, so after chmod there is a space, after 777 there is a space, and after that there is no space. Okay, so give your spaces correctly. Okay, it will be working, right? So I've given my 7th command over here, which is for giving the permissions. Okay, so now let me give the permissions over here. So for giving the permissions, the command is chmod 777, and the permission where I have to give to /var/www/html, and index.html is my file path. To this file path we have to give our permissions. Then only you can read the message. Okay, or else we cannot read the message, right? And now if I give enter over here, we have added the permissions now. Okay, and after adding the permissions, one last command we have to give over here, guys. Okay, so this will be the last command of our session. Okay, so in today's class you have to perform only 8 commands over here, guys. Okay, so our command number 8 over here will be our last command. Okay, and that is to restart your HTTPD, to refresh your HTTPD. Okay, so why we have to refresh and restart our HTTPD is because you have did so many changes on this Linux machine, right? You have installed HTTPD, you have written one file, you have changed the permissions, you did all these things, right? So one last time you have to refresh HTTPD. Okay, so whenever you are doing some changes, you have to refresh HTTPD actually, right? So to do that, again you have to use systemctl command, give systemctl, and give restart HTTPD. We have to restart our HTTPD over here. And to restart HTTPD, this is the command. Okay, so all these 8 commands are very important for us. Okay, so I'll be giving these commands over here in the box. Okay, all these 8 commands are very important for us, guys, right? So let me restart my HTTPD one last time so that it will get refreshed. I'll give systemctl restart HTTPD. Okay, I'll restart my HTTPD over here, and if you give enter, all your commands, okay, have been done with performing over here. Okay, we have given all the commands and we have performed all the commands over here, right? Very good. Now, okay, after giving all these commands, this is the IP address of my Linux machine, guys. Okay, now what you people do is you take your mobile devices or your laptops or in whichever, okay, device you want, you enter this IP address and check, okay, that we are able to get the message or not. Okay, the IP address is 54.198.151.94. okay, give this IP address in your devices, and let me just tell me that you are able to get the message or not on those, okay, devices or not. On your laptop, mobile device, any device you can give this message over here, guys. Okay, so what I'll do is on my laptop also I will be giving this message. Okay, so go and give this IP address in your Chrome browser or in your Mozilla browser or any browsers. Okay, if I give enter over here, okay, once you give the IP address, okay, and if you give enter, you will be seeing the message which you have given inside your Linux machine. Right now, I'm seeing this message from my Linux machine, and this is the same message you have given over there, right? Okay, where is that Linux machine? It is in Singapore actually. And where is my laptop? It is in India. And not only over here, guys, from any part of the world, if you give that IP address, you know, you will get that message. How it is able to show you that message? Because right now your Linux machine is a web server, guys. It's not a normal machine now. Okay, so whatever IP address you are having, okay, if you take that IP address and if you give that IP address over here in the browser, okay, so it will take that IP address and it will be showing you the message on your Chrome browsers over here like this. Why? Because your Linux machine is a web server now. Whatever message which you will give inside your Linux machine, it will send that message as a response to you. When you request something to Linux machine, as a response back, it will give you that message which you have written inside that Linux machine. Okay. So let me tell you one more important thing, sir. Why it is so important? Okay. This is the thought that why it is so important. Okay. If I go to flipkart.com, page is loading, right? Okay. Or if I go to hdfc.com, page is loading, right? Okay. The page is loading. There is no difference between actually my page and their page. There is literally no difference between the page which Flipkart is running or the page which I am running over here. There is no difference at all. The only difference is I am giving one message over here. They might be showing images to you or they might be showing videos to you, but the layer on which the Flipkart is working, the HDFC working or ICICI working, it is running on HTTPD only, guys. For running Flipkart, they have also installed HTTPD, and inside a Linux machine only they have installed HTTPD and they have saved their images in index.html only. How you are able to see these images on Flipkart? Because they have saved these images on index file. Okay, how you are able to see HDFC website? Because they have saved the website content in which part? This is the part. Okay, so there is no difference between how my IP address is giving you the message or how Flipkart is giving you the message. It's the same HTTPD, it's the same Linux machine, and the same Linux machine they will be adding the content. And that Linux machine will give you the response back as a server. Right? And one more difference over here is Flipkart, you are typing flipkart.com, right? And I'm giving the IP address over here. When you are typing flipkart.com, machine will not understand flipkart.com or hdfc.com. It will convert to IP address only. When you give flipkart.com, behind the scenes and the background, it will convert to IP address only and it will go to Flipkart server. For us, they will not give us the IP address. They will hide the IP address over here. I can also hide my IP address. Okay, I can also hide my IP address. Instead of showing you people the IP address, I'll give something as mohan.com or rajesh.com. Okay, I'll hide my IP address and I will show you the message. I can show you messages, I can show you images, I can show you videos, anything I can show. But the concept over here is how it is showing you the message with the help of HTTPD. It's a web server package. So you people should know this. Okay, so if you know how to install, how to run, and how to go to index file and how to add your changes, you can maintain and manage any application over here, guys. Because 90% of your websites, either you see ICICI, HDFC, Flipkart, Snapdeal, YouTube, they all run on web server only, not Linux machines only. This is how your Flipkart and these pages are working, and this is how my page is also working in the same way. Okay, no difference actually. Okay, that is the reason I said that these 7 steps which you have performed, okay, the same steps you have to perform in your project also. You might be setting up for Accenture.com or for IBM.com or for whichever company you are working, you might be setting up for that particular company. Okay, but web server setup is same, guys. Okay, content inside HTML you can add any content. That is the job of developer anyhow. That is not your job. Your job is to make sure to run this Linux machine in a smooth way. Okay, install HTTPD and give it to them. They will add content inside that. Okay, they will add the content, not our job. Okay, and every day what they will do, every day they will change the images over here, right? Now today you are seeing this mobile device image, tomorrow you might see some other image, right? I can also change my content. This is my message, right? I will go back to my Linux machine again. Okay, and let me change the content. I will go to index 5. Okay, and now I will add the content over here. Okay, so I will remove this message and I will add the content as this is the new content. This is new page. Okay, I've changed the content. Developers also will do the same thing. They will write their logic in this index file only. Okay, now save your, okay, write escape WQ and come back and again restart your HTTPD. It will get refreshed with the changes. Okay, now go back to your IP address after restart is done. I'll go back to my IP address and if you refresh, it will change. Okay, so developers are changing their content from index only because entire content is inside index only, right? But for index to work, you have to install HTTPD, you have to start HTTPD. Okay, so all the commands which we have performed over here, these are very much necessary for you. Okay, these are necessary for us. Developer will not know how to install HTTPD in Linux machine. Developer doesn't know that. Developer knows the path, he will copy the content to this path. Okay, he knows that thing. Our job is to create this Linux machine, give this IP address to a developer. Okay, then he'll start his work from over there. That is our job. Okay, so going forward, what I'll do is, okay, which will come up in our next upcoming sessions, where I will change this IP address to something as ramesh or rajesh.com. Okay, which is, no, you can change. Okay, అంటే ఈ ఐపీ అడ్రస్ క్రియేట్ అయినప్పుడు మనకు Azure ఐపీ అడ్రస్ ఇస్తుంది కదా, అది ఎవ్రీ మషిన్ హ్యాస్ సమ్ ఐపీ అడ్రస్. నో, దిస్ ఇస్ ద ఐపీ అడ్రస్. రావచ్చు, బట్ లోపల ఉన్న స్టెప్స్ అంటే సేమ్ పర్ఫామ్ చేస్తే ఆ ఐపీ అడ్రస్ తో మెసేజ్ రావాలి మీకు. మీరు క్రియేట్ చేసిన మషిన్ కి దానికి ఐపీ అడ్రస్ ఉంటుంది కదా, ఆ ఐపీ అడ్రస్ తో మీకు మెసేజ్ రావాలి. ఎవరి మషిన్ వాళ్ళకి ఐపీ అడ్రస్ ఉంటుంది, ఆ మషిన్ నుంచి మీకు మెసేజ్ రావాలి, ఆ మషిన్ నుంచి లోడ్ అవ్వాలి పేజ్. Okay, then only you have did that practice successfully. Okay, మీరు క్రియేట్ చేశారు మషిన్, దానికి ఒక ఐపీ అడ్రస్ ఉంటుంది, ఆ మెసేజ్ నుంచి ఆ ఐపీ అడ్రస్ నుంచి రావాలి. దట్ ఈస్ ఇంపార్టెంట్. ఓకే, రైట్, ఫైన్. ఓకే, సో again, okay, so perform all these commands, create your Linux machine and change your normal Linux machines to web server. Okay, so that is the one of the major reasons that why we use mostly Linux machines, because it's very very secure and very fast, guys, in terms of performance. Okay, so that is the reason we are performing on the Linux machine only over here also. Okay, fine then. Okay, I'll be saving the recording till this point, guys. Okay, so let's get ahead with our today's session. Okay, and today we are going to discuss one of the very regular, okay, tasks which you people will be doing in your real time projects. Okay, so normally, okay, we will be learning about, okay, storage management today, guys. Okay, so this will be storage management on our Windows machine first. Okay, and then we'll go to storage management on Linux machine, okay, in the next part, anyhow, maybe tomorrow's session. Okay, now, so coming to our Windows machines. Okay, so earlier also we have created one Windows machine, right? So today also we'll be creating one Windows machine, and when you are creating a Windows machine, okay, we will be performing all our steps for creating the machine. Okay, and then you will be giving these parameters that this will be our Windows machine. Okay, we'll be having our RAM size and hard disk size. Okay, so coming to the hard disk size, so right now the storage for this machine is the hard disk that which we have attached to this machine, right? And suppose this is your hard disk, this is our hard disk, okay? And for example, the default hard disk that normally a premium SSD will give us, okay, it would be around, okay, HDD, it would be around 200 GB for us. Okay, so normally in your laptops also, when you people are using your laptops, there will be a hard disk to your machine, right? So gradually what will happen, slowly once you start using your laptop, your hard disk will start consuming the storage slowly, right? So the 200 GB will go to 150, 150 will go to 100, because you people will be storing your files, your data, your images, your videos, so a lot of things will come into the picture. Okay, so if you imagine the same thing onto a real-time project, okay, so onto a real-time set, when you are taking the sizes as 200 or 300 MB, very quickly it will get filled up, because every day lots of data will get generated, right? You have log files, you have data files, you have application files, user-related data information. So your system consumes a lot of storage. Okay, so regularly it will get consumed a bit faster. In your laptop, if it taking 1 month or 2 months to get it consumed, or might be 3 months, over here within days it will get consumed. Okay, within 7 days or 10 days you will be consuming your storage, right? Then what is the solution for this? Okay, so the solution for this might be is to increase the same storage, or what your manager will tell you is to add a one more drive to this machine. Okay, we need to add a one more drive to this machine. Okay, in our case, we let us take a drive size of about 5 GB. Okay, I'll call this as my extra drive. Okay, this is my extra drive, and in our case, let us take the size of about 5 GB, guys. Okay, you can change and you can modify it to 10, 20, 30. Okay, whatever size you want. So what my manager is telling me now, to add the extra volume or extra space, extra storage to this machine. Okay, so how to add this extra storage? Okay, and the condition is you should not shut down this machine. We should not shut down this machine, or you should not even do a restart of that machine also. Okay, normally when you add additional drives or additional storage to your laptop, okay, you have to restart your laptop so that that extra volume will get recognized. Okay, restarting is mandatory for your physical laptops. Okay, but that is our cloud machine, right? The machine which we are creating, it's a cloud machine, so you have to avoid a restart. Okay, we call it as zero downtime. So whatever changes you are doing, we have to do these changes with zero downtime. This is very important. Okay, so not only adding the storage, there are a lot of operations which are going on that machine. No, we don't know that some important transactions are going on that machine, and if you restart that machine, then the whole thing will collapse. Okay, so we cannot compromise at zero downtime. There should be zero downtime out there. Okay, so no compromise at that. Whatever actions you are doing, you have to do it with zero downtime. Okay, so now what we have to do over here is, okay, we have to follow certain steps. Okay, I'll be showing you guys that how to achieve, how to add more storage to this machine without shutting down this machine or without doing a restart. Okay, right, now let me go back to my Azure account. Okay, so first what I will do over here is, let me create my Windows machine first. Okay, so I'll go on to create, and let me create my Windows virtual machine. Okay, let me take my subscription under over here. Yes, okay, so Flipkart is the name. Now I'll call this machine as my, okay, Rajesh machine, or I can give any name, right? So I'm giving a name to this machine as my Rajesh machine. Okay, and I'll be creating this machine in, okay, Asia Pacific South. And what machine I need, guys, for today's session? I need a Windows machine, so I'll go for a Windows machine. Okay, and for this Windows machine, okay, DC1, okay, is available with 8 GB of RAM. Okay, so I've selected DC1, right? Now I have to select my username and password. Okay, so I'll give the username as Rajesh. Okay, and my password should be at least 12 characters. Okay, and special characters should be there, numbers also should be there. Okay, I hope you people are okay, created Windows machine earlier also. Okay, so this is the same way that I'm creating this machine also. Okay, now let me confirm the password again. Okay, and I've confirmed the password. So it's a Windows machine. I will allow RDP. Okay, yesterday someone has asked how to enable one more, so you have to enable HTTP for yesterday's session. Okay, you have enabling SSH, right, for Linux. Apart from that, we have to enable HTTP also. Okay, for Windows machine, RDP is enough as for us now. Okay, so now I will quickly create this machine. I will click on review and create. Okay, now machine is under creation. Okay, it is telling me that some fields are missing. Okay, let me go back and let me check. Okay, which fields are missing over here. Okay, yes, I have to click on confirm. Okay, and I'll click on review and create. Now validation is running. Okay, if validation is successful, we can create our machines. Okay, validation has been passed. Okay, whatever configurations I have selected, it has passed all the configurations. Okay, now for creating the machine, I'll click on create, and you will see deployment will start now. Okay, deployment is in progress. It has initiated the deployment. Okay, and Windows machine will take about 4 to 5 minutes for it to get ready. Okay, so let this Windows machine get ready. Okay, it is under creation now. Yes guys. Okay, so deployment is in progress. Okay, so let this machine get created. Okay, Linux machines get a bit faster deployment, right? Compared to Windows machines, it will take a couple of minutes for Windows machine to get created. Okay, and one more reason, if it taking more time, means the particular region that which we have selected, that region, okay, might be slow due to a lot of network congestion. Okay, and a lot of users, if they are using it, that particular network would be a bit slow. Okay, on that particular region, so it will take a couple of. Now we can see that our deployment is succeeded. Okay, now I will go to my resource. We have created our Windows machine over here, guys. Okay, so this is our Windows machine which we have created. Let's just wait for 2 minutes. Okay, our machine will be completely ready. You can see that agent status is not ready. Okay, so if you wait for more 2 minutes, okay, we can log into our Windows machine. Okay, now I hope it should be ready, guys. Okay, it will take more 2 minutes for this message to go, but I will try to connect it now. Okay, I'll click on connect. I'll go for RDP connection. Okay, now this is my RDP file. Okay, download your RDP file and click on your RDP file. Then it will ask you to give your username and password which you have entered when you are creating this machine. Okay, so my username is Rajesh. Okay, and let me log into this machine with the password which I have assigned, 12 characters. Now I'll click on continue. Okay, and we should log into this machine over here now. Okay, and we can see that we are connecting to this machine. Okay, simple. Now once we have logged into this machine, let me check the storages. Okay, the devices on this machine. Okay, as we are logging to this machine, now let me check, okay, that how much storage is available on this machine. Okay, I'll close the server manager. Okay, actually server manager is very important for us. Okay, it manages all our machine important properties. Okay, we will do one operation from server manager only. Okay, first of all, let me go and let me check, okay, the storage of this machine. Okay, the available storage on this machine. If I go onto this PC, you can see I have around 200 GB of data. Okay, this 126 plus around 74, which is nearly to 200 GB for me, right? We have given the same thing on our, okay, diagram where I've given already. We have our default hard disk sizes which are around 200 GB. Okay, so they have divided this 200 GB over here, okay, into C drive and D drive. Okay, we have it as a C drive and D drive. and altogether we are having around 200 GB of space. Okay, now let us assume that C drive and D drive are getting filled up. Okay, there is not much space left over here for you on D drive and C drive. Okay, so in these cases, now your manager is telling you to add one more drive to this machine. Okay, now for adding this one more drive in physical world, if this is the problem with your laptop, what you will do, you will go to market and you will purchase a hard drive. Okay, or you will go to market and you will purchase SSDs, right? We have to purchase, right? That is the first thing. But over here, paying is at the last point, guys. Okay, if you have to pay something that would be coming at the last point, first you would be taking that resource. Okay, so over here, the first thing what I have to do over here is I have to create that 5 GB drive in my Azure account. Okay, we have to create that storage. We have to create that storage space in our Azure account, right? Now, how to create that storage space? Okay, it's very easy actually. If you see on the left side of your machine details, we are having disk over here. Okay, so if I go on to disk, okay, you will find your disk over here also, which is 127 GB. Okay, now what we have to do over here is I have to create a new disk. Okay, so this new disk, what I will do is I'll create and then I will attach to this Windows machine. Okay, we have to do two operations over here, guys. We have to create this 5 GB drive. That is the first thing. And after creating this 5 GB drive, we have to attach this drive to our machine. Then only I can use it, right? When you purchase any hard disk or pen drive, after attaching to your machine only we can use it, right? So over here also is the same thing. After creating this storage, we have to attach this storage to our Windows machine. Okay, now going back to my disks over here. Okay, so for creating the disk, I have to click on create a drive. Okay, so two operations are happening parallelly over here, create and attach. Okay, I should say this is a benefit of Azure. In other clouds, creation is different and attachment is different. But over here onto our Azure cloud, creation and attachment parallelly will happen over here. Simultaneously, two operations will go ahead over here. Okay, so I'll click on create and attach a new drive. Let me give a new this drive name as, okay, you can give any name. Let me give Mohan as my drive name. Okay, I can add any name. And how much size I want? 5 GB. I'm giving it as 5 GB. Okay, 5 GB is my drive space. So I'm creating an SSD drive. Okay, and there is a save option on top of your screen. See, okay, after creating and giving the size number, click on save over here, guys. So once you click on save, drive will get created and it will get attached also at the same time. Okay, so once I'm clicking on save, now you will see the drive is getting created and drive will get attached also. Okay, so both the things happen parallelly over here. So let it get created and let it get attached. Okay, it is under creation now. Okay, so it got created, okay, and it got attached also. It got updated on virtual machine. Okay, updated on virtual machine means drive got created and it got attached also. Okay, and virtual machine got updated also with this new drive which you have attached. Okay, right, now going back to my machine, you have attached it successfully from Azure account, right? From your Azure dashboard, you have attached it successfully. Now go back to your machine. Okay, if I go back to my machine, okay, second, I think connection is closed. Okay, right. So now if you see on this machine, guys, you have attached more 5 GB, right? Is that 5 GB you are able to see over here? No, right? There is no difference actually. But you have attached it from Azure account. It is not showing you onto your Windows machine. Okay. So no doubt from Azure side, from Azure dashboard, you have performed it successfully only. Okay. There is no doubt in that. All the steps which you did from Azure side, all those steps have been successfully performed. Okay, so now on this Windows machine we have to perform some additional steps. Okay, from Azure you have created and you have attached, no doubt. Now on this Windows machine we have to perform some more internal steps on this machine. So what you have to do on this machine is, first of all, click on this Windows button and go to server manager. That's why I said server manager is very, very important for us. The server manager is the one who manages all the properties of your servers. It manages your storage, network, performance. It manages almost all the things. Okay. So I'll be opening server manager now, and server manager will be refreshed over here. And once the server manager has been refreshed and loaded, you will see on the left side of your screen, you will find some files and storages over here. See, right? So if I click on these files and storages, and if you click on disk over here, okay, now all the disks which are attached to this machine are loading. So over here, if you see, 127 is there, 75 is also there, and 5 GB is also there. See, okay, over here you are able to see that 5 GB of extra volume, right? But over here from the drives, you are unable to see that volume. See, if I go to drives over here, you are unable to see that. You are only seeing 126 and 75. Okay, but we are unable to see this 5 GB volume over here. Okay, what is the reason behind this? Why I am unable to see that 5 GB volume? Or all of them are in online mode only. Okay, they are not in offline mode. All of them are in online mode only. Why I am unable to see this extra drive over here actually? Okay, you know what is the reason? Okay, now let me tell you the reason. Okay, okay, a good real-time reason example I'll tell. Okay, you people have purchased pen drive so many times, right? Transcend, Seagate, Sony. Okay, all these brands are there, right? You have purchased a pen drive. Okay, you will bring it from the market and you will attach to your laptop. Okay, when you attach it to your laptop, it will show you that you have attached one extra storage or extra drive, right? Very good. But what a manufacturer will do, you know, either they are Seagate, Sony, Transcend, before selling it to the market, okay, before selling the pen drive into the market, they will format the drive. They will format the drive and then they will sell it in the market. So right now we have created a new drive, but did we format our drive? No, right? If you don't format your drive, your machine will not recognize it. That is what is happening now. Okay. If the manufacturer doesn't format your pen drive also will not get recognized. Your machine will not recognize your pen drive. Okay. So the same thing is happening over here also. The drive which you have created, it's a new drive. Okay, and you are trying to attach to this machine. That is why it is telling it is a unknown partition, because you have not formatted that particular drive. Okay, so there are a lot of things regarding formatting actually. Okay, so what happens with formatting actually? Many people think that formatting is like erasing your drives, okay, or deleting the data or cleaning your data, right? But that is not correct actually. Okay, formatting means it's not about deleting or cleaning up your drives. Okay, no doubt it will get cleaned up. Okay, that is the secondary thing. But first of all, what happens with format? Okay, so if I go to my diagram, let me tell you. Okay, suppose this is your storage, guys. Let us suppose that this is your storage. Let us assume that is your pen drive only. Okay, let us assume that this is your pen drive. Okay, it would be something like this. Okay, so in your pen drive, what will be there? In your pen drive, storage blocks will be there. Okay, let us assume that you are having storage blocks like this. Okay, in this way you are having your storage blocks. Okay, and these are our storage blocks, let us assume. Okay, now the storage blocks which you have arranged over here in the pen drive, actually they are in one format only, right? They are arranged in a certain way, one below each other, right? And this is what the design of the blocks is. Okay, so actual format means is the way your storage blocks have been arranged. They are in one particular format actually, so they are in this format. Okay, so what happens is, if they are in this format, let us assume that if they are in this format, your Windows machine will recognize this if they are in this format. Okay, and you know, if they are in some other different format now, okay, I will not arrange in this way, let me arrange in this way now. Okay, I have the storage blocks arranged in this way, let us assume. Okay, like this. Now this is a different format, right? We are arranging this in a different format. Previously it was vertical. Now I am storing these blocks in a horizontal way. Okay, so I've changed the format, right? I've changed the way they have been arranged. The format is the way they have arranged, actually. That is the meaning of format. Okay, so right now we have right now they are arranged in this format, and this format will be recognized by, let us assume, Linux machine. So Linux storages are not, okay, can be used on Windows, and Windows storages will not be recognized on your Linux machines. If you see a pen drive, if it is recognizing on Windows machine, if you attach it to Linux laptop, it will not recognize. Linux will not recognize again, because that will be in different format. Okay, Linux understands different format, and Linux formats are, okay, let me give the names of Linux formats, which are ext1, ext2, okay, up to ext4 we have, guys. ext3 is also there, and ext4 is also there. These are Linux file formats. You also call it as file system. Okay, file system means Linux file formats. Okay, so your Windows formats, it will recognize, okay, we know this one, actually. You people are, okay, heard these terms a lot of times. For Windows, you have file formats as most popular. Them are FAT32, which is the older one, actually. Now we are mostly using NTFS. NTFS is mostly used. These are Windows file formats. If you want to recognize that particular storage or drive, we have to format it either in FAT32 or NTFS format. Means we have to arrange the storage blocks in our drive in that particular fashion. Okay, that is the meaning of format. So when you are formatting, you will clean up your data. Okay, that is a secondary thing which will happen. But first thing what will happen, the blocks will get arranged in a particular format. Okay, so that is what your pen drive company is doing. Before selling you, it is arranging in a particular format, and mostly they will arrange it for Windows only. Okay, that's why when you purchase and attach it to Windows machine, immediately it will recognize, right? So now what I have to do for this drive which I have attached over here is, right now it is in unknown format. We have not formatted it. Okay, so I'll go back to my Windows machine and let me format this drive. So to format this drive, give a right click over here on the drive and tell your machine that this is a new volume, nothing but a new drive. Okay, I'll click on new volume over here, and all my formatting steps will come one after the other, guys. The best thing is all your formatting steps are one after the other only. Okay, so now first thing what I will do over here is I'll click on next. Okay, and what is my drive size? 5 GB, right? It is showing me the same thing. 5 GB is my drive size. Again I'll click on next. Okay, so out of 5 GB, how much I'm getting? 4.97. Okay, if you purchase your pen drive also, for 8 GB pen drive you'll get 7 point change. For 16 GB pen drive you'll get 15 point change. Okay, so something will be taken away, and this 8 MB, why it is taking away, if you want to know the actual technical reason, okay, it will hold the information of the blocks in which way they are arranged. That 8 MB or the small size which you cannot use it, right? That small size will hold the information of that pen drive. What is the size, how many blocks it has arranged. Okay, so that size is used for that purpose. Okay, actually it is not wasting that size, it is holding the information regarding that volume in that size. Okay, now going back, okay, so that 8 MB is holding my drive information, right? And remaining 4.7 GB I can use over here, right? Now I will click on next over here, and let me call this drive as F. Okay, I can call it as F, G, H, any name I can give. Okay, it's in my control. So I'll call this drive as F drive. Okay, and I'll click on next over here. Okay, and then this is one more important, guys. In which format I'm formatting this? NTFS format. Okay, I'm formatting this drive in NTFS format. As I told you, for Windows we'll have FAT32 or NTFS. Okay, FAT32 is an older version anyhow. For Windows 7, Okay, we used to use it Windows XP up to Windows 7. FAT32 was there. Now we are using NTFS mostly. Okay, so NTFS is the format in which I want to format the drive. Okay, then all the blocks will be arranged in NTFS type. Right, now let me click on next. Okay, it will give me a review over here that this is a one more disk which I'm attaching. Disk size is 5 GB. I'm getting 4.97 to use. Okay, I'm calling it as an F drive and I'm formatting this one in NTFS format. Okay, now I'll click on create and you will see the drive is getting created over here. Okay, and you people will observe this thing that formatting will complete within 1 minute only, guys, not even 60 seconds. It will be very fast because first of all this is a cloud machine. It will be very fast, and the drive which you have selected is an SSD drive. It will be fast only, right? So with these two things which will perform fast, it will be very fast in terms of formatting, right? So I have formatted it successfully. Now let me go back to my machine, and if you check, you have your F drive over here. Okay, I have my F drive over here, and in the whole process I did not restarted my machine. Okay, I did not stop my machine even for a second also. I've added one more storage to my machine and I did not restarted my machine. There was zero downtime which I have achieved, right? Now if you want, I can go back into this F drive. I can create my own folders, files. You can even copy the data from your laptop to this drive also. Copy paste will work. Okay, if you guys want to test, you can copy something from your laptop and you can paste it on your drives. Okay, so if I go back and let me create some folders, I'll call this folder as my folder 1. Okay, and let me create a one more folder. I'll call this as folder 2. Okay, I can create some files also over here. Okay, basically I can use the storage, okay, for storing my data. Any data which you want to store on this drive, we can store it now. It is available to use for us now, right? So this 5 GB is available for us to use, and we are able to see this F drive over here, guys. Okay, so again, if you want to hide your F drive, simply go to this 5 GB volume under your server manager, give a right click over here. Okay, so let me give a right click over here. Okay, and if I click on take it offline, and if I click on yes, the drive has changed to offline mode, right? If the drive has changed to offline mode, if you go back and check, the drive will not be there. Not be there in the sense it is in hidden mode. Actually, it is attached to this machine only, but it is in hidden mode so that no one can see the details or see the extra drives. It will not be visible. Okay, but it is attached to this machine only. Again, if you want to view that particular drive, again give a right click over here. Okay, in the same way, and then again bring it to online mode. Okay, so I'll be giving a right click over here and I'll be bringing this to online mode. So right click is working slow. Okay, I'll click on bring it to online and I will bring back it to online mode. Okay, and if you again go and check, drive will be there available, and whatever folders files which you have saved in this drive, it will still be there in your drive only. Okay, so the folders and files, nothing will be happening to that folders and files. Okay, and whatever data will be there in your drives, it will be available in your drive only, like that. Okay, so we have attached a drive successfully onto this machine, guys. Okay, now we know the reason of formatting also. Okay, that why we actually go for formatting and why it is needed, because machine will not recognize your storages. Okay, so this is what you people have to do, guys. Create your Windows machines, attach one more extra drives. In a week you will do this operation at least 3 or 4 times. Okay, when you are working for any real-time project, this is one of the regular operation which you would do as a cloud engineer or as a DevOps engineer. Okay, one of the regular operations. Multiple times you have to attach drives, you have to create drives, and you have to attach it. Okay, it's a easier process only, right? It's not complex at all. Actually, it's very easy to attach additional drives on cloud. Okay, so you people just perform it. Now next session I'll show you guys how to do the same thing for Linux. Okay, so Linux, whatever I performed on Windows machine over here, I just clicked on next, formatting. Okay, has done successfully. We're just clicking on next, next, next. In Linux machine, we have to perform commands. So with commands, you have to format. With commands, you have to create a drive. Okay. With commands, you have to do all those things. So that is the reason. First, I did it on Windows machine. Same operation, I'll perform it on Linux. Whatever I did it on Windows, same thing I'll perform in Linux also. Over here, I clicked on next. Over here, we have command for the same thing to do. Okay, but I'll do the same thing over there also. I'll format and then I'll proceed with the things in the same way. Okay, so now please, okay, so try to achieve it on your Windows machines. If you are achieving this on Windows machines, it will be easier for you to do the same thing on Linux also. Okay, so over there we'll be having the commands. Over here we are doing it in a much easier way actually. Okay, so try to complete this task. Okay, it's very important and interesting as well. Fine. Okay, so I'll be saving the share for our. Okay, so from our yesterday's class we have seen how to manage the storage management on our Windows machine, right? Today I'll be showing you guys how to manage our storage and how to add more disk onto our Linux machines. Okay, we'll be seeing regarding our Linux machines. So if I go to my pane diagram, let me open a pane diagram over here. So today we'll be learning about storage management on Linux machines. Okay. Right. Now, okay, so as we did yesterday, we will be going with the same thing only, guys. First of all, I'll be creating one Linux machine. Okay, so this will be my Linux machine over here. Okay, and to this Linux machine, I'll be having a default drive. Okay, I'll call this as my default drive over here. This will be my default drive. Okay, which will be attached to my Linux machine. Okay, right, very good. Then after that, what I will do is I'll create one extra drive. Okay, so then this extra drive, I want to attach it to my Linux machine. Okay, so this will be my extra drive. Okay, which I will be attaching to my Linux machine. Okay, and I will be taking some storage space for this. Right, so this will be our today's task which we have to do. Okay, and to complete this task from the Linux side, okay, we have to perform some commands, guys, actually. Okay, so these commands will be very, very important for us, okay, for completing this task for our today's session. Okay, from the Azure side, it would be same that how we have added our disk yesterday. In the same way, we have to add the disk for Linux machine only. From Azure side, steps are standard. Steps will not change from the Azure side. Okay, but from the Linux machine side, instead of going for server manager, we will be running our formatting steps and mounting steps over here in Linux. Okay. Now, so going back to my Azure dashboard, right? First of all, let me create one Linux machine. Okay, so I'll click on create virtual machine. Okay, and under my resource, I'll be picking my resource. Okay, and let me give a name to my machine as Mohan machine, and I'll be creating this. Okay, under my Asia is South, and let me select my Linux machine. Red Hat is my Linux machine. Okay, Red Hat Linux. Okay, I've selected Red Hat Linux, and let me select the available machine over here. Okay, so whichever region is available for you guys, select that particular region. Okay, and in that particular region, whichever machine is available for you, you take that, because ours is a free tier account, and in free tier account, whichever region is available for us, you select that particular region. Okay, so let it be in any region. Most important thing for us is how we are performing the task is most important. Okay, even that 8 GB RAM or 4 GB RAM, it doesn't make a huge difference for us. Important thing for us is how we are completing our task. That steps are important for us, because if you can do it on 8 GB machine, you can do it on 16 GB machine also. Okay, configuration is not a matter over here. Okay, how we are doing the things, what is the procedure for doing the things, that procedure is important for us. Okay, right, now I will be selecting my key, which I already have. Okay, so once you are creating your key, guys, you can use your key which is available in your, okay, machines over here. So this is my key which I'll be using for login, guys. Okay. Now, so when you are creating a Linux machine, especially for previous tasks, you have to enable HTTP also here, guys. HTTP and SSH both you have to enable. Okay. So before creating machine only you enable this. For this task, I don't need HTTP. Just for showing you guys, I'm enabling HTTP also. Okay. Right. So I've selected my key. I've given the name. Okay. And I'm creating this machine in Asia Pacific, and this is my Linux machine now. Okay, so for creating this machine, I'll click on review and create. It will run the validation, and once the validation has been passed, we can create our machines. Okay, validation has been passed. Now let me create my machine. I will click on create, and I will start creating my Linux machine. So you can see that deployment has initiated. Okay, so let us wait for more couple of minutes. Machine will be ready now. Okay, deployment is going on. Okay, and resource got created successfully, guys. Okay, so let me go to my Linux machine. If I go to my resource, okay, my agent is about to start. Okay, so let us wait for 1-2 minutes more. My agent will be ready. ఓకే అంటే ఏజెంట్ ఏమవుతుందంటే ఏజెంట్ రన్ అయి 1-2 మినిట్స్ లో రెడీ అయిపోతుంది. ఆ మెసేజ్ బ్యాక్ మనకు ఇవ్వడానికి అది ఇంకా 1-2 మినిట్స్ తీసుకుంటుంది. అంతే, మీరు ఒక 4-5 మినిట్స్ తర్వాత చూడండి, ఈ మెసేజ్ ఉండదు, ఇక్కడ ప్లేన్ అయిపోతుంది. ఓకే, అది మషిన్ ఏజెంట్ అనేది ఏంటంటే మషిన్ స్టేటస్ చూపిస్తుంది మనకు, మషిన్ యాక్టివ్ గా ఉందా లేదా, కరెక్ట్ గా స్టార్ట్ అయిందా లేదా, ఇక్కడ రన్నింగ్ అని చూపిస్తుంది చూడండి. ఓకే, ఇట్ విల్ షో దిస్ రన్నింగ్ బికాస్ ఆఫ్ దిస్ ఏజెంట్ ఓన్లీ. సో ఎంటైర్ మషిన్ స్టేటస్ విల్ బి గివెన్ బై ఏజెంట్ ఓన్లీ. ఓకే, ఆ ఏజెంట్ అనేది అజూర్ ప్లస్ ఆ మషిన్ మధ్యలో ఉన్న మనకు మీడియేటర్. Okay, okay, now let me log into this machine, guys. I have the IP address over here. Okay, so I'll copy the public IP address of this Linux machine, open my terminal. Okay, in your machines you will be opening your cmd command prompt. Okay, over here I will be opening my terminal. Okay, and what is the command to log in, guys? ssh space -i. Okay, and when you people are entering that downloads over here, right, in your machine downloads might be starting from c hash user hash. Okay, and if your download is having with the name as mohan/downloads, your laptop name maybe. Okay, so your downloads you should give the complete path. Okay, that's why I'm telling you guys to send the screenshot of your downloads folder. In your downloads folder above you will have the path. Copy that path and give over here. You have to give the entire path. Okay, so in my machine I have it in my downloads, because in my machine before downloads it's a direct download path. Okay, in your windows machines it might be having under c/user/your laptop username, and then downloads might be there. Okay, sometimes it might be direct, sometimes it might be like this. Okay, now I will give my key name. So give your key name only. Okay, exact key name you have to give. Okay, in my machine I have saved it, okay, like this over here. Okay, so you people no need to give one. My key is saved as Linux key 1. Your key might be saved as only as a Linux key. Okay, so whatever is the name of your key, give that exact key name. Okay, my exact key name is with Linux 1, that's why I'm giving 1. You people no need to give 1 actually. If you have stored your key name as Rajesh, it will be rajesh.peb. Okay, or it will be mohan.peb. Okay, because we will not be giving 1, right? Mostly my key I have given 1 name. Okay, it's not at all needed actually. Why 1 also came over here is because already I have one Linux key 0221, so that's why I gave a different number. Okay, 2 keys with same name you can also not store. Rajesh, 2 keys with same name you people can also not store. One should be Rajesh, other should be Rajesh 1, Rajesh 2, something unique should be there. Okay, so my key name is Linux 1, right? And now I will add the username over here, which is Azure user @ IP address of my machine. This is the command to log in, guys. Okay, so mostly there might be a spaces issue. Again, I'm telling, give your download path correctly and then give your key name, then give space Azure user, then after Azure user there is no space @IP address. Okay, so now if I give enter over here, it will ask me that are you sure you want to connect? I will say yes, I want to connect, and I will connect to my Linux machine. You see right now I've connected to my Azure Linux machine. Okay, and my machine name is Mohan, that's why it is showing Azure user @Mohan. This is my Linux machine. Okay, so it's very simple to connect to Linux machine, guys. Only one line command, and we can connect to our Linux machines. Okay, fine. Now once you have connected to your Linux machine, okay, let me go back and let me start giving you the commands from over here, guys. Okay, so the first command, as I told you earlier also, whenever I connect to my Linux machine, okay, okay, yes, guys. So whenever I connect to Linux machine, guys, this first command you have to enter. Okay, anyway, this will be our first command. Whenever you create Linux machine, whatever task we are doing, you have to give this first command. Okay, earlier also we have said this one. So the command number one for us is sudo command, guys. Okay, so it is sudo space su space hyphen, and su stands for switch user. Okay, we have to switch our user from Azure user to root user. Okay, because root user is like an administrator for us. Okay, he will have all the privileges on our Linux machine, right? So going back to my Linux machine, let me give my sudo command. So I'll give sudo space su space hyphen, and I will switch to root user over here, guys, using my sudo command. Okay, so this is our sudo command, and I'll give enter over here, and you will see that I have switched to root user. Okay, so root user is like an administrator for us. He has entire privileges, entire permissions on my Linux machine. Okay, right, very good. Now the next thing is, okay, how to check the storage of my Linux machine. Okay, earlier also we have said, yes, exactly right. If I give df space hyphen h, I will get the storage of my Linux machine. Okay, it will show me that how much storage is there. Okay, it is 74 GB, out of which 70 GB is available with me. Okay, 70 GB is available with me altogether. So this is the storage point. And how to check the RAM of your Linux machine? Free space hyphen m. Okay, so with this command I will check the RAM of my Linux machine, and it is around to nearly to 8000, right? So 8000 MB is nearly to 8 GB for us, right? MBs to GBs, that's it, right? So now, okay, I've checked my storage and RAM over here. So basically what I want to do over here is I want to attach this extra drive, right? I want to attach this extra drive to my machine. Now, if you want to attach that extra drive to your machine, first of all, let me check how many drives are there in your Linux machine. Okay, so let me go with my second command over here. Okay, and my command number 2 will be to check how many drives are there on your Linux machine. Okay, so to check the drives, you have to give the command as lsblk. So lsblk stands for list block. Okay, you have to list the blocks over here, right? So that you will come to know that how many blocks are there over here. Okay, fine. So I'll go back to my Linux machine, and let me give this command over here on my Linux machine. I'll give lsblk, and I will list the blocks which are attached to my Linux machine. Okay, if you give enter over here, right? So SDA, okay, SDA SDA is there. What is the size? 64 GB. And there is a one more drive which is SDB. And what is the size? 75 GB. So one is 75 GB and the other is 64 GB, almost there. Okay. So this SDA, it is again divided into SDA1 and SDA2, and 500 MB is for SDA1, and that 63 GB is for SDA2. These are default drives. Okay, Linux machine will consume these default drives. These are default drives. It has given SDB1 for us to use and 75 GB is there for this. Okay, let it be there. No problem. I don't want to disturb my default drives. That's why I told you in the diagram also, you will have a default drives. Default drives will be there. Okay, and majorly we will not be disturbing any default drives of any operating system. Okay, let it be Windows or let it be Linux also. Right. So what I want over here is I want to create an extra drive. Okay, I want to create an extra drive, and after creating that extra drive, what I want to do is I want to attach this extra drive to my Linux machine. This is what I want to do. Okay, so creation and attaching is both happen simultaneously over here in your Azure account. So I'll be creating and I'll be attaching this drive to my Linux machine. Okay, so in the same way how I did for Windows, I will go to my Azure account. Okay, and on my Azure account you will find disk over here. Okay, so I will click on disk. Okay, so this step is same for both the operating systems. Okay, this step, Azure steps are standard. That is the reason our Azure steps are always standard. Okay, so from disk step I will go and I will add an extra volume. Okay, so now I will click on create a new disk, and let me give a name to this disk as, okay, Rajesh, and let me give the size of about 5 GB. Okay, so 5 GB is my disk size, guys. I'm adding 5 GB. Okay, now what I have to do over here is I have to click on save. So this is the same step which I performed yesterday. Drive will get created, 5 GB drive, and it will get attached also. Okay, both the things happen simultaneously. So I will click on save over here. Yes, yes. Hmm. Yeah, let it be read only also. Okay. Okay, we can go for read and write also. Okay, read only means you can save anything onto the drive. Okay, write means you would be taking that file and you will be writing. Why I was going for read only, because in real time what will happen, whatever drives I'm taking, someone should not go onto the drive and they should not change the file content. They can read the file content, but they should not change the file content. That's why read is always given first. Okay, and if you don't even give read also, none means file will be there, no one can read. Okay, read means they can only read the file, they cannot edit the file. But read and write, they can edit the file. Problem with read and write is they can edit the file also. So editing the file, mostly we will do it in some other drive. So you will edit over there and you will push it over here. Okay, so normally when you are creating this machine, okay, who will use this machine? Users. Who are the users? Developers only. We create our machines and we give it to whom? We give it to developers, we give it to testers, we give it to QA team. Okay, so they are external users, they are not internal users. Like, we are the administrators for Azure. Actually, they don't know how to create machine on Azure. Your developer doesn't know how to create machine on Azure. Okay, they only know to code and they will be pushing the code, right? And when they push the code, it should be in a read only mode over here. Okay, read write also you can take. Okay, no worries in that. Okay, one of the important things over here is drive types, guys. Okay, anyhow, that will be giving you the picture. Okay, so that is the major difference, right? So now I'll click on save and you will see the drive will get created and drive will get attached also. Okay, you can see that disk is getting created and disk is getting attached. Now see, updating virtual machine means disk is getting attached. Okay, so once the disk is attached, we will see the difference over there. Okay, so now we can see that it got updated, disk got attached to our virtual machine, right? So now let me go back to my Linux machine. Okay, do you see any 5 GB drives over here? No, right? Because previously we did not attach. Now what I will do is, okay, now if I check lsblk, Okay, so now if I check LSBLK, okay, if you give enter, you will see one new drive. What is the size, guys? 5 GB, it got added. So in Windows machine, where you will check in server manager. In Linux, how I will check? With lsblk command. You will check the same thing in Windows using server manager. I'm checking the same thing in Linux using lsblk. So lsblk will give you the list blocks. Okay. Now 5 GB you have successfully added to your Linux machine, right? But let me tell you one more thing. No doubt you have added this 5 GB to your Linux machine. Okay, it is clearly showing you over here, but you cannot use this drive, guys. You cannot use this storage. Okay, you have attached it successfully, but we cannot use this storage. You know why? Because you see the mount point over here, mount point. Okay, this mount point is empty. The mount point is blank for this 5 GB drive. That 5 GB drive you have attached to your machine, but we cannot use it because mount point is blank over there. There is no mount point actually. Okay, so if you want to use any storage, if you want to use any drive, there should be a mount point. Okay, what is a mount point? I'll tell you now. Okay, that what happens in Linux machine is, guys, directly you cannot use the drives. Whatever drive you attach, directly you cannot use it. It's not like Windows operating system where you can use your drives directly, like C drive or D drive or E drive. Okay, in Linux, what happens whenever you attach an extra drive, your Linux tells you to create one folder over here, guys. Okay, we have to create one folder, we have to create one directory. Directory is nothing but folder only, right? So there is no difference between folder and a directory. So what it tells us over here is we have to create one folder over here. Okay, folder or directory, both are same. Okay, now this folder is your mounting point, guys. That folder is your mounting point. Mounting point is nothing but connecting point. So that is the connecting point between your extra drive and your Linux machine. That is the connecting point. Okay, so we have to create this folder and you have to connect this drive to this folder, guys. And then whatever files you store on this folder, it will go and inside the drive only. Okay, so whatever files you store from there onwards, okay, you will be storing these files in this folder only, and those files will go and it will save inside that folder only, guys. So that folder, the directory is very important for us. That is our mounting point, which is nothing but connecting point. Okay, if you don't give any connecting point, you cannot use it. It is attached, but you cannot use it. So Linux needs that mount point. That's why mount point is written over there. Okay, so let us create our mount points. And before creating our mount points, okay, the one more important thing which we have to do over here is, okay, what is that, guys? Okay, for Windows also we have did this thing. Once I attached my drive to Windows, what I did, the first thing what I did, formatting, right? So I have to format over here also. Okay, I have to format my drive and then I have to connect it. Then I have to mount it. Okay, so after format, we have to go for a mounting point. Okay, so only majorly two steps are there: formatting and then mounting. Formatting and then mounting. Okay, so let me go back to my Linux machine. Okay, on my Linux machine, let me first format the drive. Okay, and to format the drive, command is mkfs. Mkfs stands for make file system, guys. Okay, mkfs -t. I will format this in ext4 format. In Windows, which format I'm formatting? NTFS. In Linux, we are formatting it in ext4. Okay, and where is your drive? Your drive is in /dev/sdc. From where did I got this name? From over here. It will show you over here. /dev means your devices. Okay, /dev/sdc. This is your drive. This is your disk. Okay, so I'm formatting this disk over here. Okay, for me it has given SDC, guys. For you it might give HDC, FDC or XDC. For me it is given SDC. So take this name over here. /dev will be common for all. Okay, /dev will be common for all, but remaining SDC which is there, it might change in your case. Okay, so now I will give enter over here and formatting will start, and within a second, if you guys observe that within a second it has completed the formatting. See, okay, within a second it has completed the formatting, guys. Okay, why? Because first of all it is a cloud machine, okay, and you have taken a SSD drive, more fast, and this is a Linux machine, even more fast. Okay, Windows might take 30 to 40 seconds. This will be taking place within 1 or 2 seconds only. It will be very, very fast. That is the reason why we prefer Linux. Okay, so formatting is completed over here, right? So let me give the same command over here as well. Okay, I'll give my third command over here, which is for formatting. Okay, and command number 3 for us is mkfs, okay, space -t, ext4 is my file format, and /dev/sdc was my drive name. This is my drive name, right? Very good. Now going to the next command. Okay, so the next command, as I told you guys, I have to first create a folder over here, right? Then I will connect that folder to my drive. Okay, so keep it very simple. Mounting is nothing but connecting. Okay, I will create one folder and I will connect that folder to my drive over here. That's it. Then I can use this drive. Okay, it's simple. Now command number 4, what I'll do over here is, with my command number 4, I will create that folder. I will create that directory. Okay, what is the command to create the directory? mkdir. Okay, and let me give my folder name as Rajesh. You can give any name to your directory. Okay, so I'll give my directory name as Rajesh over here. Rajesh is my directory name. So Rajesh will be our directory name. Okay, so once I give my directory name, let me go back to my Linux machine and let me give a command to create a directory. Okay, and the command is mkdir, and my directory name, folder name is Rajesh. I'll give enter, and Rajesh directory got created over here. Okay, how to check this? If you give ll command and if you give enter, it will show you the directory. Okay, this is the folder which we have created, right? Very good. So after creating the folder, the next thing what we have to do, I have to connect that folder to my drive. I have to connect that folder to my drive. That is very important for me, right? If I don't connect my folder to my drive, okay, it is not going to connect to my drive over there. So that is very important for me. Okay, so how to connect? What is a connecting command? Okay, so let me give you the connecting command over here, guys. Okay, so the next command we will run over here, which is command number 5. And if you want to connect your folder to your directory, the command is mount command, guys. Mount command. Okay, so using mount command, I will connect this. So mount space, what I'm connecting my drive, right? So first give your drive path, which is /dev/sdc. This is my drive path. Okay, and then to which folder I want to connect? To my Rajesh folder, right? It is in /root/Rajesh. So I'm connecting my SDC drive to which folder, which directory? I'm connecting my SDC folder directly to Rajesh folder. Okay, so that is very important over here, guys. That is important. Okay, it's a very, very important command, because without this will not be connecting. We cannot be using our drive section. So that is very, very important for us. Okay, so mount command, guys. Right, so let me go back to my Linux machine. Okay, again before mounting, I'm showing you lsblk, and if you check the 5 GB drive, is it mounted to any point? No, right? No mounting point. So now what I will do is mount space /dev/sdc, which is my drive path, and /root/Rajesh, which is my folder path, which is my directory path. Okay, so give your drive path and then give your folder path. So don't give folder path first, it will not take. Okay, give direct, okay, drive path, then your folder path. Okay, so now if I give enter, mounting will get completed. Mounting got completed. Okay, now if you check lsblk, now if I give enter over here, you see that SDC drive size is 5 GB. It is mounted to which folder? Rajesh folder. Now you can use this drive. Okay, now you can start using this drive. Now we can use this storage. Okay, so you have to create the drive, attach the drive. Okay, one extra step from Windows to this one is you have to mount it over here. In Windows, no need to mount. After formatting, you can use it directly. After formatting, we have to do mounting also over here in Linux. Okay, so mounting is important over here. Right now, I can use this drive. Okay, so from our df space -h also you can check. Okay, that /sdc size was 5 GB, right? How much I got? 4.9 GB, and it is mounted where? To Rajesh directory. Okay, so if you want now, you can go inside Rajesh folder, Rajesh directory. Okay, and whatever files you create over here using touch command, I'll give file 1, file 2, file 3, file 4. So whatever files you are creating inside Rajesh, where it will store? It will store on that drive only. Exactly. Okay, it will store on that drive only. See, I have created 4 files, and these 4 files it will create on that drive which we have created. Okay, see again, see the diagram. Whatever files which I will store on that directory, it will go to this extra drive only. Okay, right. Okay, so you will see this practically. I will go back. So whatever files which I have stored, guys, you can see right now I'm inside Rajesh folder only, right? But it will go and it will store inside your drive. Okay, so now what I will do is I will come out of my Rajesh folder. Okay, in Windows you'll click on back button, right? Over here we have to type cd space ... You will come out of your Rajesh folder. Okay, we will come out of our Rajesh folder, and once you come out of your Rajesh folder, okay, if you give lsblk, right now it is attached to Rajesh folder, right? Okay, now I will create one more folder, guys, mkdir, and I will give a name to this folder as Mohan. Okay, I'm creating one more folder over here, and folder name is Mohan. Now what I want over here is I have attached this to Rajesh folder, right? Okay, now I am creating a one more folder. Okay, I'm creating one more folder over here. Okay, now I will attach my drive to this folder. Whichever folder you want, you can attach this, guys, your choice. Whichever folder you want, you can attach it over here, your choice. Linux gives you this option. Okay, so for if you want to attach to this new folder, remove the connection from this and attach it to this. Okay, we have to close the connection from Rajesh folder and we have to give the connection to our Mohan folder. So you have mounted to Rajesh folder, right? Now how to unmount? Okay, so if you want to unmount your drive, if you want to remove the connection, okay, for removing the connection, the command is, okay, my sixth command, which is for umount. Umount is the command, guys. In the same command, just add u in front of your mount command. Okay, just add u in front of mount command. Okay, don't add un. It's not unmount, it is umount. Okay, so umount space /dev/sdc, and I will unmount it from my Rajesh folder. I will remove the connection, I will remove the mount point. Okay, so I'll go back to my Linux machine and I will remove the mount point. I'll give umount space /dev/sdc, okay, and /root Rajesh. I will remove the connection from Rajesh. Okay, I will remove the connection from Rajesh. Now if you give enter, okay, not mounted over here means it got removed. Okay, over here it is giving you not mounted means it got removed. Okay, from LSBLK also you can check, right? Now if I give LSBLK, see 5 GB drive, is it mounted to Rajesh? No, right? Again we got removed the connection now. Now I will attach it to Mohan folder. Previously it was on to Rajesh folder. Now I will attach it to Mohan folder. Okay. So what is the connecting command? Mount space /dev /sdc and /root /Mohan. I will this time I will attach it to Mohan folder and give enter over here. Okay, it got connected, mounting point established, right? So now I will check lsblk, and if you give enter, now see that 5 GB drive, it is attached to which folder? Mohan folder. Previously it was to Rajesh folder. Now we have attached it to Mohan folder. After attaching it to Mohan folder, okay, let me go inside Mohan folder, okay, and if you check files are there or not, okay, if I give ll over here and if you see all the files are there, all the 4 files are there. That's what I said you, when you are creating the files in Rajesh folder, you are not creating it on Rajesh folder, where you are creating actually on that extra drive. Okay, so on that extra drive we are creating these files, not on Rajesh folder. Rajesh folder is just a connecting point, that's it, mount point only. Okay, it is just our connecting point only. See, every file will store inside this extra drive only. So this extra drive is where we are saving our files, not on that folders. Folder is just a connecting point for the channel, which is like a door for us. All the files we are storing it on drive only. Okay, we are connecting to that folder, we are using this drive. Whatever files you are saving, it is going inside this drive. Okay, and then I have removed the connection, I have attached it to one more folder. Whichever folder you want, you can attach. Files will be there on your drives only. No problem with that files. Okay, so whatever commands which we have performed, guys, okay, so these are the 6 major commands that which we have performed, and using these commands only, you will be adding more drives, more storage to your Linux machine. Same commands you have to implement in your project, guys. Okay, no change. Whatever steps we have followed in Windows yesterday, we are doing the same thing over here also, but we are using commands, that's it. Okay, so using our commands, we are creating the drives, we are attaching it to our folders, okay, and we are using these additional drives, extra drives. Okay, only one extra step. After formatting, you have to mount it, guys, that's it. In Windows, mounting concept is not there. In Linux, we will have mounting over here. So mounting is important on Linux. Okay, so only 6 commands, guys, only 6 commands you will perform, and you will know how to increase the storage, that's it. It's very easy again. Okay, go back. First of all, you have to unmount the drive. Okay, come out of this folder. Okay, unmount the drive. Okay, unmount is umount only. Umount /dev /sdc. Okay, and then /root /Mohan. I will remove it from Mohan. Now 5 GB is not mounted, right? Now go back to your Azure. Now you can delete it. Okay, now you can choose your drive. Okay, click on disk over here. Okay, choose your disk over here. Okay, and first of all, dissociate the disk and you can remove it from over here. Okay, so we have create snapshot option is also there. Okay, which we will see. So once your drive is unmounted from over here, you will see the delete option over here. Okay, so let us wait for a minute. Just now we have unmounted, right? So once you have unmounted, you have to select this drive. Okay, yes, okay, that is like a force delete we will be having. Yeah, into mark is there. Okay, it will be directly removed. Okay, but don't remove directly. That is not a safe procedure actually. Okay, you can remove directly, no doubt. Okay, but we have to follow some best practice procedures. And let me tell you one more thing. In real time, guys, whenever in over here you can delete, you can create anything. In real time, when you are deleting something, very careful. Be very careful, because you doesn't know in which drive what information is there, which drive is related to which project. Some important data might be there regarding that project. Okay, deletion, you have to always take approvals. You have to take approval from your team lead, you have to take approval from your manager. Creation is not a problem. If you are creating something, you might cost around 2000 5000 rupees billing will be there, no problem with that, they can manage, no issue. Okay, deletion is very big issue. Okay, be careful with deletion. Don't delete anything unless until you get a proper mail, proper ticket, okay, or a proper approval from your team lead or a manager. If they are just telling you to delete it verbally, don't delete it verbally, because I've seen it, okay, practically. That manager has told to delete it, he has deleted it. After 6 months, some project guy told that that disk was for some important information. Manager is telling that why did, when I told you to delete that, because there is no ticket, there is no email, and the guy is telling, sir, you told me, I've deleted it. So verbal conversation will not help us, especially with deletion. Be careful. For other activities, you perform verbally, no problem. Deletion, you should never perform verbally. You have to have approvals for that. Okay. So once you get approvals, then only delete some machine, or then only you remove some machine, guys. Okay. Or else it would be a very big issue. Okay. It will escalate to very high points. Okay. Be very careful with that. Yes. ఇక్కడ నేను ఇచ్చిన నేమ్ రాజేష్. ఇక్కడ ఇక్కడ అజూర్ కి లోపల ఉన్న మషిన్ కి చాలా డిఫరెన్స్ ఉంది కదా అక్కడ. ఇప్పుడు నేను విండోస్ లోపల, విండోస్ కి నేను రాజేష్ అని పేరు ఇచ్చి విండోస్ లోపల ఒక ఫోల్డర్ క్రియేట్ చేసుకుంటాను మోహన్ అని. నో ప్రాబ్లం. నో విచ్ చేంజ్ టు నేమ్. ఓకే, ఫోల్డర్ చేంజ్ చేస్తున్నావు. యా, ఫోల్డరే కదా అది. ఇక్కడ ఉన్నది ఫోల్డరే కదా. వాట్ ఈస్ దిస్ ఫోల్డర్ ఓన్లీనా? రాజేష్ అండ్ మోహన్ అనేది ఏంటి అది? ఫోల్డర్స్ ఓన్లీ. ఐ కెన్ క్రియేట్ ఎనీ ఫోల్డర్ ఇన్ విండోస్ ఆల్సో. నో, విండోస్ లో కూడా నేను ఏదైనా ఫోల్డర్ క్రియేట్ చేసుకో ఏ పేరుతో అయినా కదా. మై మషిన్ నేమ్ మిట్ బి రాజేష్, మై మషిన్ నేమ్ మైట్ బి మోహన్, బట్ ఇన్ విండోస్ ఐ కెన్ క్రియేట్ ఎనీ ఫోల్డర్. ఇక్కడ కూడా ఇవి ఫోల్డర్సే. యాక్చువల్ డ్రైవ్ పేరు ఏంటంటే, యాక్చువల్ డ్రైవ్ పేరు వచ్చేసి ఎస్డిసి. మషిన్ రికగ్నైజ్ చేస్తుందని ఎస్డిసి ద్వారా. యాక్చువల్లీ రాజేష్ మోహన్ తో రికగ్నైజ్ చేయదు. ఇట్ విల్ రికగ్నైజ్ త్రూ ఎస్డిసి ఓన్లీ, దట్ ఈస్ మషిన్ రికగ్నైజ్. ఈ రాజేష్ మోహన్ అనేది మన ఐడెంటిఫికేషన్ కోసం పెట్టుకుంటున్నాం. ఓకే, డిలీట్ అక్కడి నుంచే చేయాలి, ఇక్కడ ఇక్కడ ఉండదు. డిలీట్ అజూర్ పోర్ట్ నుంచి చేయాలి. ఓకే, సో అది ఇంపార్టెంట్. ఓకే, సో సేమ్ మనం విండోస్ లో ఎన్నైనా ఫోల్డర్స్ క్రియేట్ చేసుకోండి ఏ పేరుతో అయినా. ఇక్కడ కూడా అదే సేమ్ కాన్సెప్ట్, ఏ పేరుతో అయినా నేను ఫోల్డర్ క్రియేట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. ఓకే, so now, okay, so be careful, okay, with that deletion, and know the procedure, guys. Important, more important is in interview they will ask you that how did you attach the drive. Procedure is important. If you know the procedure, you can work. Okay, that is very simple. So know the procedure, how you are attaching. You have to create the machine, create the drive, attach the drive, do the folder creation, then formatting, and then mounting. Format, mount, format, mount, simple. Okay, so complete this task. Okay, and then we'll be going for our next task anyhow in the next session. Okay, so then I'll be saving the share. Okay, yes, hello, hi, good morning, guys. I hope you are able to hear and my screen is visible, right? Fine, guys. Okay, so today in our session we'll be discussing one of the very important Azure service. Okay, So let me give one example before that first. Okay, suppose you are using your machine, guys. Okay, you people are using your laptops, right? You are using your laptops, and let us assume that, okay, today's class I'll take with an example of Windows machine. Okay, so we are using Windows machines as our laptops. Okay, and this is your Windows machines, right? So on your Windows machines, when you are using your Windows machines, okay, you people might be, okay, storing your files. You might be having your folders, right? You might be having your softwares installed on this machine, right? You might be having your images, videos, your personal data, your official data, and all those things will be present in your laptop over here, right? So everything is going fine, your laptop is running perfectly okay, right? And one sudden day your laptop crashed. Okay, one fine day, what happened? Your laptop crashed. Okay, so if your laptop is crashed, whatever files, folders, data, and software which is there on your machine, on your laptop, okay, what you will do, you will try to retrieve the data, right? We will try to retrieve all the data because all those files, folders are important to us, right? And when you try to retrieve the data, if we use the best retention software also, you have a lot of retention software, data recovery softwares are there, right? And when you try to recover your data from your recovery softwares, okay, you will get max to max. If you use best recovery software, best recovery files also, you will get up to 70 to 80% of your data. 100% retention will not be given by any recovery software. Suppose your hard disk is crashed, okay, and when you want to retrieve the data back, 70 to 80% only they'll give. If I'm telling it's the best retention software, or else normally you'll get around 40 to 50% only. Let us assume that you got 70 to 80% back. What about the 20%? If the 20% was your very important files, if the 20% was your childhood images, you'll not get it back again, right? Because it's crashed. So there is a risk over here always involved. Whenever you use a machine, there is a risk involved over here, right? If something happens to your machine, this is what a major problem is. 100% retention is not available on physical machines if you use a physical laptops, right? Now let us take the same example in case of Azure machines. We are using Azure servers, right? We are having Azure virtual machines. We are using Azure Windows machines, Azure Linux machines, right? Now let me tell you one more benefit of Azure, that you are in your Azure machine also, you will save your files, you will save your folders, you will save your data, you will install your softwares. You will do normally how you use your laptop. We use our cloud machines in the same way, right? And suddenly if your cloud machine crash, first of all, it will not crash. 99.9% redundancy is there, it will not crash. Okay, it's like 0.1% chance. Let us assume that if your machine is crashed, okay, still then, okay, you will be getting your 100% data back, guys. 100% data you will get it back. 0% file loss, 0% data loss, and whatever software which you have installed on that machine, even that softwares also will be available. Okay, normally with retention, okay, you will get the softwares, but it will not be in installed state. But with this Azure virtual machines, if you are having any softwares, those softwares also will be available in the same state. If they are installed, it will be available in installed state only for you. All the files, folders, everything you will get back with 100% retention. You will not even lose a single file. No point of losing a single file also over here. That is one of the major reasons why industries uses cloud. So physical machines, you always have that risk. Okay, but on cloud machines and cloud servers, 0% risk over here. Zero. Right? Now let us see how Azure actually manages your 100% retention. Okay, so what is happening over here in Azure? that it is giving you back 100% retention over here, right? So two concepts are there over here. One is it is saving you when your machine is getting crashed, okay? And the other thing which involves over here is, suppose you are having 100 files in this machine, guys, okay? Let us assume you are having 1000 files, okay, and you are having 100 folders, okay, and you have installed some 50 softwares on this machine, okay. Now your manager is telling you, okay, so for these two things, this is the same solution for those, okay. So the second thing is you are having 1000 files, 100 folders, and 50 softwares in your machine, okay. All are running, everything is installed, everything is running fine, and your manager tells you to create exact same machine for you, okay. When everything is running fine, your manager is telling you to create a one more machine, and that should be exactly same like this machine. That machine also should have 1000 files, 100 folders, and 50 softwares, okay. That is the requirement, right? Now, so in this requirement, you can do in two ways. You can create a new machine and you can copy those 1000 files, or you can create 1000 files. You can have 100 folders and you can install 50 softwares. It will take you whole day for doing that thing. If there are 10,000 files, then again it will take more amount of time for you, right? So instead of creating a new machine and everything doing again from step one, and again doing everything from the scratch, okay, so what Azure has given us over here is you can capture your machine entirely over here in a form of image, guys, in the form of image, okay. So this is where we'll be creating our own images over here. We also call it as custom images. Custom images is where you'll be creating your own images, okay. Custom images over here means you'll be creating your own images, okay. So what I'll be doing over here is whatever files, folders, data, softwares which are there on my machine, I'll capture them entirely on an image over here. So this image will be my own image, okay. This is not a fresh image, right? I am capturing that machine image and I'm creating my own image over here, okay. And with this image which I'm getting over here, with this image, if I create a one more machine, okay, so with this image, if I create a one more machine, this machine will have all the data, files, softwares which were available on my machine one, okay. So you can call this as your parent machine, and I have my child machine over here, okay. So this will be my parent machine, okay, where you are having all your data, softwares, files, and I'll be capturing those entire things in an image, and I will be creating a child machine, right? Then whichever way your parent machine is acting over here, in the same way your child machine will be acting over here, okay. So in a simple way, what you are doing over here, you are cloning your servers. We are cloning our servers, okay. In a more simple way, if I want to tell what we are doing over here, I'm taking the Xerox copy of my servers over here. I'm simply taking a Xerox copy of my servers. So one server is there, I'm taking a Xerox copy of that. And you people know that from one original, you can take 50 Xerox copies also. So from that parent machine, I can create 50 child machines also if I need. So it's simply taking a Xerox copy of your servers. Right? Fine. Now what I'll do is, first I'll go to my Azure dashboard, okay, and I'll create a Windows machine, and on this Windows machine I will create some files, folders, and I will install some softwares on that Windows machine, okay. So that will be my parent machine, and that from parent machine I will create an image. From that parent machine I will create one image, and from that image I will create my child machine, okay. And when I create my child machine, I will test it over here that whatever file folders were there on my parent machine, that should be available over here. So that is my testing area. Depending upon that, I will test that everything was captured up. Right? Now going back to my Azure board, so I'll create a virtual machine. Okay, and let me select my resource group. I'll give a name to this machine as my parent machine. You can give any name. Okay, and I'll be creating this machine in my Shia South, and this time I'm creating a Windows machine, and let me select the available size, and let me give the username over here. Username, let me give it as Krishna, and let me assign a password. Okay, so I'm setting the password over here now. Given RDP is allowed. So let me click on review and create, and I'll create this machine quickly over here. Now it is running the validation, and once the validation is passed, okay, we will create our machines. Right? I'll click on create, and I'll create my Windows machine. Okay, now while deployment is under progress, which means parent machine is getting created over here. Okay, so it will take 2 or 3 minutes for deployment to complete. Okay, now my machine got created over here successfully. I'll go to my resource. Okay, so let us wait for just 1 or 2 minutes. Once my agent is ready, I will log into this machine over here. Right? Okay, yes, guys, it is ready now. Okay, so now let us log into this machine. I'll click on RDP and I will download my RDP file. Okay, I'll click on my parent RDP file, and username over here is Krishna, and I will log in with my username over here, and I'll click on continue to connect, and we will connect to our Windows machine. Okay, now we are logging to our Windows machine. Okay, now my Windows machine is ready, guys. Okay, so what I'll do over here is on the desktop itself, let me create some folders and files. Okay, I can create it anywhere, so it will be easier for me to create the folders and files over here, right? So let me just create it. Okay, so let me create a few folders over here on the desktop. Okay, I'll go to new. I'll create my first folder with the name Flipkart. And let me create a one more folder over here. Okay, with the name Snapdeal. Okay, let me create a one more folder over here. Okay, with the name SDLC, right? So all these three folders are created by me. I've created these folders, right? And similarly, let me create some files also over here, and I'll go to new and let me create a file. I'll call this file as file1, and let me create a one more file. Okay, and I will create a one more file with the name file2. Okay, so like this we can create hundreds of folders and thousands of files. You can create as many you want. Okay, your choice, no limited quantity over here, right? Now once you have created your folders and files, let me go ahead and let me install some software packages on this machine, guys. Okay, as internet is integrated with this machine, right? I'll go to Google and I'll download some of the packages over here. Okay, so let me go to Google. Okay, and firstly I'll say let me download Mozilla. I'll say download Mozilla Firefox. Okay, and let me download and install Mozilla. Okay, because Mozilla is not available on this machine, right? You can see it got downloaded, and let me install Mozilla now. Okay, so it will be quite quick, guys, over here, because it will have a very fast connectivity, and you can see Firefox installation has started. Okay, so Firefox is getting installed. You can install whichever software you want. Okay, you can download it from Google and you can install the package. Okay, so Mozilla got installed over here, guys. Right now, let me go to Google. Okay, if you want to install one more package, okay, so let us go and let us download. Okay, Adobe PDF Reader. Okay, one more important thing. Now I'll go back to Adobe. Okay, and let me download it and let me install it. Okay, so we can see that it's quite fast in terms of installation. Okay, now I'll click on finish and we can see, okay, that Mozilla got installed over here. Okay, and Adobe PDF Reader is also got installed over here, right? So we can go to our, okay, control panel, also we can check. Okay, you can see McAfee security. Okay, these packages have been installed over here nowadays. Okay, right, fine, very good. So now you have created some files, folders, we have installed some packages on this machine, we have installed some softwares, right? Very good. So now what I'll do is I will go back. Okay, as I've told you in the diagram that I'll be capturing this entire machine in an image over here. Okay, so this image will have the entire data, entire files, entire software which I have installed on my parent machine. Okay, so if I go back to my Azure dashboard, okay, and if I go to my parent machine, okay, so if I go to my parent machine from over here, and if I click on my parent machine, right, you see on top of your screen you have an option over here called as capture. So this capture will create an image of this machine. With that capture you will be creating an image of this machine over here. Okay, so capture is one of the regular operations which you will do as your DevOps engineer. That is the reason it has given on the top of your options only, that once I click on capture, you see now I've clicked on capture. Okay, it is giving me all these details. Okay, so I'm sharing it to my compute gallery so that using this image I can create few more machines. Okay, now let me go on to give a name to this gallery. I'll call this as my gallery. Okay, so that it will save the images in my gallery over here. You can give any name to that gallery. So all those images which you are creating, all those images will be saved in this gallery actually. Okay, so generalized VMs are fine with me. Okay, now, so target VM definition over here is for the next VM when you are creating over here, for that next VM, okay, you just provide a name over here, that my VM, and whatever the image which you have captured over here, that image details are over here, that it's a Windows machine, it's a Windows Server 22. Okay, Windows Server 22 is the one which we have captured, right? I'll say okay, yes, that is my machine. Okay, and this will be my version 1.0. Okay, so this will be my version 1 over here, right? So let me give it in 0.1 format. Okay, in this way. Okay, two dots came over here like this. Okay, so if you are creating a one more image of this machine, you will be giving it as 0.02, or you can give 0.1.0 also. Okay, incremental order, right? Now, so everything is looking fine, and you know what is the end of life date over here? Okay, I'll explain you it a bit later. Okay, right now I don't want to confuse. Okay, so I'll click on review and create, and I'm creating an image first over here, guys. So I've given the name to my image. Okay, and it will be stored in my gallery over here, right? Now I will click on create. Okay, now image is getting created. So the entire machine will be captured in this image, guys. Okay, entire machine will be captured on this image now. Okay, so let it get created over here. Okay, so it will take a couple of minutes for us to get created. Meantime, let me explain you that what is that end date of life over here. Okay, see guys, what happens is when you are creating the images, Okay, for example, on Monday you have created one image. We are calling it as version 1. Okay, on Tuesday you are creating one more image. We are calling it as version 2. On Wednesday, okay, Wednesday you are creating one more image. We are calling it as version 3. Okay, now tell me one thing over here. Monday you have created something. Okay, again Tuesday also you are creating something. So Tuesday's image will have Monday's data or not? It will have, right? So again Wednesday's image will have Tuesdays and Mondays also, right? Thursdays will have Wednesdays, Tuesdays and Mondays also, right? So in this case, what is the latest image over here? Wednesday's image is the latest image. So do I need to store my Monday's image? Will it give me more benefit if I store Monday's image? No, right? Because Wednesday's image is already having Tuesday data and Monday data also. If I create Thursday's image will have Wednesday's data, Tuesday's data and Monday's data also. So why should I store Monday's image over here? Because it will be an older image and it will not be an updated image, and already Monday's data is available with me on Wednesday and Tuesday also, right? So in these cases you will remove your older images. We have to delete our older images. So not only creating the images, you have to remove older images also, right? So this is one of the important questions which will be asked in an interview, because if you people have worked, okay, you will not only create images, you will also delete the images also. So you should tell your interviewer whenever he asks about the images that you are removing the older images also. You should say the creation process and you should tell him that you are removing older images, because a working professional will know that they will be removing the older images. They will not be storing older images over here. No use also, because latest images are there with you. Latest images will give you all the data over here. If you take Friday's image, it will take the entire week's data over here, right? So in that case, if you keep on storing older images, you will get a lot of cost also. Lot of storage will be occupied, right? So that is the reason the end date which is given over there, right? That end date on that particular day, if you give the date, it will remove that image. It will delete that image automatically on that date. So Monday's image you can remove it on Friday. So give a Friday's date so that Monday's image will get removed on Friday. We no longer require it also, right? So in a incremental fashion it will work over here. So I will not be storing any older images, not required also. Latest images is what I need. If anything is happening to machine, I have my latest image with me. Okay, for a safe side, keep last two latest images. That will be fine. So keep Friday and Thursdays. Keep last two images. Older images you remove. Right? That is a more better approach for having and saving your images. Okay. So now image creation is going on over here. Deployment is in progress.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So image creation is in progress. Okay, it will take a couple of minutes because it is capturing your entire machine over here, guys.
Yes, sir. Hello, sir.
Okay, so image got created over here, guys, successfully. Fine. Now let me go to my image over here, and once you go to your image, you will see that this is your image which got created. Okay, this is the image which it got created. Using this image, what I will do is I'll create a VM. Okay, using this image I'll create a virtual machine now. So it asks you the same kind of, okay, options over here. I'll call this machine as my child machine. Okay, so image is already picked from my gallery over here. See, this is not a fresh Windows machine which I'm creating. Okay, this is the machine which I'm creating from my own image, right? And now let me give a name over here. Okay, so I'll give a name over here as Mohan, and let me assign a password over here for this child machine. Okay, and let me quickly give a password. Right? Okay, so it has selected my image from my gallery and I've given all the options. Now let me, okay, quickly create an over here. Okay, so this is a Windows server, right? And I'll click on review and create. So it will be checking for validation now. Right, validation has been passed. Now I'll click on create and it will create your child machine over here, guys. Okay, so once this child machine is created, I will log into this child machine and I will check that all that folders, files and softwares are available on this child machine or not. Okay, and these are the same steps which you have to follow for your project, guys. Okay, so at regular intervals you will be creating your images over here. In a week, 2 or 3 times you will be creating your images. So every day you will, every 2 or 3 days you will be having a backup day. We call it as a backup day. At the end of the day, either on Tuesday or Wednesday and Friday, you will be taking a backups at least to an alternate days, one of the regular operations which will perform as a DevOps engineer. Okay, and again cleaning those images is also your responsibility. You have to check when it got created and you have to remove older images. In an automated way also you can remove. If you specify the date before only, it will delete that image automatically from out there, right? So not only creation, cleaning up is also an important task, guys. Okay, so you should not forget that. Anyhow, after you create image, when you go to child machine, when you see all those things, when an entire thing is checked by you, you have to delete child image, you have to delete parent image, and you have to delete that image also over there. Child machine, parent machine, and image also you have to delete. Don't store that image, it will be costing you over there. Okay, so remove that image also. Okay, so let me refresh and let me go for a redeploy over here. Let me check the details for conflict. Okay, okay, so let me give the name over here. Okay, right. So let me go to my images, to my gallery. Okay, so this is my image. Let me create a VM using this image. Okay, and I'll give a name as child machine. Okay, and let me give a username as Mohan and let me assign a password. Okay, so this could happen because my image was not ready. If your image is not ready, because immediately I went for virtual machine creation, right? So once your image is created, wait for a couple of minutes. Okay, so once your image is ready, wait for a couple of minutes, then go for VM creation. Okay, now I've selected all these things. Now let me go for review and create. Okay, if your validation is passed, okay, then I'll be going for creation of my virtual machine. Okay, so again the deployment is in progress. Okay, it will take time, guys, because your machine size, depending upon your machine size, it will be creating over here. Okay, and Windows machines normally takes, okay, couple of minutes of time, so it will take few minutes of time. Okay, so let me go and check, okay, the details over here. See, it is telling me only one thing: the virtual machine image which is there, okay, it needs few more minutes of time actually. You see, this suggests that OS has not been prepared, okay, which is used for this image. So we have to wait for few more couple of minutes. Okay, so we have to still wait for few more couple of minutes over here, guys. Okay, so in this case, what I'll do over here is we have to wait for few more couple of minutes over here. Okay, and once this image is ready, we will be logging in over here, guys. Okay, so let us wait for a couple of minutes more. So this was created earlier, right? So let me just check with connection, download RDP. Let me check it over here. Okay, let me try it again. If it is taking more time, okay, it will take more time, guys. Okay, so let it get created. Okay, let it get provisioned, and okay, so you people try up to the image creation. Okay, and the same image will be continuing on to our next session. Okay, it will take a lot of time because it is around, what is the storage that which you have selected? So guys can guess for Windows how much we are getting. Nearly 200 GB. Okay, so this 200 GB of storage, which is again it is recapturing over here. Okay, so it will take a couple of minutes. Actually, it's not a corporate account, right? It's a free trial account, so it will take more couple of minutes. Okay, so it's a 200 GB image which we have captured. Now the 200 GB image which is again getting redeployed over here. Okay, so that is the reason it is telling us to wait for more couple of minutes. Okay, so you people create image, it's better to wait for half an hour to 1 hour. Okay, because ours are free tier accounts, 200 GB's image size is there, right? So try to create it and test your child images. Okay, give a good decent amount of time, and then you will see everything will be available in your child machine also. Everything should be available on your child machine. Same action I will perform on Linux machine also. A Linux machine also will perform the same operation. On a Linux machine also, as we are installing HTTP, right? And you're getting the message, right? So when I create the image, from that image, when I capture child machine, from child machine also I should get the message without doing anything on child machine. If from parent machine you are getting the message, which means from child machine also you should get the message. Okay, so we have to completing this same task on Linux also. Okay, fine, then I'll save this up to over here. We know the steps to how to capture. Okay, yes. Hi, good morning, guys. I hope my screen is visible to you all, right? So let's start with our today's session. In our last session, we have came to know about, okay, how to take the backup, okay, and how to clone our machines, right? So in our today's session, we'll be cloning our Linux machines, guys. Okay, so last session it was about Windows machines, and today we'll be cloning our Linux machines. Okay, so you have similar kind of steps which we have to follow over here as well, right? So what we have to do initially is I'll be creating one Linux machine on my Azure dashboard. Okay, so this will be my Linux machine over here. Okay, and then on top of my Linux machine, okay, I will be creating some files, folders, and I'll be installing softwares, and in that I'll be installing HTTPD. Okay, so after installing HTTPD, right, I'll be writing one message on this Linux machine. Okay, I'll be giving one message on this Linux machine, and you will be reading this message from the IP address of this machine, right? So whatever message which you are giving over here, we will be reading this message outside of our Linux machine, which means this Linux machine, it will become a web server for us, right? So this Linux machine will be acting as a web server for us, right? So what I'll be doing is, if you have your IP address over here, I'll be taking that IP address, okay, and then I'll be giving this IP address in the browser interface over here like this. Okay, and you can give it on to your Chrome browser, and we will be getting our message from our Chrome browser like this, right? Now when everything is working fine on this Linux machine, when you are getting a message from this Linux machine, let us assume that this is your parent machine. Okay, if this is our parent machine, now what I'll do is, once I have installed HTTP, once I have created all the files, once I have created all the folders, all this data, right, then I'll capture the image of my Linux machine over here. Then I'll capture the image over here. Okay, so I'll create an image of my parent machine. So this will be my image over here. Okay, and from this image, okay, from this image only I'll be creating my child machine. Okay, so whatever child machine I'll be creating from this image, I'll be creating it over here, and whatever is there on your parent machine, okay, your files, folders, okay, your package, your message, whatever you have given on your parent machine, all those details and data will be available on your child machine also. So on child machine we will be receiving all those things over here on our child machine. Okay, and if you are getting a message from parent machine, okay, if I'm getting a message from parent machine, I should also get a message from my child machine also. On my child machine I will not install HTTP. On my child machine I will not write any message. So a message is there on my parent machine, that same message should be available from my child machine also. Again on child machine we will not install HTTP. So on one machine, what happens in real time is, on one machine you will do all the setup, you will install HTTP, you will do all the configuration setup, everything is done. And once it is working fine perfectly, you can take the image of this, and from that image you can create 50 child machines also. Okay, you can prepare remaining servers from that image only. So again and again will not be installing HTTP. That is only for one machine installation setup only. And from that machine, you will be creating other machines, right? Now, okay. So if I'm getting the message from my parent machine, I should be getting the message from my child machine also. Okay. So from the IP address, you should be receiving a message over here like this. Okay. And again, I'll not perform all these operations on my child machine. Okay, all the addresses should be coming from this IP address. So this IP address I will give it on my Chrome browser, and I will receive all those messages from over here like this. Okay, give this address in your Chrome browser and you will receive all these messages like this. Okay, fine. So what I'll do now is, let me go back to my Azure dashboard. Okay, and on my Azure dashboard I'll be first creating my Linux machine, and on this Linux machine I'll be doing all those setup over here which has to be done on my parent machine. Okay, so going back to my Azure dashboard, okay, let me click on create, and you people have already created so many Linux machines, right? So let me quickly create one Linux machine. I will give a name to this Linux machine as Mohan, and let me create this machine in Southeast Asia. I will select my Red Hat Linux flavor. Okay, and this is the available version with 8 GB of RAM. Okay, and I already have my key over here, so I'll select the existing key for my Linux machine. Okay, I've given all the required fields. Now let me add SSH and HTTP also. If you don't add HTTP, you'll not get the message back from our Linux machine. Okay, so we have selected both the points. Now let me quickly create this machine with the review plus create. Okay, so it will run all the validations. So once the validations are passed, I will be creating this machine. Okay, validation is passed now, so I'll click on create. Okay, and deployment will start now, guys. Okay, so initiated the deployment. And deployment is in progress now. Okay, so deployment is going on. Okay, so resource got created over here, guys. So if I go to my resource, you can see that this is our Linux machine which got created over here, right? So let me copy the IP address. Okay, and let us open our terminal and let me log into our Linux machine. Okay, so I'll add my IP address over here, and SSH is the command, and I'll give enter. and I will say yes to connect, and I will log into my Linux machine over here. Okay, so once we have logged into a Linux machine, what is the first command that which will be giving over here? Sudo command. Okay, so we have to give sudo space su space hyphen. Okay, so this command is very important, guys. Okay, we have to give it exactly in the same way, okay, that which we are giving over here. So I'll give sudo space su space hyphen. Now you will switch to root user over here. So this is my root user, and this is what you should be getting over here. Okay, this is your root path. This is a root path. Okay, right. So once you have switched to your root user, okay, so as I said you guys in the diagram that I'll be creating some folders, files over here, right? So let me create some files and folders on this Linux machine, right? So I'll use touch command, and with touch command I'll create my files, guys. Previously also we have used touch command. Okay, so now also I'll use touch command, and I'll create my file 1, file 2, file 3, file 4. Okay, so in the same way I can create multiple files using my touch command, right? So I'll give enter over here. So you will see all the 4 files will get created over here, guys. Now if you give ll, you will see all the 4 files got created for us, right? So now let me create folders, nothing but directory. I'll give mkdir, and let me create a directory with name Mohan. Okay, and you will see now that I have created 4 files, and I have created one directory which is nothing but Mohan. Okay, so I've created files and I've created directory and folders. Now let me install, okay, packages. Okay, so what package we are going to install? I will say yum space install space httpd and then -y for installing httpd. Okay, so I'll give enter over here, and httpd installation will start now. Okay, so initial installation has begun. Okay, so it is installing httpd now. Yes. Okay, so once the httpd installation is done, okay, as we guys know that whenever you install any package on Linux machine, right away it will not be ready for us. Okay, so if you go and check the status of httpd, it will be in inactive and it will be in dead state. It will not be in active mode, right? So what we have to do, we have to start our httpd package first. Okay, so how to start your package? You will say systemctl start httpd. We will start our package, and then we will give systemctl enable httpd. Okay, so we have started and we have enabled our package. Now if we go and check the status of httpd, it will be active and it will be in running mode, right? So it is active and it is in running mode over here, right? Very good. Now once it is active and running, we will go to our root path and we will add our message. Okay, so I'll go to vim space /var /ww /html, and index.html is my root path file. Okay, so index.html is the file where I have to add my message. Okay, so I'll give enter over here and press I and start writing your message. Okay, I'll say hello over here. You can write any message. Okay, I'm giving just hello and hello. Now let me save this message by giving escape shift to colon WQ. Okay, you have to press escape. Once you press escape, insert mode will be exited, and you have to give shift colon WQ, right, and quit for saving this file, right? And once you give WQ, you give enter, you will come back to your Linux machine. Okay, you will come back to our Linux machine, and once you come back to your Linux machine, now we have to give our permissions. Okay, because this index file where you have given your message, that will not have any appropriate permissions. Okay, so which means it will not allow you to read the message from that file. Okay, so we have to add permissions. I'll use chmod command. change mode command, and I'll give 777 full permissions. Where I have to give these permissions? To my index file, which is in /var/www/html, and index.html is my root path. So we have to give our permissions to our root path file, which is our index file base. Okay. So now if I give enter over here, permissions have been given now. Okay. So once you have given your permissions, okay, we have to restart our HTTPD service. And before that, okay, if you people have not enabling that firewall, we have to enable firewall over here. Okay, so normally in my machines I'll be enabling that. So in your machines, guys, okay, give this command as firewall-cmd. So internally on this machine, firewall will be there for every Linux machine. Okay, by default it will be turned off only. So we have to enable that firewall for HTTP, so that HTTP can pass that firewall, or else firewall will not allow it to pass that message. Okay, so we will be giving firewall-cmd and then --zone. I'll enable this for public zone so that they can access my message from firewall, and I will enable this, okay, permanent over here. Okay, and then I'll give --add, and I have to add service. And what is my service? It is HTTP. HTTPD is my service name. Okay, HTTP only. Okay, don't add D, it's HTTP only. Okay, we have to enable our HTTP service. Okay, and once you have enabling your HTTP service, it will give you success that you have enabled your HTTP service. And once you have enabled HTTP service, the way we are restarting our HTTPD, we have to restart our firewall D also. Okay, which means you have to reload the changes. Yes, refresh. Okay, we have to reload the changes. Whatever changes you are doing, we have to refresh. So with the refresh, it will get reloaded because I'm changing my firewall setting over here. So whenever you are doing some changes on Linux machine, you have to refresh. Okay, again a common behavior with our Linux machine, we have to do refresh over here. Okay, so what is the refresh command for firewall? It is firewall-cmd, and --reload is what we have to do. We have to reload the firewall settings. You have to reload the changes. Right, so I'll be reloading my changes over here. So if I give enter over here, yes, success. Okay, firewall got refreshed, we have reloaded our changes. Now let me reload HTTP also. After these changes, we have to reload HTTPD as well. So I'll give systemctl restart HTTP. Right, so I'll be restarting my HTTPD also over here. Once I refresh firewall, we have to refresh HTTPD also. Okay, so reload for firewall and restart for HTTPD. I'll give enter, and HTTPD is also get restarted, which means refreshed. Okay, right, very good. Now going back to my diagram, once I have performed all these operations, so let me check that I'm able to get the message or not from my parent machine. I'll copy the IP address. Okay, and if you enter the IP address in the browser, I'm getting the message. Okay, I'm getting the message over here. Right, very good. Now once you are receiving the message and once you did all these changes on your parent machine, okay, I will capture the image of my parent machine. Okay, we have to capture the image of our parent machine. Right, so once I capture the image of my parent machine, whatever changes you did on parent machine, like you have created files, folders, you have installed HTTPD, all those changes should be captured inside your image. Okay, and from that image I'll create my child machine. Okay, and I will not perform all those things on my child machine again. Okay, so let me create an image first. So go back to your machine. Okay, my machine name is Mohan over here, and for creating the image of this machine, we have to go to capture option. So there is a caption option over there, right? So I'll click on capture over here, right? And let me, okay, save these things to my gallery. Okay, so the same resource group name, okay, and we have to say yes for saving this image to my gallery. Okay, so give a name to your image definition and give a version number over here, such as 0.0.3 or 4 or 2, you can give anything. Okay, and previously, as I told you, end of life means you can delete that image on that particular day. In an automated way, it will get deleted from over there, and I'm creating one image over here. Okay, so if you are not having VM image definition, you create it one, guys. Simply you have to just give a name, click on create new, give a name over there, that's it. Okay, and this is where I'm saving this onto my image. Okay, same onto same Southeast Asia. Okay, now I will click on create, and you will see an image will get created over here. Okay, so it's running with final validation has got done, completed successfully. Now I will click on create, an image will get created over here. Okay, so we will see that one image will get created over here. So image creation is under progress now, and it will start deploying an image for us. Okay, so image creation is in progress. Okay, it will change the picture over here now. Vertical. Sorry. Okay, so I'm creating a image, creating a virtual machine, guys, with the image which I have created. Okay, so I've selected the image fields, and now virtual machine creation is in progress.
Hello, sir.
Okay, so this is a machine which we are creating with the image, guys. Okay, so this virtual machine should get created with the image that which we have created now. Okay, so resource got created successfully over here. Now let me go to my resource. So this is a child machine which got created from our image. Okay, so I'll be going to this resource over here, and once I go to this resource, so this is a child machine which we have created from our own image. So what I will do is, if you are getting a message from your parent machine, I should be getting a message from my child machine also over here, right? So without even logging to this machine, I will copy the IP address, and if you enter the IP address over here in the browser, and if you see, you will get the message from child machine also. Not even required to log in also in that child machine. The way how your parent machine is performing, in the same way your child machine will also perform. Okay, if you want to verify, if you check the IP address, my parent machine IP address is 20.212.150.226, right? This is the IP address of my parent machine, and if you see the IP address of your child machine, it is 52.163. Okay, both are having different IP addresses. Okay, and even my child machine, I did not even log into my child machine also. Okay, forget about giving this message and all. So how this message is coming over here from our child machine? Because as we have created your child machine with the image, whatever the action which you have performed on your parent machine, all those got captured inside your image over here. And with the help of this image, as you have created a child machine, that is the reason why your child machine is able to give the message to you over here. Okay, no need to set up the child machine again. That is the advantage. So in real time, you will create one machine, you will do all the configuration on that one machine, you will do all the required changes, and from that machine you will create multiple machines. From that one machine you can create 10 servers also. Okay, so we'll not configure 10 machines, only one machine you will configure, and from that one machine you will create remaining multiple machines, right? So just to verify, let me log into this child machine also. So from the message wise, we are sure over here that we are successfully receiving the message also. Okay, now let us log into child machine and let us verify that files and folders are also there or not. Okay, so this is the first time I'm logging to my child machine. So I'll copy the IP address. Okay, I'll go back to my terminal. Okay, and let me log into my child machine. I'll enter the IP address over here, and this is the first time I'm logging to my child machine, guys. Okay, so I'll give enter and I'll give yes to connect. Okay, and this is my child machine over here. Okay, you can see it is showing me the name as well over here, that this is my child machine. Now the very first thing which I will do on my child machine is I will give a sudo command and I will switch to root user over here, right? So I'll give enter and you can see that I will be switching to root user over here. And once you switch to root user, if you give LL over here and check, all the 4 files and that folder is also there. Whatever files which I have created on my parent machine, all that files are available. Whatever folders which I have created on my parent machine, all that folders are available. So you can create 4 or you can create 100 files also. It will capture. Okay, if you create a single folder or if you create 1000 folders also, it will capture. Okay, now if you check the status of your HTTPD, okay, it will show that it is active and running. No need to install it also, because it was available on parent machine already. So that is the reason it is available on your child machine also. No need to install it also again, right? So this is one of the major reasons that why we are using cloud in real time, guys. Okay, this is one of the major reasons that why we are using Azure. Okay, you are okay. Let me tell you a small example over here. So before cloud came into picture or before Azure came into picture, if you want to clone your machines, there was a very big task and a very lengthy process for there actually. Okay, if I give you the example of, okay, let me give you one example over here, a real-time example. Okay, you people have very much known about Uber over here, right? Uber. Okay, so Uber, they actually started from US. Okay, this is an American company. They have started their operations in US, right? California. Now Uber is operating in India. They are operating in Singapore, and if I take the list, it's in UK, London. The list will go on, right? So how they are moving their servers from US to India or from US to Singapore or from US to London. Okay, if cloud was not there, right? If cloud was not there, you have to take the backup of those servers physically, or they used to take that servers and come back and take that servers over here in that data centers, right? Now with cloud, what is happening, okay, they have the same machine, same logic, everything is already configured over there in US, right? Now what Uber is doing is Uber is creating the image of that server. Uber is creating image of that server. Okay, and with that image, okay, they are creating one more server. They are giving the name to this. I've given the name as child over here, right? They'll be giving the name as India over here. This is for India operations. Okay, few changes they will do in terms of naming and all. Logic will not change, guys. It's the same logic for searching the cab. Okay, it's the same interface also. There is no interface change. Interface is also same. Okay, so most of the things are same, only they will be changing the names to India or Singapore or London, wherever they are operating, and they will be creating more and more servers in that region. Okay, now capturing your servers or cloning your servers, okay, is very smooth with the help of images, guys. It helps you a lot actually for backing up, for taking a backup, for cloning, and this is one of the real-time examples where you can implement this one. You can clone your servers and you can start your operations. Clone your servers, start your operations. Okay, so with cloud and with Azure, this is way much smoother now. Way much smoother actually. You are cloning and you are. So imagine if cloud was not there, it was very difficult to clone your machines. It was very difficult because over here I have installed HTTP. Like that, if you have installed 50 softwares in your machine, so will you again start from scratch? Again, you will install all that 50 softwares. Time-taking process, right? You have already installed 50 softwares in one machine. Again, in second machine, again, if you want to start from scratch, it's a very time-taking process. So if one machine is successfully running, why can't we capture that machine So we can do that same thing over here. If that machine is running successfully, it will also run successfully for us. No issues with that. Okay. So this is one of the major reasons why we are using Azure Cloud Base. Okay. One of the major reasons for cloning. Physically on your physical machine is difficult to do. If I tell you guys, whatever is there in your laptop, I want exact same laptop as the second machine. Difficult to do, right? Your laptop is there, exact same laptop I want to clone as a second machine. Difficult to do. On physical machines it is difficult, but on cloud servers it is very smooth. You can entirely clone, you can take the backup of your machine very smoothly. No issues at all. Okay. So go ahead and try to create your child machines, guys. Okay. So create your parent machines, create your child machines. Okay. We can see over here, both the machines are there. Okay. And we can see that child machine is also running successfully. Okay. So go ahead and create your child machines as well. Install packages, create files, install packages, and try to get the message from your child machine also, guys. Okay. So that will be your today's task actually. Okay. So go ahead and complete your today's task, guys, with this thing. And very, very important as well. Okay. Very important. Okay. Anyhow, you have to, in a week, 2 or 3 times, you will be creating the images. Okay. A regular operation which we have to perform over here. Fine. Right. Okay. So I'll be saving the share for our. Okay. Yes, guys. Good morning. I hope my screen is visible to you all. Right. So now in today's session, we are going to discuss one of the very important features of our Azure Cloud Base. Okay. As earlier we have seen cloning of our machines. Okay. Which was one of the very important feature of the cloud. Right. If you don't have a cloud, then running with your cloning or backing up your machines is quite difficult. Right. So now we are going to discuss one more very important feature of about cloud, okay, which we call it as scale sets on Azure. Okay. So what happens with scale sets? Okay, we'll be discussing about this thing, right? Now, for example, okay, for example, you are having your server over here. Okay, this is your machine which you are running. It might be a Windows machine or it might be a Linux machine. Okay, that you can take any machine. Okay, no problem in that case. Okay, it could be a Linux or Windows. So let us take Linux for example. Okay, if you are running a Linux machine, right? Now you are the caretaker of this machine. Okay, you are the admin of this machine. If anything happens to this machine, who is responsible? You people are responsible for that because you are DevOps engineers. Okay, you are the control of Azure over here, right? Now if this machine is running good, okay, you feel that this machine is also running good. Suddenly at night 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, okay, this machine went to a high utilization. Okay, very high. See, normally, okay, this machine, if utilization is at 60%, still it will run, not an issue. Okay, and if the load is more increasing on this machine, what will happen? It will go to 70%. Okay, still if the load is more, it will go to 80%, 90%. And what happens at 100%? Okay, at 100% utilization, your machine will stop responding to the request which you are giving to your machine. Okay, if you are going to add more and more load onto your machine, what will happen? Your machine will stop responding to the request which you are following. Okay, the more load you give onto that machine, it will stop responding to the request which you are giving to this machine, right? Then in these cases, how will you protect your machine? Okay, because load might increase at any time, right? It might happen at a daytime or it might happen at the night time, especially if it happens at a time when you are not in the ship. Then, so these are not physical servers, right? These servers are running in cloud. Okay, so you should make sure that these servers are always running healthy over here. Okay, if the load is also increasing, you have to have a solution where your machine should not be going into a unresponsive mode, or they should not be taking a huge load over here in that case, right? So now, okay, using our Azure VM scale sets, guys. Okay, you can also call it as auto scaling over here. Okay, so we call it as skill sets on Azure. So what happens with the skill sets over here is, okay, whenever your machine CPU utilization is increasing, okay, CPU utilization is one of the metrics through which we can easily analyze how well our machine is running, guys. Okay, it's a metric actually. Okay, normally, how will you check the speed on which you are traveling in terms of kilometers per hour, miles per hour? Over here, you check your machine performance with respect to CPU utilization. Okay, so the more the CPU utilization, the more disadvantages you will get. Okay, the CPU utilization, you have to always make sure it has to be, okay, a bit low over here. So the less the CPU utilization, your machine performance will be more. The more the CPU utilization, your machine performance will be less. Okay, it works inversely proportional to each other, right? So now your machine performance is going increasingly high. Okay, now you have to make sure that your machine performance should be running fine over here. So then in that case, what I'll do over here is, okay, whenever my machine performance, for example, it is at 60, no problem. When it is at 70, no problem. So when it is reaching 80, okay, when it is reaching 80, a value as a threshold value. Okay, you can take threshold values depending upon your choice over here. Whichever value you want, you can take that value as your threshold value. You can take it at 80% or 70% or 60%. That is your choice totally. Okay, Azure will not decide that. You can take that values over here. So whichever value you take as your threshold value. So whenever your machine reaches at 80%, okay, what it will do over here is, okay, it will create a one more machine for you guys. It will create a one more machine for you because load is increasing on that machine. Single machine cannot sustain that much load over here, so it is increasing gradually. So single machine over here cannot take more load because load is increasing gradually over here. So what our scale set will do over here is, scale set will come to know that, okay, load is increasing very high. Okay, so to balance the load, to manage the load, it will create one more machine for you. It will create one more machine for you. At what threshold it will create a one more machine for you, and it will create the same identical machine for us. Same identical machine it will create for us, and at 70% it will create a one more machine for you. One more machine will get created for us over here, right? In this way. In this way. Okay, so that 80% it got created. Again, what happens is, okay, suppose this is your machine 1. Okay, let us assume that this is your machine 1 over here, and this is your machine 2. Okay, now again what happens over here is, if your second machine is also slowly started increasing, guys. Okay, second machine is also going above 60%, 70%, and it has also reached 80% over here. Again, this is the threshold value, right? Okay, again at 80%, what will happen over here? Again at 80%, okay, again at 80%, it will create a one more machine for you. Again at 80%, one more machine will get created for us, like this. Okay, now this will be our machine 3, and this will be your same machine as we had our Linux machine. This will be our same Linux machine over here as well, and this will be our machine 3 over here. This will be our machine 3, right? Fine. Now, so I'm telling you about, okay, the utilization is going high. It is adding more and more machines. Second machine went 80%, it will create third machine. Third machine will go 80%, it will create fourth machine also. Now, okay, now when your utilization coming down, guys, now, okay, now if your utilization is going down, okay, from 80%, now utilization came to 60%, for example. Okay, utilization came back to 60% over here. Okay, so when the utilization is going down slowly, okay, do I need a third machine over here? No, right? I don't need a third machine. Whenever utilization is at 70%, 80%, I need one more machine. And when utilization is going down slowly, it is going backwards, and now it is at 60%, do I need a third machine? I don't need a third machine, right? So it will remove the third machine from over here. It will remove the third machine. Okay, whatever addition is there, okay, whenever it is adding the machine, it will add it in an automated way, and whenever it is removing the machine, it will remove the machine in an automated way only. Okay, we call this method as our graceful shutdown. So graceful shutdown is a method where it will shut down and it will get terminated in a more efficient way. Okay, so that our responses should not go delayed. So that is a graceful shutdown which will happen over here. Okay, and it will delete your machines. So internally what happens in Azure is there are two types of signals, guys, actually. Okay, one is, okay, so when graceful shutdown happens, okay, so there are two types of signals which internally happens on this machine to in between Azure. Okay, so internally what Linux or any kernel, what it will do is there are two types of signals. One is seek stop and the other is seek kill. Okay, so when do we say any machine is going for a graceful shutdown? Graceful shutdown happens when it goes for seek stop and then seek kill. You have to stop your signals and then you have to kill your machines. Directly, if you are going for seek kill, forcefully if you delete any machine, so that is not a graceful shutdown. Okay, so we have to always make sure that we are going with a graceful shutdown, and when it is shutting down in an automated way, it will first send a seek stop and then it will send a seek kill command. So this is a graceful shutdown, right? Now, so when it is removing that machine, it will do a graceful shutdown over here. Okay, so there will be no effect on your application. It will smoothly come out of your skill set, right? Now, when second machine is at 60%, third machine came out from your group, right? And now when again first machine is at 60%, okay, first machine utilization came down, guys. Now, do you need a second machine? Right? Not required. Machines in the same way, it will start removing the machines also. So if your utilization is increasing, it will add the machines. If your utilization is decreasing, it will remove the machines also. It will not only add the machines, but it will remove the machines also. Okay, so both the operations it will handle over here. It will add the machines and it will remove your machines also. Right? So skill set will help you to add your machines and to remove your machines as well. Right? Very good. Now there is a one more thing over here, okay, which we have to know. Okay, now we came to know about it is adding the machines, and when utilization is going down, it is removing the machines also. So in a real-time example where this situation actually suits over here means, for example, if I take an example of Flipkart only, okay, so on Flipkart, okay, okay, obviously you have seen that Flipkart, even it has billions of customers, millions of customers, okay, it never crashes actually most of the time. Okay, and if you see the example of YouTube, okay, YouTube is used by millions of customers every day, or I can even say every minute. Okay, still YouTube doesn't crashes over here, right? YouTube generally doesn't have a crash history. If you see, Flipkart doesn't have a crash history. And if I take an example of, okay, our JNT website over here, okay, usually on our results day, or if you want to download your MSET hall tickets or some other hall tickets, JNT website mostly crashes. It crashes mostly. Okay, what is the reason behind that? This is the reason behind that. Okay, when load on your machine is increasing, so JNT is not using any cloud servers. We are having physical servers, physical data centers, okay, at the university campus only, right? So when load is increased above 80%, 90%, 100%, it will not create a second machine in an automated way. One machine, it will take the entire load, or 10 machines, it will take the entire load. So once the number of students has surpassed, it will no longer serve the request. Site crashes. Because more machines are required, it will not create it in an automated way, right? Or else you have to purchase it from the market and have to attach it to the data center. Physically, if you want to do. Physically, if you want to do, you have to purchase it and then you have to attach it to a data center, right? If you take the Flipkart example over here, Flipkart sometimes they do, okay, big billion day sales, some sales they will do, right? Especially on during that sales, the million it will increase to 10 million. It will increase to 10 million in one day only, suddenly. So in this case, your skill sets will help you. If more number of customers are logging to your website, what will happen? More load will come. It reaches 80%. It is a cloud server. What it will do? It will create a one more machine. If that is also going high, more number of customers coming, it will create one more server in an automated way for us, right? Suppose you are running this big billion day on Sunday, more number of users came, you have used it, lot of sale happened, very good, right? So 10 servers were running, everything was good. On next Monday, okay, next Monday again the users count will come down, right? Once your sales and everything is completed, again your user count will come down normally. So only during the sales you will have high number of customers. After that again the customers count will come down, right? Again on normal day you will have normal customers, suppose 1 million only. Then do I need 10 servers? Not needed also. So it will remove that machines which are not required. So it's the most cost efficient way, guys. You will pay for that servers which are required for you only, and you will not pay for the servers which are not required. So when user count is increasing, it is so smart that it will analyze that load is increasing, it will create. And it is so smart, it will analyze that load is decreasing, it will remove the machines. Okay, very important, okay, concept, and very useful also in real time. You will be using skill sets mostly, because according to the load only your machines are getting added, and when there is no load the machines will get removed also, right? Okay, so the same thing happens with YouTube also. Okay, it also never crashes over here because it is also running on cloud environment only over here. Okay, and as it is running on cloud environment, the more number of customers you still add, there is no issue with that. Okay, it can easily manage, easily handle. It can create more servers in an automated way over here, right? So this thing happens in our real-time environments. Okay, so let it be there. Now, as I told you guys, first machine increasing creates second machine increasing creates third machine. Okay, now you can set a limit on this number of machines actually. Suppose, okay, there is one count over here actually, we call it as desired value. Okay, desired value means you can set how many number of machines you want actually. Okay, normally if you want two machines, the two machines will be running for you 24/7. Two machines will be running for you 24/7. 24/7, two machines will be running for you always. Whatever is the load, two machines will be running for you always. Okay, and there will be one max count actually. Okay, what is the max count over here means? The load is increasing, it creates second machine. Second machine load is increasing, it will create third machine. Suppose third machine load is increasing to 80%. Okay, 80%. Okay, it will create the fourth machine, right? It will create the fourth machine for us, like over here in this way. Okay, and this will be my fourth machine over here. Okay, and I will give the max value as 4 over here, guys, for example. Okay, then what will happen, you know, if fourth machine, okay, utilization, if it is increases to 80% also, it will not create the fifth machine for you. It will not create the fifth machine for you because you have given the limited max value as 4 only. Upper value you have given it as 4 only. You can set that number over here. For example, you have budget of 4 machines only, set that max value to 4 only. You have budget of 6 machines, set the max value to 6 only. Okay, so according to your budgets, you can set a limit on that upper value over here. Or else whenever the load is increasing, scale set will create more and more machines. Okay, so you can have that upper value to be set over here. So that upper value will stop you at that max value over here. Okay, so you can give max value at 4, at 5 or 6, and at that value it will not create a one more new machine for you. Okay, it will be stopping the creation of your machines at that max value. Okay, so this is how your skill sets will be working over here, guys, and it will always make sure that your application or your banking site or any whatever application you are running, it will make sure that it will be running 24/7 for you over here. Okay, it will never make you to get crash. And if you are on that particular day, on that particular shift or not, if you are working on that day or not, okay, so your cloud will be working for them over here 24/7. Just set up the values, whatever values you want, just give the threshold values, it will work accordingly with that. Okay, it never, okay, make sure that it never crashes over here, right? Now going back to my Azure board, okay, let us create our, okay, scale set over here. Okay, so you can see I have virtual machine scale sets over here, or you also, okay, you can search for scale set. So this is our virtual machine scale sets. Okay, so you can see the diagram also, it has given the similar kind of a picture, machine behind a machine and machine behind a machine, right? So if I go to scale sets over here, okay, let me create a scale set, right? So I'll click on create, okay, and let me create a scale set for us, guys. This is similar to how we create our virtual machines only, because when you create a scale set, virtual machine only will get created. Okay, virtual machine will get only created, but the most important thing over here is scaling over here, guys. Okay, scaling is the most important thing over here, okay, which we have to select. Anyhow, the scaling part only will be discussing, right? So before that, let me select, okay, the basic settings over here. So my resource group will be Flipkart, okay, and let me give a name to my scale set. Okay, I'll give a name over here as Krishna. Okay, and let me create this in my Southeast Asia. Okay, availability zone none. Okay, so the first option gives you over here that if you want to create the scale sets, okay, with identical machines, as I told you guys that it will be creating the similar kind of a machine for you. If you are having Linux machine over here, the second machine which is getting created, that would be a Linux machine only. So normally we will follow the same procedure in real time as well. Whatever machine we have as machine one, will create a same machine as second machine also over here. But if you want the second machine, okay, to be a different machine type, you can go for flexible also, okay, but mostly will not go for that, we'll go for uniform only over here. So for example, if you imagine Linux machine is running and if it reaches 80%, you can create a Windows machine also, but that doesn't makes your architecture to work in a uniform way, right? So every machines in your group will be Linux machines, or there will be a Windows machines. You'll not keep one Linux, one Windows, one Linux, one Windows running in application. Okay, uniformity will not be there, right? It's not that you cannot keep, but that is not how we work in real time. Okay, so either you will keep Linux machine groups or you will keep Windows machine groups. Okay, so I'll be keeping a uniformity over here. So I've selected uniform, and let me select a Linux image over here so that, okay, we'll be creating our virtual machines quickly over here, guys. Okay, if I take Windows, it will be taking more time for me for it to get created, right? So you can select any image over here, guys. Windows or Linux, both will work. Don't think that it will work for Linux only. Okay, it will work for Windows also over here. Windows and Linux, both it will work. Okay, so I'm selecting my Linux machine key. Okay, I already have my Linux key over here, so I've selected that. Right now I've selected all the basic functionalities over here. Right now I have next is for disk, okay, where we'll be having our SSDs to be selected. So this is the same thing we do for our virtual machine creation also. We will select our disk. Okay, networking, right now whatever machines we are creating until now, guys, we are using a default network only. We are using a default network only. Once we go ahead in our classes, I'll show you guys how to create your own network on Azure also. We call it as virtual network. You can create your own networks also over here, right? We'll be creating at later point once we go ahead. Now the next point is for scaling, guys, and this is very important for us. This scaling is only what helps you to run your skill sets in whichever fashion you want over here. So here is where you will be giving your threshold points. Okay, so if you have initial count as 2, I told you, this is your desired count, guys. If you write it as 2, always 2 machines will be running for you. Always, it makes sure that 2 machines will be running for you always over here. If you run desired count as 1, 1 machine will be running always for you. Okay, let me write it as 2. Let it create 2 machines, no problem. Okay, and the scaling policies. Okay, scaling policies over here. Okay, if you keep it manual, it will balance. Okay, over here, but if I keep it custom, I can select all the values over here, guys. I can select all the values, and we will be going for custom method only most of the times, where you have to select the scaling policies. You have to select the scaling values. Whatever desired values you have, you can set over here, guys. No problem at all. Okay. Now let us give these values one by one, guys. Minimum number of instances is 1. Okay, that at least it has to be running 1 machine, and my desired count is 2, which means 2 machines will be running. Very good. Max number of instances means, now you understand this, you can limit max. If you keep 4, it will not create a 5th machine. If you keep 5, it will not create a 6th machine for you. Okay, so I'll keep it 4 over here as well. Okay, so you can keep it 7, 10, okay, whatever the value you want. Maximum you can give it up to 90. Over here I'm giving the max value as machine for us. Okay, so I'm deciding this value over here. Later on, if you want to edit, you can edit it also. It's not that whatever values you are giving over here, these are fixed values. You can change and modify as well, right? So max, it will create 4th machine, which means 5th machine will not get created over here, right? That is the max value. And as I told you guys, that CPU threshold is the most important metric for us. Depending on the CPU threshold only, your scaling and scale out will work. Okay, scaling means it will add a machine, scale out means it will remove the machine. Okay, so you have 2 options over here. One is scale out, okay, and the other is scale in over here, right? So at the 70% of CPU threshold, okay, right, okay, so sorry, okay, scale out means adding the machines, guys. Scale in means removing the machine. Okay, so scale out is adding the machine. Okay, write it. Okay, scale out is adding the machine. Scale in means it will remove the machine. Now at the CPU threshold, guys, what is the value it is given to us? 75%. Your choice. Whatever value you want to set, you set. You want to give 60, you give 60. You want to give 70, you give 70. What value I have given in the diagram over here? 80, right? I'll go for 80. Okay. So at 80%, what should happen at 80%, guys? One more machine should get added to the group. Number of instances should be added to the group. Over here it is showing you that instances to be increased by 1. If one more machine gets added, and if second machine also going above 80%, it will create a third machine. Then one more machine will get added and it will create a fourth machine. At a time, if you want 2 machines to come also, you can write. Okay, no problem, you can give at a time 2 machines will get created for us, but the best option is to add one machine to the group, right? This is a more better approach actually, where one machine will get added, and if it is increasing in its value, one more machine will get added. If it is increasing its percentage, one more machine will get added, right? And now, so if the CPU threshold is for 80% and constantly it is 80% for up to 10 minutes, then it will add one more machine. It's not that for 1 minute it went high, again it came down. means no need to add one more machine, right? Just for 1 minute it came above. So for 1 minute we don't need one more machine. Okay, but the best default value in real time what we take over here is 5 minutes, guys. Okay, 5 minutes is where you have 300 seconds. Okay, so 300 seconds is our default value which we take in real time. So for continuously for 5 minutes, if your machine is above 80%, it will create a one more machine. For 1 minute it is going high or low, no problem for us, it can manage. But constantly for 5 minutes it is going above, then that is a problem for us. That is where it will create a one more machine for us. Okay, and again for scale out over here, see this is for scale in, sorry, again for scale in what will happen, it will remove the machine, it will remove the machine for us in scale in, and you can set this value over here, it is 25 over here, and what I want is at 60%, at 80% you add the machine, and at 60% I am telling you to remove the machine. Okay, so we can check over here, it will decrease by one instance. It will remove one instance from our group. It will remove one instance from our set over here. Right? So we have given the values 80 to add, 60 to remove. Okay, so if you want to get the logs, we can get the logs also over here. Okay, that whatever auto scaling is adding, whatever auto scaling is removing, it will be creating a separate logs for us over here. Okay, right? So I will not be going for any separate logs, and this is our scaling policy, guys. And if you see, it is completely in your control only. Azure is completely giving you the number to scale, the percentage value, number to increase, number to decrease is completely under your control only, guys. Okay, Azure is just working on whatever instructions you are giving over here, right? Fine, guys. Okay, so now let me click on next. Okay, so this is our subscription relation parameter. Okay, so scaling values, okay, once you have given over here, okay, I'll be directly going for review and create, right? Okay, so this is the machine which I'm creating over here, guys. Okay, now normally when you are creating the machine, there was no scaling values you are giving, right? But for this virtual machine scale sets, we are giving the scaling values. Okay, and these are our scaling values that which we have given over here. Okay, important scaling values, right? Now let me click on create, and it will create a virtual machine scale set, and it will create virtual machines also, and it will work according to the utilizations that which we have given over here. Okay, so these machines are always safe for us, guys. So these virtual machines are always running for us, it will never make sure it to get crashed. Okay, so this is the best way of creating your machines, best practice method for always creating your machines in a scale sets.
Hello, sir.
Yes, yes.
Srujan, sir.
Yes, yes, Rujan.
Sir, can we add scaling to the existing VM which
Yeah,
already created?
yes, yes. You can add existing VM also.
Okay, okay.
You can add,
So
yeah.
same process only.
Yeah, yeah, same process only.
Okay.
Okay, yes. So now the deployment is under progress. Okay, so once it's created, it will be creating our virtual machine sets over here. Okay, so this is one of the again major reason that why companies are switching to cloud, guys, because okay, they no need to worry about anything. If the load is increasing, customer count is increasing, or it is going low also, there is no problem for a company. It will work according to that scaling policies only. Okay, so we can see that our deployment got completed. Okay, and because it was 9x machines, okay, it was a bit okay quicker over here. and we can see that status, it is showing 2 out of 2. Okay, succeeded over here. And if you click on instances, you will see how many machines got created for us. 2 machines got created because I've given the desired count of my machines as 2 over here, right? So if I be going to, okay, my home, okay, so let it get loaded. Okay, please just check it out. Okay, this is the IP address. It will come. In the, I have taken my Flipkart resource group only. Okay, it will come. It will come definitely. Okay, so if you go to scaling, okay, so these are our scaling policies that which we have set over here, guys. Okay, so these scaling policies are always very, very important for us, guys. So depending upon these scaling policies only, your scaling policies will be working over here, right? So these scaling policies are very, very important for us. So it is increasing by one count at 80%. Over here you can check whenever it is going above 80%, okay, it is increasing by one machine, and whenever it is going below 60%, it will be decreasing it by one machine over here. So in real time, when you people are working, so if you want to check what scaling policies they have set on their machines, existing machines, go to scaling over here, go to scaling and you can check. Okay, and if you want to change the scaling policies, okay, so there is a profile which to be get added over here. Okay, and you could be adding more a profile over here. Okay, so this is one onto one profile and scale to be defined over here, and you can change your values, right? Again, if you click on save, so it will be working over here. So these scaling policies, okay, are balanced across multiple zones, guys. Okay, so anyhow, when we create our network, our own network, I'll tell you about the availability zones. Okay, how to make it onto our. So right now, concentrate onto your scaling values, scaling policies, and you will be checking it over here, right? An activity log will help you to give your scaling policies. Okay, so whenever the load is increasing on your machine, okay, if I want to add one more machine, I have to increase the load up to 70 or 80%, okay, which is very huge. So anyhow, so whenever it creates one more machine in the activity log, it will show you that one more machine got created. When it is going less, one more machine got removed. So in real time, you can check your activity logs over here under the activity. Okay, so you have to be creating your scaling sets over here, guys. So create your scale sets. Okay, and as a created Linux, it got created quickly. Okay, same operation you can do it on Windows only. Okay, so again, we don't need to do it on Windows. It's the same operation only. So the most important thing over here which we have to understand is scale in and scale out. Okay, so scale out is where it is adding machines, scaling is where it is removing the machines. So it's an interview question, definitely be asked that what scaling values you have set in your real time. If you are a working professional, they'll be asking you what are the threshold values which you have kept in your project. Go with 80/60 only. These are the best scaling values which we will set in real time. Tell them that you have set it 80 and set it at 60%. Okay, these are the real time values which we will take. 80/60. Okay, the best numbers to go for, and max numbers will stop you at the max count value. That will be the max value for us. Okay, anyhow, if you understand this thing, setting the values over there is not a major thing for us. Just you have to give the numbers over there. That's it. Okay, if you know how it works, if you understand how it works, you have to just set the values over there. That's it. Okay, so anyhow, this is how it works over here for managing and balancing the entire load for us, guys. Okay, so in your practice sessions, do it for Linux, do it for Windows also. Just image selection is what you have to do. Okay, so that we'll be going for our next topic tomorrow. Okay, Yeah, fine guys then. Okay, so create your skill sets. And one more thing guys, whatever you people are creating, I hope you people are deleting it also, right? Okay, so one more thing. Okay, normally in your accounts you will have public IP addresses guys. The more number of machines you create, it will occupy more IP addresses over here. Okay, so after once you exhaust with that IP addresses, that IP addresses limit if you have reached, it will not allow you to create more machines. In your free tier account we have limited IPs to go with. Okay, so select these IPs. Okay, go for search first, go to public IPs, select your IPs and disassociate and delete guys. Okay, so one of our batchmate got the same issue. Okay, when you also get your IPs filled up, you will also get. So before that only, select your IPs, dissociate and delete guys. Directly it will not get deleted. Dissociate and delete, dissociate and delete, so that IP addresses will be free, because you will delete the virtual machine, but this will be still occupied. That IP will not release quickly. It still be occupied over here for you. Okay, so dissociate and delete the IPs. Okay, and whatever resources you are creating, remove that resources. Okay. Hmm. Disk also, disk anyhow with the machine it is getting deleted. Yes, we are going for delete option only for the delete. Okay, but this will get deleted, but images are still there. If it is still there, remove that images also. Okay, so in that way you do. Fine guys. Okay, create your build skill set for both Linux and Windows. Okay, and you set up the skill set. If it successfully got created, means rest of the things Azure will take care, increasing, decreasing. So values are set by us. Okay, internally it will manage the complete increasing and decreasing of our machines. Okay, so much effort is actually reduced for us. Okay, with our Azure action, right? Fine guys then. Okay, so I'll be saving the, yes guys. Okay, so in our previous session, okay, if I take out a diagram over here, right? So in our previous sessions guys, you people have created your Linux machines over here, right? On your Azure platform we have created our Linux machines. Okay, so on top of your Linux machines, okay, you have installed HTTP and you have got the message from this Linux machines, right? So on top of your Linux machine we have installed HTTP and you got the message. And how you got the message? From the IP address of this Linux machine, right? From the IP address of this Linux machine we received our message, and you were entering this IP address in the Chrome browser and you are getting the message from this Linux machine over here, right? Okay, so this was the set which we were doing earlier. Now you tell me guys, getting a message from IP address is the best practice or not? Okay, so it is actually not a best practice, because you are giving your IP address. Okay, and you should always hide your IP address. Okay, so getting the message from IP address, okay, is not a best practice, because we have to hide our IP address over here. Okay, so for example, if I take you guys to flipkart.com for example. Okay, so when you are giving flipkart.com, is it giving, so flipkart.com, is it giving us any IP address? No, right? They are not giving us any IP address over here, right? Or else if you go to hdfc.com, they are not giving us any IP address to us. What they are giving, they are simply giving their website name and domain name. So what I'll do over here is I will also hide my IP address. Okay, just to check that my server is up and fine and running, I am doing this thing. But no doubt behind the scenes, the Flipkart, the domain name which you are giving over here, it is converting to IP address only behind the scenes. Okay, that's why we call it as DNS, domain naming service. The actual purpose of DNS is to convert your domain name to an IP address only, because machine will understand it as an IP address only. Machine will convert it to an IP address, and you have to give an IP address only end of the day, but DNS will do that. Okay, that is not our job. Now when you are giving flipkart.com over here, it will convert to IP address only behind the scenes, and it will go to Flipkart server. So wherever Flipkart has given its content index.html file, it will go to that particular server over here. So they will be doing all that IP binding and IP routing. Okay, now anyhow we will also do that. Now the best practice is to get your message from your website name or domain name, right? So what I'll do over here is I'll also get my message from my website name or domain name over here, right? So if I go to my Linux machine over here, and if I get the IP address, so currently I'm getting the message from the IP address, okay, and I want to hide my IP address now. Okay, so now going back to the diagram, so what I'll do is, as you are receiving the message over here from the website name, I'll also get a website name something as mohan.com, okay, or ramesh.com. You could take any website name, right? You could take your own names also, like Flipkart is having flipkart.com, right? Then what we have to do over here is we have to link our website to our server over here, guys. Okay, we have to redirect our website request to our server over here, so that whatever message which you are getting from your server, you should be getting it from your domain name, right? Now before going any further, to complete this particular set, right, to complete this particular action, we should have our website name with us first. Okay, right, now to get our website name first, what I have to do is I have to get my website name first, right? So normally what we will do is, okay, one of the popular website domain that which we will have over here in our, okay, site is GoDaddy, right? I can go to GoDaddy and I can get my website names from GoDaddy over here, right? So we usually get our website names from GoDaddy, right? Very good. But before doing that, okay, let me ask you one thing, guys, that for example, you have flipkart.com, okay, or youtube.com, right? So these domains are there. I want to have Flipkart as my domain over here, guys. I've given mohan.com over here, right? I want to have flipkart.com as my domain name. Can I get it? Okay, can I get it? No, right? Because it is already taken by some other one, right? Or if I want to take youtube.com also, it is already taken by some other one. If I type the same thing on GoDaddy also, like flipkart.com, okay, it will tell me over here that flipkart.com is already taken by some other person. Okay, now tell me, I know that it is already taken. Okay, GoDaddy is also telling me that it is already taken, but who is stopping me over here from taking that? Huh? Okay, that will come at the next part. Okay, but right now who is stopping me from taking this name? So you have youtube.com, flipkart.com, or hdfc.com. I want hdfcbank.com as my website name. Okay, so who is stopping me from over here? Is GoDaddy stopping me? No, right? GoDaddy is just showing you that it is already taken. GoDaddy is not stopping me. Okay, so there is an international body, guys. Okay, international organization which controls all your domain names across the world, actually. Okay, and that international organization is ICANN over here, guys. Okay, so ICANN is the international organization which controls your entire domain names around the world. So they control the entire internet for us. Okay, and ICANN stands for International Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. Okay, this is an international body which manages all your website names, and their motto is one world, one internet. Right, so this is a non-profit organization headquartered in US, and you will have members of this organization from every country. Like every country heads will be there, right? Bureaucrats, our top bureaucrats will be there, right? They are the members of this organization headquartered in US only, right? So every time what they will do is they will run one auction. You can also participate in that auction and you can get your domain names. So Flipkart, YouTube, Google, or Apple.com, they have taken the domain names from over here for up to 100 years. For next 100 years, we cannot take their website names. So even you can also purchase, you can participate in this auction and you can purchase. From where GoDaddy is getting all the domain names? They are getting it from ICANN only. Okay, GoDaddy is not giving you any domain names actually. ICANN is the only body throughout the world which gives you domain names, and they will control the entire website names also. Okay, so it's their responsibility that they will check that there should not be two websites with same name. Okay, so throughout the countries, okay, they have their rules so that website name should not overlap over there. Okay, so that is the reason it is one world, one internet, and they don't want any overlappings over here. Okay, so this is organization which is stopping me from taking Flipkart over here, guys. So they are controlling over here entirely, entire domains they are controlling over here, not only this, right? So if you want to take something as flipkart.com, I cannot take it because ICANN is stopping me over here from taking this. Right, then what I will do, I will go and I will search for something as mohan.com. Okay, and if you search for mohan.com, so the GoDaddy tells you that mohan.com is also already taken, but I have available with mohan.info, mohan.live. Okay, so I have some other names over here, right? So if I want, if I go ahead with purchasing the domain name, okay, and if you see the cart value, it would be something different. So GoDaddy tells you that it gives you the website names, okay, for very less cost, but if you see the end cart value, it would be something different over here, guys. See, okay, if I go to the, okay, cart over here, and if you see the end cart value, it goes, okay, something around to nearly to 1500 or 2000 rupees it will go, guys. Okay, for getting one website name. Now you tell me, okay, so for this mohan.com to get, if you are getting it from GoDaddy, we have to spend at least 1500 to 2000. Okay, and then you will say, sir, for this practice session, I'll be going through the recording one more time and I'll be completing my session because we cannot be purchasing any domains from GoDaddy, right? It's nearly costing you 2000 rupees. Okay, so for one session practice, we cannot be spending that much, right? So now we have a solution for this, right? The way GoDaddy is giving you the domain names, okay, so from GoDaddy you are purchasing the domain names, right? So we have a one more website actually which gives you website names for completely free, guys. They will give you the website names for completely free, and that is freenom.com, guys. So from freenom.com you can get your website names or you can get your domain names for free of cost without spending a single rupee. Also you can get your website names from freenom.com, and freenom.com is a Vietnam website, guys. So Vietnam people has developed this, okay, and they have given us for free. So the same way how GoDaddy is working, your freenom will work also in the same way, guys. But freenom doesn't cost you, doesn't charges you anything, and GoDaddy charges you for every website name. Okay, so we will be purchasing our websites from Freenom because it is entirely free over here. So you have to register your account with Freenom, and once you register your account with Freenom, we can sign in with our Google also over here, guys. Okay, so let me sign in with my Google account, and over here I have my Freenom account. Okay, so you can search your website names anyhow on your freenom.com. Okay, okay, so this is my website name which I have purchased from freenom.com, guys. Okay, my website name is Mahesh Raj free.tk, and this is valid up to 2023. So freenom gives you website names for 1 year. It will be giving you for entirely free, guys. It will not charge you anything, right? For example, if I go to any, okay, searching for any websites, okay, so this is also connected to ICANN only. For example, if you want to have something as, okay, let me search for Mohan AWS X. Okay, if you check for availability, if this is available, it will show you that it is available. Okay, and you can see that Mohan AWS x.tk is available for how many dollars? For $0. Okay, so you can get this website name. Okay, click on get it now. Okay, and then you can purchase this website. Then if you go to checkout also, it will be $0 only. Okay, so what I suggest you guys, when you are registering for freenom.com, okay, there will be no sign up button over here. No register button will be there, sign up button will not be there. First go to freenom.com, search your website name, whichever website you want. So either with .tk, .ml, .ga you can take. Okay, click on get it now, go to checkout, and there it gives you the option to register your account. So register your account with your Google account. That is most easiest way to register. Okay, register it with your Google account, and then you will get your website name. So once you have your website name, you can go in services, and if you go to my domains, in my domains you will find your website name over here. Okay, so in this way we can purchase our websites from freenom.com also. Okay, so instead of getting it from GoDaddy, I'll getting it from Freenom. No difference between GoDaddy and Freenom. It's paid, it is not paid, it is free. Okay, right now I have my website name over here, right? Okay, so I have my website name as maheshrajfree.tk. Okay, so Mahesh Raj is my website name. Okay, .tk or .ml or .com, whatever the extension is. Okay, let it be, no problem for us. Okay, so this is your website name, and what we have to do now is I have to, okay, link my website name with my server over here, guys, because currently from where I'm getting the message, I'm getting the message from my Linux server over here, right? So I have to establish a link between my website name and my server over here. Okay, so using one of the Azure service, okay, and that Azure service name is our DNS service over here, guys. Okay, so with the help of our Azure DNS service, you have to establish a link between your server and your website name over here, because right now where is your Linux server? It is in Azure cloud only, right? So using your Azure DNS, you have to establish a link between your website name and your server over here. In this way you have to communicate your website name to your server like this. This way I'll be giving a communication between my domain name, my website name, and my server over here, right? Now going forward, what I'll do over here is, okay, so let me go to my Azure page. So on your Azure page, if you search for DNS, okay, you'll get DNS zones over here. Okay, so already I have my Linux machine running over here, and from my Linux machine I'm already getting the message, guys. Okay, so till this part we have already did earlier also, right? So once you are getting your messages, okay, once you get your message from your Linux machine, then we have to go to our DNS zones. Okay, after registering on Freenom, and once you get your website name, okay, after registering on Freenom, then you go to DNS zones, because once you go to DNS zones, the first thing it will ask you over here is what is the website name, which website I have to link over here. The first thing it will ask you is your website name only. It will ask you that where is my website name. Okay, right. And one more thing, the DNS symbol you observe over here. Okay, I'll tell about this symbol also. The DNS symbol right now, it's a symbol of our globe, right? This is our globe symbol. Why they have given globe symbol, I'll tell you. Okay, now let me first click on create a DNS. Okay, and let me create a DNS zone. Okay, so I'm creating this under my free trial account and under my same resource group which you'll be having. Okay, and give your website name over here, guys. Okay, so my website name is maheshrajfree.tk. Don't add any www in front of your website name, because this is not a complete website name. This is just a domain name for us. Okay, so when you are creating a DNS zones, Okay, give your domain name over here. So my domain name is maheshrajpri.tk, right? And then click on next. Okay, no tags to add. Click on review and create. Okay, it will run the validation, and once the validation is passed, okay, I can create a DNS zone over here. Okay, so right now it is checking for validation, and validation has been passed over here, guys, right? So now I'll click on create, and you will see DNS zone will get created over here. Okay, so DNS zone creation is in progress, and now the deployment will be in progress, and it will create a DNS zone for us. Okay, so now the deployment is in progress, which means DNS zone is getting created, guys. Okay, so let it get created. Okay, yes, guys, so now we can see that our DNS zone got created over here successfully. So if I go to my resource over here, you can see that my DNS record got created over here, guys. Okay, so whenever you create your DNS zone, Azure will create 5 servers for us, guys. Where are those 5 servers? They are 4 servers are over here, and this is one more server over here. So whenever you create your DNS zones, it will create 5 servers for us, guys. Okay, so 5 servers are over here. 4 servers are of NS type. NS means naming server over here. Okay, total 5 servers it created. 4 servers are of NS type, and 1 server is of SOA. Okay, so 4 servers are NS type, and 5th server is your SOA, right? And now let me tell you that what is actually happening over here. Okay, so let me open a pane diagram again, right? So let me open a fresh pane diagram. Okay, so as I told you that DNS zone, the symbol which it has given to you, it's a symbol of your globe, right? Okay, so why it has given us globe symbol, now you will understand it. See, DNS zone. Okay, so zone over here is nothing but your entire globe, guys. Your entire globe is one zone over here, right? Like this. Okay, because the website name which you will give, that website name can be seen, the message can be seen from US, from UK, from Australia, right? Your website will be active throughout the globe, right? Now, when you are creating the zone, it creates the zone across the world. And as I told you, it has created 5 servers, right, for you. And what happens over here is, suppose this is your US region, okay, this is your UK region, this is your Asia region, and we have Australian region over here, right? So what DNS zone will do for you over here is, in each continent it will create one naming server, guys. That's why it has created 4 naming servers. So one naming server, okay, is in US. Okay, so one naming server it is in US, okay, and the other naming server is in UK, okay, and the other naming server is in Asia, and the next it is in Australia. So you can see that it has created 4 naming servers for us, guys. Okay, 4 naming servers got created for us. So Azure will create you 4 naming servers. So if there is anybody who is giving your website name from US, it will easily load your website with the help of that naming server. Okay, so throughout the world, whichever person is entering your website name, it would be easily loaded for them with the help of naming server. And all these 4 naming servers are actually controlled by SOA. So that is the reason you have your 5th server over here, which is SOA, which will control all your 4 naming servers over here like this. You see, this is one naming server, this is another, and this is the next one, and this is our next naming server. Okay, so that single point of authority, that SOA will control all your 4 naming servers over here like this, right? So if I go back, okay, and if you check over here, okay, so you see that there are naming servers, right? NS type, how many naming servers are there? 4 naming servers are there. You can see NS1, NS2, NS3, NS4. 4 naming servers are there, guys. Okay, if you see over here, 4 naming servers are there. See, NS1, ns2, ns3, ns4. If you see the last value, .com, which means it is in US, .net, which is it is in Australia, .org, this is in Asia region, .info, this is in UK region. So each naming server is in one continent for you. ns1, ns2, ns3, ns4. So each naming server is in one location for you. .com, .net, .org, and .info. And the fifth server is your SOA, which manages all our 4 naming servers, right? So whenever you are creating your hosted zone, one zone will get created, and the entire setup is created by Azure only for you guys. The entire setup is managed by Azure, and Azure is creating all that naming servers for us in their data centers, right? Now coming to the most important part. So our job for our today's class is to establish the link between my website name and my server over here, guys, right? This is my end target for today's part, right? So this is my major thing which we have to, that is the reason we have created DNS zones. Now let us establish a link between my website name and my server over here, guys. So to establish that link, go back to your DNS zones and go for record set creation over here, guys. So when you create a record set, it will establish a connection between your website name and your server over here, right? So now I'll click on create a record set. Now give your complete website name over here, and my complete website name is www. Don't give any dot over here, dot is already taken. So don't give any dots over here, dot is already taken over here. So record type is I'm binding this to my IP version 4 address only, because my server is running on IP version 4. If your server is running on IP version 6, you can bind it to IP version 6. You can bind it to any mail exchange servers. So I'm binding this to my IP version 4 server. And you have your alias record over here. So give yes over here. So my once you give your alias server over here, it is telling you where you want to connect this website name. Now Azure is asking you, I got your website name, which is www.maheshrajfree.tk. So this is my website name, right? Azure has taken my website name and it has created hosted zones also for me. Now it is asking you to which resource you want to bind it, which means which server you want to connect to this. So click over here, and my server name is mnjhy, and I will connect to my server over here, guys, like this. So this is my website name. I'm connecting my website to my Azure resource, which is nothing but my Azure server, and my server name is mnjhy. So whatever name you give to your Linux machine, it will show you a Linux machine over here. Whatever name I have given my Linux machine name as mnjh. So you give you any name to your Linux machine. It will show you a Linux machine over here like this. So when it will show you a Linux machine, so when you keep your alias record as yes, then only it will show, guys. Don't keep it on no, you have to keep it on yes. So when you keep your alias record as yes, and then give your resource type, and Azure server is my resource type over here. So once you have established this communication, now click on OK over here. Now it will establish a communication over here. Now it is creating a record set. So basically what I'm doing over here is I'm doing the same thing over here, which you see in the diagram. I'm giving a communication. I'm establishing a communication between my website name and my Linux server. This is what I want to do majorly, right? So if you see now, that record set got created over here. So this is my record set, and if you see now at the last segment, one more new record got created over here. And if you see that my server name is mhjy, and it is connected to my IP address, and it is connected to my website name also over here. If you see that over here, it gives you clear picture that maheshrajfree.tk is my website name, and it is successfully connected to my Linux machine IP address. Okay, so whatever message which I was getting from my Linux machine IP, I will be getting it from my website name, right? Very good. Okay, so from Azure platform, from Azure side, you have performed all your operations, guys. Okay, from Azure side, you have completed all your operations. Now there is one more operation left for you. Okay, so you have to go to Freenom now, guys. Okay, we have to go to Freenom now. And what you have to do on Freenom is, right now my maheshrajfree.tk, this website is running from Freenom, right? So Freenom will have their own naming servers. If you purchase from GoDaddy will have their own naming servers. Okay, I have purchased it from Freenom, right? So Freenom will have their own naming servers. So should I use Freenom naming servers or I should use Azure naming servers? You have to use Azure naming servers, because right now the domain names, okay, DNS zones are right now working with these naming servers. Okay, so you have to go to Freenom and you have to update your naming servers in Freenom. So don't use Freenom naming servers, because we are not running our website from Freenom over here. We have just taken our website name, that's it. Now how to change naming servers over here? So go to Freenom and click on manage domain over here. Okay, and once you click on manage domain, under management tools you will find naming servers. Okay, then click on these name servers over here. You will find your naming servers over here, guys. Okay, so over here you have to enter your naming servers like this. So how many naming servers I have? I have 4 naming servers, right? I have to enter these 4 name servers over here. Okay, so you can see by default Freenom will give the name servers by default. So I don't want to use default name servers. I have my own name servers, right, which Azure has given to me. I have to enter those name servers over here. Okay, so I will go back to my Azure DNS, and over here I have my NS1, NS2, NS3, NS4, right? I will copy each naming server and I will give it on Freenom. If you purchase your website from GoDaddy, on GoDaddy you have to go to naming servers and you have to enter your Azure naming servers. Okay, from whichever website you are purchasing your domain names, on that website you have to go to their naming servers column and you have to update Azure name servers, right? So I'll go to my DNS zone, okay, and let me copy each naming server one by one over here. So this is my first naming server, copy it and give it on Freenom, okay, and now copy your second naming server, okay, and then give it on Freenom. Okay, so like this I will copy all the 4 naming servers. Okay, so now I'll copy the third naming server, okay, and then I'll give it on Freenom. Okay, and then I'll copy my fourth naming server and I will enter it on Freenom. Okay, so don't worry with the dot at the last. Okay, if you give the dot also, Freenom will remove it anyhow, or else you can also remove it, no problem. Okay, if you give dot or if you don't give dot also, no problem at the last. Freenom will remove that. Okay, now I have entered my latest name servers over here, right? These are my updated name servers. Now I will click on change name servers and these name servers will get updated on your Freenom site as well. So you can see that it is giving you message as it has saved the changes successfully. Okay, from Freenom side also you have updated your name servers. So now what I will do is we have to wait for, okay, a couple of seconds over here, and then what I will do is we have to go to a new page and I'll give www dot, okay, maheshrajfree.tk, and you can see that I'm getting the message from my website name over here. Okay, so earlier you were getting the message from IP address. Now I'm not giving my IP address. I'm getting the message from my website name over here. Okay, so this is the same way how your Flipkart is working. This is the same way how your SDFC is working. So they are not giving any IP address to us, right? They are giving just a domain name. So I'm also getting my message from my website name. over here. Okay, and my website is linked with my Linux machine, and whatever Linux machine message you are receiving over here, you will get it from your website name. You will get it from your domain name, right? So this is what is happening over here, guys. If you enter it from US, UK, Australia, or from anywhere around the globe, okay, still you will get the message with the help of naming servers, right? And if you want to secure this website, we have to purchase SSL certificate, okay, and that we cannot get it for free. You have to purchase SSL certificate. For that, companies will do that normally. Then what you will get? You will get a log symbol like this with HTTPS. Okay, HTTPS is HTTPS secure. Okay, so we have to purchase our SSL certificate. For 1 year it would be costly only, so you have to just add that certificate. ID will be there, CRT ID will tell it that. Okay, so you have to add your CRT ID in your Linux machine. Okay, then it will show you secure over here. Okay, and whatever you are displaying over here, your developers will display over here, right? Whatever images they want to display, or message, or vertically, horizontally, whichever way you want, you will be displaying using your HTML tags, JSP tags, or your CDP tags, right? And you will be getting your message with the help of this. Okay, so Azure services, guys, that is the reason why we are using our Azure services, Azure facilities, because it has all the setup over here already done. Whichever website you have, you can link any website to your Azure servers, right? Just run your content over here in Azure Linux machines or whichever machines you want. With the help of your DNS zones, I can easily connect it to any website over here. To any website I can connect. Okay, so do the same thing over here. Try to achieve your message and try to get your message from your website names rather than getting it from the IP address. Okay, so this is the next level what we have achieved over here, right? And try to get it from over there. Register your account from Freenom. Okay, so again I'm telling, registering account on Freenom is tricky actually a bit. Okay, so first you have to search your website names in Freenom. Once you search your website name, okay, then select that website, go to checkout. In checkout you have to register. Okay, so my suggestion is link your Google accounts. Okay, it will verify your Google accounts and it will create an account on Freenom quite faster. Normally by entering the email address it will take few minutes of time, but link your Google accounts, it is much better. Okay, and you will get your website name for 1 year for completely free. No need to pay anything. No need to even enter your credit or debit card details anywhere. Okay, entirely for free you will get it, right? And even this domain is also managed by ICANN only over here. Okay, so ICANN is only managing the domains for us, and we are able to see that the entire domain list. Now still 1 year no one can take my domain name from me, right? It would be linked with me, it would be registered with me, and I'll be using this domain name from now. Okay, right? So I hope it's clear and we have successfully established the connection, guys. Okay, so try to implement the same thing, okay, and get your messages from your website names, guys. Okay, fine, then I'll be saving the share for. Okay, yes guys, good morning. I hope you are able to view my screen now, right? So now in our today's session we'll be going to discuss about a very important tool over here, guys. So let me first open our Venn diagram, and today let me yes guys, so today we'll be going to discuss about Docker over here, guys. Okay, and one of the very popular things you have Docker about over here are containers. Okay, so what are Docker containers? We are going to see over here now. So Docker is actually a name of a company, guys. Okay, but people refer containers as Dockers mostly. Okay, so Docker is actually a name of a company, which has given containers for us. So normally people refer to containers as Docker only mostly. Okay, so not only containers, Docker has a lot of other things also to its products. We have Docker Swarm. Okay, we have Docker Desktop. We have Docker work. Okay, so if I take you guys to the official website of Docker, so there we'll be going to see, okay, that, okay, so it has a lot of other products also to its list. Over here you can see, okay, so these are the list of products what Docker has, and most important and most popular among them is containers over here. Okay, right. So now going to our diagram, so let us understand what are containers over here, guys. Okay, so to understand containers, I will compare your containers with your virtual machines over here, guys. Okay, suppose this is your virtual machine. Okay, we have created virtual machines, right? Windows virtual machines and Linux virtual machines, right? So let us assume that this is your virtual machine. Okay, and let me compare a virtual machine with a container, and this is a container, guys. This is your container. Okay, so when I am comparing virtual machine to a container over here, okay, so from a diagram you come to know one thing over here is virtual machine is a machine and container is also a machine only, guys. Both are machines only over here. So container is a machine only. Virtual machine is also a machine and container is also a machine. Container is not a database. Container is not a network, or container is not a storage. Container is a machine only. Okay. So virtual machine is a big machine and container is a lightweight machine. You can say that container is our small machine. Container is a lightweight machine and virtual machine is a big machine. Okay. Now for creating a container, okay, so for creating a container I need virtual machine. So you will create containers inside virtual machine only, guys. So it is like a machine inside a machine. Okay, so container is like a machine inside a machine. So inside your VM only you are going to create your containers. So inside our VM we will be going to create our containers over here. Right, now going to our next difference over here. Okay, so when you are creating a virtual machine, guys, okay, how much RAM and hard disk you are selecting? So we can create virtual machine with 1 GB RAM also. You can start with 1 GB RAM on Azure cloud. You can create your virtual machines from 1 GB RAM. Okay, and you can take the hard disk of about 120 GB will be your hard disk size. Okay, so 1 GB is your RAM size, 120 GB is your hard disk size. Normally, we can get up to 8 GB of RAM in our free account for our virtual machines, right? So now if you see the same thing for a container, okay, if I show you guys that how much RAM and hard disk your container will use over here, you know, if I give a RAM over here, I'll be using the RAM of about 100 MB, guys, over here. 100 MB will be my RAM size. Compared to your virtual machine, this is just a 10% of that what you are using over here. Actually, I don't need 100 MB also, but still I am giving 100 MB as my RAM size. It is just 10% of what your virtual machine is using over here, right? And in terms of hard disk, if I write over here, you will be amazed to know, okay, that hard disk size for my container or memory size, I'll take only 200 MB, guys. 100 MB is my RAM size and 200 MB, I'm in MBs only. I'm not in GBs, I'm in MBs. So 200 MB is my hard disk size. Compared to virtual machines, it is not even 1%. Right? We are taking 120 GB. So where is 120 GB compared to your 200 MB? Right? So if you take 1 GB, which is 1000 MB, right? So it is 1000 times more than this working. Okay, now let me tell you one more interesting thing. Your container is running with just 100 MB and 200 MB, right? It uses very less CPU and less memory, but this container will be faster than your virtual machine. If you compare the speed and performance over here with comparison to your virtual machine, your container will have more speed compared to your virtual machine over here, guys. In terms of speed and in terms of performing the operations, your container will have more speed compared to your virtual machines over here. Right? Now, another question is, even though it is utilizing so much less CPU and so much less memory, how come it is faster than my virtual machine? Okay, because it is using less memory, less CPU, it is way smaller than your virtual machine, still it is way faster than compared to your virtual machine. So now let me tell you the reasons that why container is so much fast in your environment. Okay, the first reason over here is, if you see in your virtual machine, guys, you will have complete operating system. Your virtual machine comes with complete operating system, right? So when you are creating your virtual machine, either Linux or Windows, you will get complete operating system over there on that machine, right? So for Windows, minimum 30 to 40 GB will be occupied. For Linux, at least 10 GB will be occupied by operating system only. You have operating system files, operating system libraries, operating system runtime files will be there on your virtual machine. But you know what container does over here? Container will not have a complete operating system. Container will not use a complete operating system over here. Actually, container will doesn't have an operating system of its own. It uses the operating system from the virtual machine it is running on. So it will use the operating system from this virtual machine. So technically we call it as our host machine. So it will use the OS files or operating system files from this host machine over here. So it doesn't have its own operating system over here. That is the reason it doesn't need more RAM, it doesn't need more memory, and it is using the operating system from the host machine. Okay, so on whichever virtual machine you have created the container, from that virtual machine it will use the operating system. So whatever operating system files it needs, it uses your operating system files from your host machine only. The machine on which you are creating the containers, on that machine it will consume the operating system files. So that is the reason why it is so fast and why it is using so less memory. It is not running its own operating system. Okay, and still what it will do over here is, okay, let me tell you this thing first. For creating your virtual machines, guys, okay, for creating your virtual machines, what do you need? You need image. Actually, with the help of image you will select what type of machine you want, right? So with the help of image, okay, you will select what type of machine you want. Suppose you select a Linux image, it will create a Linux machine. If you select a Windows image, it will create a Windows virtual machine, right? So when you are creating the virtual machine, image option is there, right? From that image you are selecting the operating system of this machine, right? So image is important over here. With the help of image you are creating your virtual machines. So over here for the containers also, when you are creating the containers, for creating containers also you need images, guys. We call these images as container images. Okay, we call these images as our container images. Okay, so both are machines, so both need images to get created. Okay, right, very good. Now what type of images you need over here? Okay, so container needs these kind of images, guys. For example, if you want to create a Java container, you have to select a Java image, and then a Java container will get created, and Java container will run only Java only for you guys. It will not run any other thing apart from Java, but it will run Java faster than your virtual machine. It will run that one particular set or package or application which you want to run inside the container, but it will run that particular package in your container faster than virtual machine. If you want Python inside your container, select Python image. It will create a Python container. So in the same way, what you are doing in virtual machine, you are selecting Linux image, Linux machine getting created, right? So over here you choose Java image, Java container will get created. You select Python image, Python container will get created. Or you select MySQL image, MySQL container will get created. So whichever container you want, you can create. You have to select the image over here. So according to that image, you will have that one particular container. Okay. Now, so going back to your virtual machines, for creating virtual machines, you are selecting images over here, right? So if you go to home, if I go to virtual machines, and if I click on create, okay, so over here you see you have list of images over here, right? You have Windows image, you have Linux image, okay? All these are the list of images which you have with you, right? So where are all these images? On your Azure dashboard only you have all those images, right? So then where are container images? Virtual machine images are over here only. We can see the list of images are over here. Then where are container images? So for container images, Docker has given a one separate repository for you guys. We call it as Docker Hub. Okay. So Docker Hub is a place where you have your container images. All your container images will be inside your Docker Hub. It will not be available on your Azure dashboard, guys. On your Azure dashboard, you will not find any container images. Your container images will be available on Docker Hub. Okay. So over here, whatever image you want, you can search. For example, if you want a Java image, you see, you search for Java over here, it will give you the Java image. And these are the official Docker images, which means these are verified images for us. Okay, verified officially. So you can use these images over here, right? So not only Java, if you want Python image, search for Python and it will give you the Python image, official Python image. Okay, and if you want MySQL container, search for MySQL image, it will give you a MySQL image. So whatever images you want, okay, you can get it from Docker Hub. This is our official registry where you have all your container images. Okay, right now going to our next thing over here. Okay, so as I told you guys, whatever you want to create as a container, you can create. And if you are creating Java container, it will run Java faster than our virtual machine, right? Fine. Now coming to our next important thing over here. So let me tell you the real-time implementation of containers. That where are you actually using containers in real time? Okay. So if I take a one more new picture over here, okay. So let me start with an example, guys. Okay. Suppose you have a big server over here. Okay. You have taken a very big server. Now on this server, what I want to do is I want to do, okay, my credit card transaction on this server, guys. Okay. I want to do a credit card transaction on my server. So in a older way of working or in a previous generation method, what we used to do is, okay, suppose your programmer is writing your program, might be in Java or might be in JSP or might be JavaScript or Python. Let him write in whichever program he wants. Okay, not an issue at all. So what they used to do is, you have one big server over here, right? And if you want to do the credit card transactions, they used to write a program. Okay, and in which way they used to write the program over here? Okay, let me give the logics over here, right? So they used to start, and the first logic they will write to check your credit card number. Okay, so once you have done with your first logic, you will be having your second logic to check the CVV of your card. Okay, to check the CVV number, right? And the next logic they might be running over here to check the balance. Okay, so if you have the balance, it will get debited. And the next logic, okay, debit amount. Okay, and the next and the final logic over here, we can run it as a feedback. Okay, for our transaction that which we were running over here, right? So we used to have one big server. We used to run our program like this. So each logic, they used to write a logic over here for each, okay, set, and we used to run the program, right? So first logic executed, it will go to second logic, it will get executed, it will go to third logic. Okay, so in the same incremental fashion it will work, right? Very good, understandable. But the transactions which we used to do over here in previous generation, we used to face a lot of issues over here, guys. Okay, in the previous generation transactions, if you used to see, first of all, it used to take a lot of time, and second thing, sometimes amount used to get debited, but it should not reflected on the other side. Okay, transaction failures were there, so a lot of issues were there in this kind of a setup, but still we used to use it because there was no other way. And this kind of maintaining and managing your architecture is called as macro setup, guys, where you're writing one big program executing in one big server over here like this, right? Older way of working. Now what is happening over here in the industry, okay, in the right now in the industry, what we are doing is we are taking a server. No doubt we are taking one server, and in this server what we are doing is we are creating containers over here, guys. Okay, suppose I have container 1, container 2, container 3, okay, container 4, okay, and my container 5, right? And now what is happening over here is whatever logic they have written over here, right, for checking the credit card number and all, I'm not writing it in a single program. I'm not writing that logics in a single program over here. What I'm doing over here is I'm writing this logics inside a container. Okay, so the first container will check my credit card number. First container, it will check my credit card number, and it will not do any other operations apart from checking your credit card number. So your first container, it will not check CVV. It will only check the credit card number only. But it will check the credit card number very, very fast, because its behavior, its performance is very, very fast, right? It will do one operation, but that one operation it will be do in a super speed over here, right? So first container will check your credit card number, right? And second container will check the CVV. Okay, third container it will check the balance. Okay, fourth container it will debit the amount for you. Okay, and finally you have fifth container where you will be doing your feedback, for example. Okay, now each container is not dependent on each other over here, guys. No container is dependent on each other, and every container will do that one job only, but it will do that job very, very fast. It will immediately check the number, again it will sit idle. It will ask you to please give one more number, right? Within fraction of seconds it will do its task. Okay, and if you see the same example over here, right now the same thing is being utilized, your containers, and the same method is being utilized by your, what, you are utilizing GPay and PhonePe, right? You are using GPay and PhonePe, they are running on containers only. Your Google Pay, your PhonePe, they are running on containers only. So I no need to tell about speed now. If you compare with your previous transactions, you people already know that how fast your GPay and PhonePe will work. How come your PhonePe and GPay working so fast? Because of containers only. So first container will check the phone number. Second container will verify the phone number. It will give you the name of the receiver at the other end. Then if you have the balance, it will debit the balance, and again it will give you the transaction success message, right? So everything is taken care by container over here. So the transactions which you used to do to your previous method to this method, that is the reason why they are so fast over here, and failure rate is also very low compared to previous method of transactions. That is the reason why we are going for containers. In terms of CPU and memory usage, they will use less still. Okay, for checking your credit card number, it will still use 100 MB RAM and 200 MB hard disk only. It will use less CPU, less memory, but it will perform faster than that big virtual machine, right? So these kind of transactions, what you are doing over here is called as micro setup, guys. So you also call them as microservices. So basically we create containers for running our microservices. Now what is our job as a DevOps engineer? Your job as a DevOps engineer to create these containers for them and provide it to your developers. They will write whatever logic they want to write inside that container. And your job is to create this container and provide this container to your developers. Okay, so you will have 10 containers for checking credit card number, 10 containers for checking CVV, 10 containers for checking the balance, 10 containers for checking the amount, and 10 containers for giving you the feedback. So total how many containers will become? 60 containers. So minimum to minimum in real time, you will have 100 or 200 containers to manage. So your job is to create containers and provide it to your developers. And let me tell you one more thing, writing and executing the logic inside a container is challenging for developers. Because on virtual machine they can write it easily, but to get executed inside a container, any logic, it's challenging for developers. But still they are trying, and every company, guys, they want to move it to container technology only. They want to containerize their application or software you have. Okay, so if I take a one more very popular example over here, okay, you have your, okay, food delivery apps, right? Okay, you have Swiggy or Zomato, or if you take Ola or Uber, they are working on containers. Like every company, they want to run their setup on containers only. That is why containers are becoming so much popular in the market, because they are using less CPU, less memory, means less costing for a company, but they are getting more speed, less failure rate, right? So what is happening with Swiggy and Zomato over here? If you take the same kind of containers over here as well, suppose this is your container 1, container 2, container 3, okay, and you have your container 4 and container 5, okay. So the first container will be searching for your order over here, right? It will check and it will search for order, it will search for the restaurants, right? And the second container, it will assign you the delivery guy, right? Next you will track the delivery guy, okay. This container will be tracking the delivery guy for you, okay. And the next container, you will be having a payment gateway, payment to be made, and then you have your feedback container, okay. So now whatever payment you have to do over here, right? Payments normally on your Swiggy and Zomato, if you observe, guys, they are linked with PhonePe and GPay over here, right? Okay, your payments gateway is mostly linked with your GPay and PhonePe over here. They are easily integrated over here. Why? Because they are running on containers. They are running on containers, and from container to container, if you want to establish connection through API, it is very smooth. You can easily integrate from one container to another container. So that is the reason you see you have easier options given for payment to be done using PhonePe and GPay, because container communication is very smooth. From this container to those containers, you can easily communicate, right? Even for tracking, Swiggy or Zomato will not do any tracking over here. They will go and they will link to your Google container. Your Google will be doing, Google Maps will be doing all the tracking over here, right? So this Google Maps, it will be linked to that Google Maps container over here. So from over here, it will go to your Google Maps container, right? So talking about Google Maps, I got one more thing important. So have you ever seen any ads on your Google Maps, guys? The Google Maps which we are using, okay? Have you seen any ads on your Google Maps? So then what is the revenue for Google out of it? If they give it for free, like this to every one of us, they have to spend lots of money for that, because they need huge setup for running maps, right? And they have thousands of teams who are working on maps only, specially. Forget about YouTube, Gmail, okay. They are having so many products to their list, right? Google News, Okay, all those things are there. Google weather is also there. Okay, so if I talk about only maps, they don't give any ads when you see the maps, right? So then how they are getting the revenue, how they are getting the money out of maps? We are not paying anything for maps also, right? How they are getting money? So companies like Swiggy, Zomato, Uber, Ola will pay to Google Maps so that it will get integration with their app, and you will be searching the delivery guy, or you will be searching the cab. Okay, so companies like them, they will be paying to Google. Okay, I've just taken the names of 4 companies. So there are so many companies which needs Google Maps, guys, actually. Okay, if you see Rapido, they need Google Maps. Okay, so whichever tracking you have, tracking apps, they have to purchase Google Maps for their corporate use. So from those companies, Google will be getting the revenue, guys. They are generating the revenue for maps with the help of those companies. Even shipping companies which are there, huge shipping companies, they do the traveling, right? They still use Google Maps, and they will be using paid maps. Okay, so from there it generates the revenue. Okay, we are the customers actually. The one which we are using, Google Maps, the free one, it is actually a testing one. We call it as a beta one. Okay, so normally whatever Google Maps you people are using, we are tracked. Okay, whatever settings you do, whatever privacy settings you add, still it will track you over there. With the tracking, it will improve its directions. With the tracking, it will improve its routes. So it is not charging anything from us, because from us, it is getting the actual map. Okay, it is tracing all the routes with the help of the ones which we are using actually. Okay, so we are test users for Google. Okay, but their corporate maps which they are giving to different companies, okay, that is not a free version, and that is not a tested version. Okay, after entire testing from our side, our mobile devices, then they give it to companies like this, and it's very costly for them, but still they have to use, because they have to track delivery guys and all, right? So that is the reason they go for that. Okay, and they are getting billions of dollars so that they can provide it to us for free of cost. That revenue is enough for them. Okay, right? So you have Redbus, you have RTC, so many companies, they use Google Maps. Okay, cannot take the list, right? So now these containers actually helps you to communicate to another container very easily, guys. Okay, so that is why you have your payment gateways linked over there. Okay, now going forward, every company will be trying to run their app on containers only, guys. Okay, so it's a very huge challenge for developers. Okay, but still they are trying to containerize every application over here. It will take some time for the next 4 to 5 years. In the next 4 to 5 years, that is the reason why IT industry is booming, guys, right now. This is one of the reasons, because they are containerizing all their apps. Right now, what is our job? To create these containers and provide it to them. Right. So now going forward, okay, let us create a sample container, guys, for our today's class. So first, let me create our virtual machine. Okay, I will create a Linux virtual machine. You can create containers on Windows also, but it is not preferred actually. In real time, you will create it on Linux machines only. So I will create containers on Linux machine only over here as well. Okay, so let me first create one Linux machine quickly. Okay, I will call this machine as my Linux machine. Let me create this in my Asia region. Okay, so I'll be creating my Linux machine over here quickly. Let me select my Red Hat version 8, and I already have a key with me, right? So I'll use the existing key, my Linux machine, and let me quickly create this machine. Okay, and let me create, okay, at least one container for you guys. Okay, so first of all, anyhow, you understand the container architecture. Okay, so once you understand your container architecture, then we'll go ahead and then we'll create our containers anyhow. So let this virtual machine get ready over here, and then on top of this virtual machine, I will create containers. Okay, so deployment is in progress. So let this get created over here. Okay, so resource got created over here, guys. Now let me go to my Linux machine and let me log into my Linux machine. Okay, so I'll copy the IP address and let me open the terminal and let me increase the font. Okay, and to log into this machine, okay, I'll add my IP address over here and let me log into this Linux machine, guys. Yes, to connect. Okay, the first thing which I will do over here is I will switch to root user over here by giving our sudo command, right? So as I told, whatever you are doing on your Linux machine, that will be your first command to enter, right? Now you want containers to get created, right? So if you want to create containers, we have to install Docker on your Linux machine. And to install Docker on your Linux machine, you will give yum space install space Docker and then -y, and Docker installation will start over here, guys. Okay, so now we can see the Docker installation has started over here. Okay, so Docker is getting installed, right? And once the Docker installation is complete, okay, if you go and check the service of Docker, as you know, Linux machine behavior, right? Whenever you install any package, if you go and check the status of your package, it will be in inactive mode over here, right? So now we have to start our Docker service. Okay, and then you have to enable your Docker service. Okay, so let us give some more time over here for it to get started. Okay, so now you can see, guys, okay, it got started over here. Now if you check Docker images, first of all it will show you that how many images are there in your machine, and if you give Docker ps, okay, it should show you how many containers are there in your machine. Okay, so Docker PS will give you how many containers are there in your machine, and Docker images will show you how many images are there in your machine over here. Okay, so these are the two very important commands which you have to give mostly over here, guys. Okay, so Docker PS and Docker images. Okay, these are the two very important commands that using this, okay, you will be giving your, you will be checking your images and containers over here. Okay, so let it check. Okay, so from over here onwards we'll be doing a lot of Docker commands, guys. Okay, so Docker commands are very important for us, and using Docker commands, okay, we'll be working over here on our containers, guys. Okay, so if you want to work onto your containers, we'll be using Docker commands. Okay, so now you can check that I have, okay, got one image over here. So if you check Docker images, I got one Java image over here. Okay, similarly if you want to get one more image, so the command to get the image is Docker pull, guys. If you write Docker pull, for example, if you want MySQL image, write MySQL. For example, if you want, okay, Python image, write Python. For example, if you want Java image, you can write Java over here. So whichever image you want over here, you can give that image name. But from where it is getting all those images? From Docker Hub. Okay, so once you give Docker pull command, it will go to Docker Hub and it will get that image for you. All your container images are in Docker Hub only. Okay, so you'll be getting that images from your Docker Hub. Okay, for example, if I give Python over here, so it will be going and getting Python. Okay, so don't worry about this error over here. First it will search locally and then it will go to Docker Hub and then it will get the image. Okay, so locally I don't have that image, right? So that is the reason it is downloading it from my Docker Hub over here. Okay, now it is storing the image as well. So for creating the containers we need images, so that's why we are downloading the images from Docker Hub over here, guys. And Docker pull is the command. Okay, so let it get downloaded over here. It is storing now. Okay, so now if you check Docker images, so how many images now you have over here, guys? We have two images over here now. Okay, one is our Java image and the other is your Python image over here, guys. Okay, right? So now using these images, okay, we'll be creating our containers. So if you check Docker PS over here right now, you don't have any containers being running over here, guys. Okay, Now for creating the containers, you can use the command as docker space run space -it -name. Give your name to your container. Okay, I'll give a name to my container as Rajesh, for example. Okay, Rajesh is my container name. And if you want to use a Java image, use Java image. And to go inside this container, we'll be writing /bin/bash to go inside this container. What is my container name? It is Rajesh, and I'm using a Java image over here for creating the container. Okay, and if you see over here, guys, once you give your container creating command and once you give enter over here, within a second it will create container for you over here. See, right now you are inside a container. The unique ID which you see over here, okay, this is your container ID. So once you give docker run command and you give enter over here, within a second container will get created for you guys. Within a second it will be that much faster. And if you give ls over here and if you check, these are the files which are there inside your Java container. Okay, so these are the files which I have inside my Java container over here. So let me come out of this container. I will give exit and I will come back to my Linux machine. So I created a container, I went inside a container, right, and I'm back to my Linux machine. So let me create one more container over here, guys. Okay, so I'll say docker space run space -it -name. Now I will call this container as Mohan container. Okay, I will use Python image this time. Earlier I have used the Java image. Now I will use a Python image, and to go inside this container, I will write /bin/bash to go inside that container. Okay, so if I give enter over here now, you will see that within a second, one more container got created over here. And if you check ls and see, these are the files which are related to my Python container. Okay, so now altogether, how many images are there? Let me give exit from over here and let me check. If you check docker space images, you can see that 2 images are there, Java image and Python image. And if you give docker space ps space -a, it will show you containers also over here. And how many containers are there? We have created 2 containers over here, guys. Okay, if you run docker space ps space -a, will show you over here. Okay, let me minimize this a bit more. So in this way, you can clearly understand. This is your container ID. Okay, this is your container image. Okay, one is Python image, the other is Java image, and one container name is Mohan and the other container name is Rajesh. So using images, I have created my containers, and I have created this container about 40 seconds ago, and I created this container about 2 minutes ago. Okay, anyhow, there are a lot of things which we will be doing on these containers. Okay, there are a lot of things which we'll be doing. We'll be learning so many Docker commands. Okay, so first of all, install Docker on your machines and try to pull images and try to create some containers, guys. Okay, a few basic things only you have to do initially, and understand the Docker architecture, because if you understand the Docker architecture, it will be very easy for us to understand the next things which we are going to do. Okay, right, so try to create some containers, pull some images, any image you pull, you just try to create, just have a hands on, and then we'll be going much deeper inside our containers. Execution, ఈ కంటైనర్స్ అన్న ఎక్కడ ఉన్నాయి? VM లో ఉన్నాయి అంతే. కార్డ్ నంబరా? అచ్చా అచ్చా, ఆ ఎగ్జిక్యూషన్ అంటున్నారా? ఫస్ట్ ఆ కార్డ్ నంబర్, తర్వాత సివివి నంబర్, ఆ లాజిక్ అంతా రాసేది డెవలపర్స్. మన జాబ్ ఏంటంటే, ఇప్పుడు వాళ్ళు మీకు జావా కంటైనర్ క్రియేట్ చేయమని చెప్పారు, అప్పుడు మీరు ఏం చేస్తారు? ఈ కమాండ్ రన్ చేసి జావా కంటైనర్ క్రియేట్ చేసి వాళ్ళకి ఇస్తారు. వాళ్ళకి ఏది కావాలి? వాళ్ళకి ఈ కంటైనర్ ఐడి కావాలి. ఈ కంటైనర్ ఐడి వాళ్ళకి ఇస్తే వాళ్ళు కోడ్ వచ్చేసి ఆ కంటైనర్ ఐడిలో పుష్ చేస్తారు. సో ఆ కోడ్ వచ్చేసి మీ కంటైనర్ లో ఎగ్జిక్యూట్ అవుతుంది. సో కోడ్ ఎగ్జిక్యూట్ అవ్వడానికి మనకు ఇంత పెద్ద వర్చువల్ మెషిన్ అవసరం లేదు, మనం చిన్న కంటైనర్ తో రన్ చేయొచ్చు అంతే, ఇంకేం లేదు. ఓకే, నో దిస్ ఈస్ ద సెట్ అండ్ రైట్. ఎగ్జిక్యూషన్ ప్రాసెస్ మనం డిసైడ్ చేయాలి. ఓకే, సో మన జాబ్ ఏంటంటే కంటైనర్స్ క్రియేట్ చేయాలి, కంటైనర్స్ మేనేజ్ చేయాలి, right? So going forward I will show you different methods of creating containers, different methods. Okay, so container commands, docker commands, okay, developers came out, developers doesn't know any docker command, developer know how to write the code, in which order you want to execute, and they will push the code in that container id, that's it. Developer meer container create cheyamante developer ki docker commands ravu, DevOps engineer job. Okay, right, fine. Okay, so I'll be saving the share for our today's class, so try to create your container. Yes guys, so now proceeding with our docker containers ahead. Okay, so today we'll be doing about more commands onto our docker containers, right? So first of all, let me install container over here on this Linux machine. So once you create your Linux machines, we'll be installing docker over here. So I'll say yum space install space docker and then -y. So docker installation will start it now, right? So once your docker installation is done, okay, we will be going with starting our docker service. Okay, so to start your docker service, we'll be giving systemctl start docker, right, and then enter. And for enabling your docker service, we'll be saying systemctl enable docker over here. We have to start and we have to enable our docker service, right? So I'll be starting and enabling my docker service. So once you start and enable your docker service, so now if you check systemctl status docker, my docker will be up and running over here. Yes, ఏఐడి ఓకే, యా అంటే నేమ్ ఇవ్వలేదు, నేను నేమ్ ఇవ్వలేదు, ఎగ్జాక్ట్ ఐపీ వచ్చేస్తుంది, ఏదైనా ఒకటే, నో ప్రాబ్లం. ఓకే, సో ఓకే అవుతుంది, అది స్టార్ట్ అవుతుంది ఇప్పుడు, అయింది చూడండి, సేమ్ నాకు అవుతుంది అంటే మీకు కూడా అవ్వాలి. ఓకే, కానీ ఇప్పుడు అవుతుంది అంటే సిస్టమ్ రెడీగా ఉండాలి. ఓకే, సో చెక్ ఇట్. ఓకే, బట్ స్టిల్ ఒకటి చెప్తాను. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇఫ్ యు గాట్ okay docker images, when you give and when you give enter, if it shows like this, your docker is running. If it shows you it is not ready, okay, then it is not ready. So docker command should start executing for us, that is important. Idi ready aval man. Okay, right. So if you see the images right now, I don't have any images with me. Okay, and if you want to check how many containers are there, you will be giving docker space ps. Okay, and if you check over here, I don't have any containers also, I don't have any images, I don't have any containers also. So let me pull some images. So for pulling the images, I will give docker space full space. Okay, so let me pull MySQL image, I will give enter. So MySQL image is getting downloaded from Docker Hub. Okay, when you give docker pull command, it will go to Docker Hub and it will download the image. Right now it is downloading the image for us. So image got downloaded over here successfully. Now check how many images are there. Okay, you can see that one MySQL image is there, one image is there, right? So similarly, let me download one more image. I will say docker space full space. Okay, let me download one. Okay, Python image over here. Okay, so I'll give enter over here and you will see that Python image is getting downloaded. Okay, so right now how many images I'm having? If you check, I am having two images with me, guys. One is my MySQL image and the other is Python image. Okay, so using these images, I will create my containers, right? So to create your containers, you have to run docker space run space -it -name. Let me give my container name as C1 C1 is my container name, or you can give any name like Rajesh, Mohan. You can give any name to your container. Okay, I'm calling my container as C1, and I will use MySQL image. And to go inside this container, I will write /bin/bash. Okay, so now if I will give enter over here, you will see that within a second container will get created, and I'm inside my container also. Okay, I'm inside my container also. If you give ls over here and if you check, these are the files which are available in your MySQL container. Okay, these are the files which are available in your MySQL container, right? Because this is our MySQL container. Very good. Now let me exit from this container. Okay, now similarly let me create one more container using Python image. Okay, so I will say docker space run space -it hyphen name. I will call this container as C2 container. I will use Python image, and normally you are writing /bin/bash, right? We are writing /bin/bash to go inside a container, right? Or else you can also write simple bash also. It's same. You can write /bin/bash, or else you can simply write bash also. It's same. Huh? Directory. Okay. So bin or bash is the same thing, guys. So in a short form, you can write bash also, and if you give enter, you will go inside a container only. Okay, so we are going inside container only, and this time we have created a Python container, and you can see these are the files which are there in Python container. So for any container, you can write bash. Okay, for any container, if you want to go inside, we can write bash over there to go inside, right? Now, so let me exit from this container. Okay, now let me check how many images are there. I have 2 images with me, right? Now let me tell you one more thing, guys, that Docker is a very smart tool, guys, actually. Okay, the way Docker works, it's a very smart tool for us actually. So let me show you one thing over here. What I'll do is I will create one container. I will say docker run -it -name. I will create container 3 C3. Okay, and I will use CentOS image. Do I have CentOS image with me? No, right? So I don't have CentOS image with me. So what Docker will do over here, Docker will first check locally that that image is available or not. First, it will check locally in that machine that that image is available or not. If that image is available, it will create the container. Or if it is not available, it will go to Docker Hub. It will go to Docker Hub, and then it will search for image over there. It will download the image and it will create the container. Okay, so it's a very smart tool. If it doesn't find it locally, it will go to Docker Hub, it will download the image. Okay, so then it will create our container, right? So it is not mandatory that image should be downloaded all the time. This will also work over here. It will search first locally, but then it will go to Docker Hub. Okay, and I will give bash to go inside this container. So with this, what will happen? It will search for the image locally, then it will go to Docker Hub, it will download the image, it will create the container for me, and I will go inside the container also. Okay, so now if I give enter over here, you will see that first of all, it was unable to find the image locally. So CentOS was not available locally. So then what it did? It went to for pull over here. It downloaded the image, okay, and it has created a container for me also. And right now we are inside the container, okay, and this is our CentOS container. So CentOS image was not there. It downloaded the image, it created the container, and I'm inside the container also now. Right? So in this way also you can create your containers. Okay, very good. Now let me exit from this container and let me show you one more thing. So total how many images are there with us? 3 images are there now. CentOS image also got downloaded, right? Now, so let me pull one more image. I will say Docker space, full space. Let me pull Java image. Okay. So I'll write Java over here, and Java image is getting downloaded. Multiple images. Okay, I'll show. You can create your own image also. Okay. Right now, total how many images are there? If I give Docker space images, okay, 4 images are there now, right? So let me create one more container now. I will say Docker space run space -it -name. Let me create a container, C5 container, and I will use Java image. And generally we are writing /bin/bash. So in a short form, we are writing bash to go inside container, or else you can write sh also to go inside a container. /bin/bash will also work, bash will also work, sh will also work. Okay, but with sh what will happen is, if you give sh and enter, you will only get a hashtag mark over here, guys. It will not show you the container id. It will not show us the container id. It will only just give us the sh mark, only the hashtag mark. Okay, so because of this reason we don't use sh mostly. We mostly use bash because bash gives us the container id also, right? So if I give ls over here and check, these are the files which are there inside my container over here, right? Very good. Now let me exit from this. Okay, and now let me check how many images are there. I have 4 images, and check how many containers are there. Okay, so now let me show you one more thing also, guys. Okay, so there is a small difference between Docker ps and Docker ps-a. Docker ps-a, it will give you all the containers, guys. The name is all over here. Okay, so Docker ps-a, it will show you all the containers. It will show us all the containers over here. Okay, so if I give enter over here, you will see, okay, that these are my containers over here. Okay, so now tell me, if I give Docker ps, it is not showing me any containers. But when I give Docker ps-a for showing all the containers, it is showing me all the containers. What is the difference over here? You know, more. Okay, no, only one simple thing is there. Okay, only one. Docker ps will show you running containers. Docker ps will show you running containers. Docker ps-a will show you running containers, even stopped containers also. So right now your containers you have created, they are in exited mode. Exited mode over here means they are in stopped mode. Okay, now what I will do, you see, Docker space start space, let me start C1 and C2 for example. Container 1 and container 2. I will start 2 containers now. Docker start C1 C2. Okay, now if I give enter, you will see C1 C2 both got started over here. Container 1 and container 2. Now check Docker PS. How many containers are running? 2 containers are running. So that's why it is showing 2 containers. But when you view Docker ps-a, it will show you all the containers. So this will show all the containers. Yes, yes, yes.
Video is
Yeah.
stopped.
It is available now.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you give you Docker ps, it will show you only the running containers. If you give Docker ps-a, it will show you running containers and stopped containers also. Okay, so only 2 containers are running. That is the reason you see Docker ps giving you 2 containers only. And Docker ps-a, so they are running or not running also, it will show you here. So 2 are in exited mode, which means these 2 are not running. and these two containers are running since 39 seconds and 38 seconds. Okay, very good. Now let me start the other two containers also. I will say docker space start space C3 and C5. So to stop it, you can write docker stop. To start it, we can write docker start. Okay, simple command. So I'll give C3, C5 also got started. Now when you give docker ps, it will show that all the four containers are running over here. All four containers are running. We have created the containers and all the four containers are running. Right? Very good. Now guys, in yesterday's class, I told you that containers will use very less CPU and very less memory. Okay, they use very less CPU, very less memory. Let us see practically now that how less they are using. Okay, so to check your containers utilization or to check your containers CPU and memory, that how much they are using, we have a command as docker space stats, guys. If you give docker stats command, it will show you that how much CPU and memory you are utilizing over here onto your containers. Okay, so now if I give enter over here, it will show you that how much CPU and memory we are using over here. So if you check over here closely, okay, all the four containers are running C1, C2, C3 and C5, right? Okay, and if you check the CPU utilization, it will change, guys. For 1 second it will change. So it is just 0.01% is the CPU utilization, 0.01, and they are in running state over here. And if you see the memory utilization, C5 is just running with 412 KB only, not even MB, and C3 container is running with 4 MB. This is with 1 MB and this is with 2.87 MB. So they are in MBs only, and no container is even 10 MB also. They are not even occupying 10 MB space also. But still they are running, and they are running very, very fast. The reason they are occupying so less memory is they are not having any operating system. They will consume it from my Linux machine. And if you see the memory percentage utilization over here, okay, that it is using 0.04, not even 1%, and 0.43, this is also not even 1%. So you see, if you add more load also, it will be still be very less, guys. So this is less than the size of our normal picture. Your picture will be having around 5 to 10 MB size. Your container is running less than that amount of size over here. And my Linux machine is running with 8 GB as the storage, as the memory, and this is running with just in MBs, 2 MB, 3 MB, 4 MB. It will not even cross 10 MB also in a running state. Okay, so individually, if you want to check, now it is showing for all the containers, right? Individually, if you want to check, okay, you can give the command as docker space, okay, same stats command only, stat space, give your container name like C1, or you can give container ID also. You can give container name or you can give container ID also. You can give any one of them, right? So I will give enter over here, and now you see that it is showing me the utilization of one container only. Right? It is showing me the utilization of one container only over here. Okay, and it is using just 2.87 MB. Okay, so I can give container name or I can give container ID also, guys. Okay, so you can give container ID also over here. Anything is okay. So you can run docker space stat space, and we can give container ID also, like this, like this. So container name or container ID, both are unique for us, and you can use any one of them for checking their utilization. Right? So Docker stats will give you the CPU and memory utilizations, guys. It's an interview question also. They will ask that how to check the CPU and memory of your containers. Okay. Now let me show you guys that how how many processes your containers is using. Okay, so before that, let me show you how many processes my Linux machine is using first. Okay, so to check the processes in your Linux machine, we will give top command over here, guys. pop top. If you give top command, it will show you how many processes are running inside your Linux machine. So if you give top, you can see 111 processes are running over here, guys. It will be always near to 100 or it will be more than 100. 111 processes are running over here, guys, in your Linux machine. Right now, if you see the same thing on your containers, let me show you guys that how many processes your container is using over here. Okay, so now I will show you the processes inside your container. Okay, so to check that, we will run docker space top command, pop top. Okay, so again, you can give your container name or container ID. For example, you want to check C5's how many processes if it is running, you want to check, right? Docker top C5, and if you give enter over here, it will show you how many processes are running inside your C5 container. Okay, so over here you can check only one process is running inside my container, guys. Only one. In my Linux machine, 100 plus are running. It is only one, which means only 1% of your Linux machine's processes it is using. Your Linux machine is using so many processes. There is a reason behind that actually, because it is running with complete operating system. When you are running with complete operating system, behind background processes will always run. On your Windows machine also it will run, on your Linux machine also background processes will run, and it will be nearly to 100. But in containers, they are running only one process. So it is unnecessary processes will not run over here inside containers, guys. Only the process which is required, only that process will run. If I add more load also over here, it will not go beyond 3 to 4 processes. That is the reason it uses less CPU and less memory, because there is no unnecessary processes are running over here. So Docker has removed all the unnecessary things, guys. Okay, so same way you can check with container ID also. If you give docker top and if you take any container ID also, you can check container name or container ID, both will work over here. See, it will show you that only one PID is working over here. Okay, and it is using only one process, right? Very good. Okay, so in terms of CPU, memory and processes, we came to know that it is using very less, right? Now check how many images are there. Okay, if I go for docker space images, it is showing you number of images, right? And if I go docker space ps, it will show number of containers, right? So every time I'm giving these two commands, docker images, docker ps, docker images, docker ps. So instead of giving these two commands one after the other, from a single command I want to know how many images are there and how many containers are there. From a single command I want to know both the things. Okay, so you can give docker space system space df over here. So with this command, it will show you that how many images and how many containers are there. Okay, both the things it will show. So if I give enter over here, you will see now that it will show me both the things over here. You can see, so total how many images are there? 4 images are there. Total how many containers are there? 4 containers are there. So one default volume is there, and there is no cache over here also. Okay, so we will talk about volumes also, okay, in some time. So you can see total 4 containers and 4 images are there. So in a single command, it is showing us both the things, right? And even if you want more details, okay, so in this thing only, if you want more details, okay, you can run docker space system space df and you can give -v option over here. So -v option will give you even more details regarding your docker system. Okay, it will show you how many images are there, how many containers are there, and with image name and container name also it will show you, right? So if I give enter over here, you see, okay, so how many images are there? 4 images are there. So it is showing you image name, right? And how many containers are there? 4 containers are there, and it is showing you container names also over here, and one default volume and no cache. Okay, so these 4 images with names and these 4 containers with names and created time. So entire information it will give you over here, okay, from our Docker system command. With Docker system df, you will get the entire information. So -v is also an option over here for us, and same thing you can check with, okay, the same command you can add after df, okay, it will also give you the same thing only. I you can add -v, or you can write -- verbose, will give you the same thing. If you write -v also, it gives you the same thing, or if you write -- verbose also, it will give you the same thing over here. Right, very good. Okay, so now going further, okay, so till now we have created containers over here, guys, right? We have created containers, very good. So now what I want to do is I want to create container along with the volume, means along with the disk. For your virtual machine also we attach disk, right? So for containers also we can attach disk, okay. And the benefit over here is containers, multiple containers can use same disk, but multiple virtual machines cannot use same disk. You can attach, okay, disk is nothing but your hard disk only, okay. So for your laptop or for your virtual machine, one hard disk you can attach it to one virtual machine at a time, or else you can remove and you can attach it to other virtual machine also, no problem. But in containers, at a time, simultaneously, you can use container volumes for both the containers. Okay, one more advantage. Now I will create a container along with a volume. Okay, so now, okay, so how many images I have over here? If you check over here like this, okay, so I have 4 images over here. So let me download one more image, or else I'll say docker space full space Ubuntu over here, guys. Okay, and if you give enter over here, you will see that one Ubuntu image is getting downloaded, and it got downloaded also. Okay, so I downloaded one more image over here, and that image is Ubuntu over here, guys. I downloaded Ubuntu image, right? Very good. Now let me create container, and along with container I will create volume also. Okay, so I'll say docker space run space -it -name. I'll give a name to this container as C6 container. I will use, okay, Ubuntu image over here, right? So but before that, okay, let me add my volume option over here. So normally you are giving your image name and then you are creating your container, right? But when you want to create volume with your container, give -v option after you give your container name. So -v over here is nothing but adding volume along with the container. And let me give a name to my volume as Rajesh. Rajesh is my volume name. Okay, so Rajesh is my volume name over here, and I will use Ubuntu image to create the container. Okay, and to go inside the container, I will write bash. So same command only, I'm just adding -v option, and I'm giving my volume name. That's it. It's the same command only, but I'm adding -v option for creating containers along with volume. Okay, so now if I will give enter over here, you will see that container got created. I am inside the container also, and if you give ls over here and check, you can see Rajesh volume also got created over here. So you can see Rajesh volume over here. This is my Rajesh volume. Okay, so now what I will do is I will go inside Rajesh volume. Okay, so right now I'm inside Rajesh volume, and inside Rajesh volume there are no files actually as of now. So let me create some files inside Rajesh volume. Okay, so I'll give touch space file 1, file 2, file 3 and file 4. So I'm creating 4 files inside Rajesh volume. So inside my Rajesh volume, okay, I'm creating 4 files over here, guys. Okay, so I'll give enter over here. You can see 4 files got created, and if you press ls over here and check, okay, 4 files should be there inside Rajesh volume. So where is this Rajesh volume? Rajesh volume is attached to container 6. We have attached our Rajesh volume to our container 6. Right now Rajesh is used by container 6 only. Right? Very good. Now I will exit from this container. Okay, and now what I will do is I will create a one more container, guys. I will create a one more container and I will not create a new volume. Already Rajesh volume is there, right? I will use Rajesh volume with that container also. So same volume only, I will attach it to one more container. Okay, so 2 containers can use simultaneously. Okay, so let me run docker space run space, okay, -id, okay, hyphen name. Let me create a container over here as C7. I'm creating a 7th container, and you have to give some privileges over here, guys. Nothing but you have to give some permissions over here. So I will write privileged over here, okay, and give privileged equal to true, okay. And what permissions you want to give over here? You want to give your volume permissions, right? So say hyphen volumes from, so from which container you want to share the volume? From container 6 you want to share the volume, right? And container 7 should get created with Ubuntu image. So you will write Ubuntu over here and you will write bash to go inside container 7. Okay, so what you are doing over here is you are giving some privileges. I'm giving some permissions over here. I'm giving permissions to C7 container so that it can use the volumes from C6 container. And C7 container should get created with Ubuntu image, and I'm going inside this container using bash. Okay, so I'm giving my privileges, nothing but permissions to C7 container so that it can use volume from C6 container, guys. Okay, so I'm giving some permissions. I'm not creating any new volume. I'm already sharing my volume from C6 container. Okay, so now if I give enter over here, you can see the container got created and I'm inside my container also, right? And if you give ls over here and check, Rajesh volume should be there. Okay, and you see that Rajesh volume is over here. I did not created Rajesh volume again. It is already there with C6 container. Now I have attached this with my C7 container, and you can see Rajesh is available on my C7 container also. So now if I go inside Rajesh and if you give ls over here and if you check, you can see the same 4 files. You can see the same 4 files which you have created on C6 container. So C6 containers you can view from C7 container also. So same volume we are utilizing with multiple containers over here. So multiple containers can use the same volume also. Okay, so no problem with that, right? Very good. Okay, so now let me give exit over here and let me come back. Okay, and let me show you one more important thing over here. Okay, so I have these many images. Very good. Now if you want to check what activities you did on that container, so this will be helpful in real time also over here actually. If you want to know what activities you did on that container, which is nothing but logs. If you want to check the logs of your container, you can run docker space log space. For example, I want to check C6 logs, container 6 logs, you will write C6 over here. So logs will give you the logs of your containers. It will show you the activity which you have performed on that containers over here. Okay, so now if I give enter over here, you will see that it will show you the activities which you have performed on this container. So what I did in C6 container is I went inside the container, I did an ls, and then I went inside Rajesh volume, and inside Rajesh volume I did ls, and then I have created files also inside Rajesh volume, and then again I did ls, and then I gave a exit over. So whatever activities you have performed on that container, it will show you in Docker logs over here, guys. So Docker logs will preserve the history for you. It will show the activities which you did on your previous container. So with the help of Docker logs, you will come to know that what are the activities you have performed on that container over here, guys. Right? Now, if you want to check the logs of other containers also, you can give Docker space log space container 7. Let me check. And if you give enter, in container 7, I did not created any files, right? I just give ls. I went inside Rajesh. Again, I gave ls. That's it. I did not created any command. So it will preserve the history and it will show me that whatever activities you did on the container, you can show. Okay, so be very careful in real time, because as I told you, it's a very smart tool. It will record your activities which you are doing over here, so that your team lead and manager will come and check that what activities you performed on that container. They'll simply give Docker logs and they will come to know that what are the activities you performed on that container over here. Right, so it will show you the entire activities over here that which we are performing over here, guys. Right now, so let me come back and let me show you one more important thing. So if I give docker ps-a, so these are the containers which we have created. Right now, let me delete the container also, guys. So when we are creating the containers, we have to delete the containers also, right? And with docker space rm space, which means remove, you can give container name or you can give container id also. So docker remove c1 will remove my container 1 over here. And one more thing, it is telling you one message over here actually, that it is a running container. So Docker is a very intelligent tool, guys. It tells you that it's a running container. Are you sure you want to delete it? Because if you delete running containers, it will impact your application. It will impact your main processing application over here. Okay, so that's why Docker is warning you over here that before deleting the container, we have to stop the container over here. See, stop the container before attempting removal. Okay, so what I will do is I will say docker space stop space c1. So this is the best practice, guys. Actually, you have to first stop the container and then you have to remove the container. So I'll say docker stop c1, and you will see that c1 got stopped over here, right? So now I can run docker space rm space c1, and if you give enter, it will be removed. Now C1 container got removed from our container list. Okay, so if you check docker ps also, okay, it will not show you any C1 over here. See C2, from C2 it is showing right now. Okay, if you want to delete images, so for removing containers you are using docker rm command, and for removing images you will use docker space rmi command, guys. So rmi stands for remove image, and simply for removing containers you will write rm only. So rm for remove containers, rmi for removing images. Okay, and let me write the image over here. For example, I want to delete MySQL image. Okay, and let me give enter over here. So it will remove my MySQL image over here, guys. Okay, so I'll give enter over here, and you see that MySQL image got removed from over here. Okay, so you have to remove the images which are not being used by your containers. If your container is already running with some image associated to it, cannot remove. I deleted MySQL container, so I'm removing MySQL image. Okay, so now if you check images over here, MySQL image should get deleted from over here. See, MySQL image is not there. Okay, so you can remove your containers, we can remove our images, you can delete your containers. Okay, you can delete your images as well over here, right? So anyhow, okay, So these are the list of commands, okay, which we have performed over here. So anyhow, it was a recording, right? So you can go through these commands and do your, okay, practice with a good hands-on work with all these commands, okay. So going forward, what I will do is in my next session, I will create my own images, guys. Right now we are using images which are given to me from Docker Hub. Anyhow, these are official images only, verified and official images. They are verified and they are official. It will be very good to use. Okay, no problem with that. But I will create my own images, guys. So in real time, what will happen according to your requirement, according to your application requirement, according to our company's requirement, we have to create our own images. So Docker gives you the option to have your own image. You can generate your own image also. So for that, we have to write one script. Okay, we have to write one script and we have to create our own images. Okay, so in our next session, we will write our own script and we will create our own images from that script. Okay, oh, which is Docker. Docker has its own syntax. Okay, it's not like Java programming or Python programming. It will be simple only, simple instructions. It's a Docker script only. Okay, not complex, simple instructions. That is the advantage. That is why it is different from programming. Okay, so we will use that instructions and we will create our own images over here, right? So you guys, okay, just have a good practice with all these commands that which you have performed. You will get more and more comfortable onto the container side, and we will be going forward with more advanced things to be added over here, right? So let me just save the share for our, okay, yeah, hi guys. Right, good morning to all. Okay, now going further in our DevOps Docker part, right? So we have earlier, we have downloaded our images. Okay, so right now I don't have any images in my machine and I don't have any containers also over here. Okay, so let me pull some images and let me create some containers. Okay, so I'll say Docker space, full space MySQL, and let me pull some images over here. Okay, image is getting down. Okay, so image got downloaded over here, right? So if I check Docker space images, okay, I can see that I have one MySQL image over there, right? And using this image, what I will do is I'll create one container space. Okay, so if you see, I don't have any containers, right? So using this image, let me create one container over here. Okay, so what I'll do over here is Docker space, okay, run space -it hyphen name. Okay, let me call this as Rajesh container. I will use MySQL image and I will give bash to enter inside this container, right? Now if I give enter over here, you will see that container got created and right now I'm inside my container as well over here. Okay, so container got created successfully and I'm inside my container as well over here, right? Now in this container, if you check guys, these are the files which are related to MySQL, right? These are MySQL related files. Okay, very good. Now I will create one folder inside this file. I will give mkdir and let me create a folder with name Flipkart inside my container. Okay, and if you give enter over here and if you press ls and if you check, you can see that Flipkart folder got created inside my container. Okay, so how did I created this folder? I created this folder after going inside my container. Okay, I went inside my container and then I created the folder over here, right? This is a manual way of creating the folders over here, guys. I created the container, then I went inside the container and then I created the folder. Now I want to create this folder without going inside my container. Without going inside my container, I want to create the folder. Okay, so this is the automated way of creating or doing some changes inside your containers. Okay, if you want to do some changes, if you want to create some folders over here, you will be doing it in an automated way. So that is where your images comes into picture, guys. Okay, if I go to, okay, the pane diagram over here, okay, and if I take a pane diagram, so what we are doing over here is, okay, I have one container, right? So I went inside a container and I created a folder over here called as Flipkart over here. Okay, I created one Flipkart directory or Flipkart folder, right? So now what I am trying to tell to you guys is, okay, what if, okay, I want to automate this process without going inside a container. I want to create this folder. So what you can do over here is, so what you can do over here is, you have your image over here, right? Okay, we have our images. Let me give the image symbol with this. Okay, you have your images, right? With the help of images, you are creating your containers, right? So what I'll do is, on your image or on your image file from which you are creating the container, what if I create the Flipkart folder on that image only? If I create that Flipkart folder on that image, and if I use that image for creating the container, that folder will be available on my container only, right? So without going inside my container, I will create my container with Flipkart folder. So this is nothing but, okay, you are customizing the image. So normally if you take any images, like you take MySQL image or any other images, Flipkart folder will be there. It will not be there, right? You have to create that folder, because this is your own folder which you want to create. Okay, so what you will do is, on a normal image, first of all, you will take one normal image or any default image you will take. Okay, and suppose this is a CentOS image. Okay, so in this CentOS image, Flipkart folder will be there. It will not be there normally. So then what we have to do, you have to add Flipkart folder to this image over here. So then this image, what it will become, the second image which is generating over here, it will become your own image. You are creating your own image over here, and you are also setting what are the things which you want inside that image also. And with that image, if you create a container, okay, so this is a normal image, and then what you will do, you will add your Flipkart folder to this image, okay, in this way. And then what will happen, then if you use this image for creating a container, okay, then if I use this image for creating a container, then inside this container, Flipkart directory will also come, because in that image itself you have Flipkart content directory. Okay, so it's always better to change your images, to customize your images, because you cannot do so many changes after going inside a container. So it is always best for us, if I do the changes on my images, from that image I can easily create my container. So I no need to go inside my container also. All the changes will apply directly from my images only, right? So normally I did not have any Flipkart folder or Flipkart directory over here. So then what I will do is, okay, let me go back. Okay, let me exit from my container, and what I will do over here is, let me pull CentOS image. Okay, so I'm downloading one CentOS image over here. So this is a default image. This is an image given to me by Docker Hub. Okay, so Docker Hub has given this image for me. So let it. Right, so if I, okay, so if I check Docker space images over here, guys, you can see MySQL image is there, CentOS image is also there, and CentOS image is a plain image, right? So what I will do now is, I will write one Docker script over here, guys. and with the help of a script, you will add your changes to your images. Okay, so we have some standard syntax over here. Using the standard syntax, using the standard script format, we have to add changes to our images. So if you add changes to that images, and then if you use that image, whatever changes you want, it will reflect in your contents, right? So what I will do is, let me change my CentOS image. Okay, so first of all, for doing anything or for doing any changes or for writing your script, you have to open your Docker file. So Docker file is the standard name of your Docker file. Okay, and if you want to do any changes or if you want to write a script for your images, we have to open our Docker file. So in Docker file only we have to write these changes or scripts. We cannot give any other name for our Docker file. Okay, name itself is a Docker file, right? So I'll go inside my Docker file and let me start writing my script over here, guys. And whenever you write your Docker file, always keep in mind it should start from keyword only. It should start from keyword, and from has to be in capital letters, and whatever I give on left side are the keywords, and keywords should be in capital letters only, in uppercase only. Okay, all those keywords should be in capital letters only. We cannot use small case over here. It has to be in capital letters. And let me write that I want to do the changes on CentOS image. So whichever image you want to do the changes, give that image name over there. Okay, so from CentOS means I want to do some changes on CentOS. Okay, and now let me create a directory over here, guys. So for creating a directory, you have to use a run command, which is again a Docker keyword. So from is the keyword, run is the keyword. Okay, like this. Okay, you will see the other keywords as well. So using run keyword, I will be creating my directory over here. And what is the command to create a directory? Okay, I will give -p for permissions, and I want to create one Flipkart directory. You can give any name. I'm giving my directory name as Flipkart. So this Flipkart directory, this Flipkart folder, it will get created on CentOS image. You are doing some changes on your CentOS image. You are doing some changes over here, and you are adding your Flipkart directory. Okay, so two instructions are given over here. Only two instructions I have given, right? I will save my script over here, right? Escape shift colon WQ, same thing which you did for your index file, right? Now I will give exit, enter means you will come out, and you have did some changes in your Docker file. Okay, now with the help of the changes which you did inside your Docker file, with that you have to create one more image. Right now, how many images I have? CentOS image and MySQL image. I have these two images with me. Now I will create a one more image. Whatever changes you have did in your Docker file, no, taking that instructions, taking that script, it will create one image for us. So for creating an image, you have to give command as docker space build space -t, give your image name. I'll give my image name as Mohan, and then you have to give a dot over here. So whatever instructions which you have written inside your Docker file, those instructions will get executed over here. It will run and it will execute those instructions. And if I give enter over here, one new image will get created. And that new image will have a name as Mohan. And inside that new image, we will have Flipkart folder also. Because in our script, we have written that instruction, right? So I will give enter over here, and you will see that new image got created over here, guys. One new Docker image got created over here. So we have created this image. This is our own image. Okay, we have created this image now. This is our own image, right? So what I'll do now is, next, if you check how many images are there, I'll give Docker space images, and if you check, one new image also got created over here. What is the image name? Mohan. This is the same name I have given over here, right? So I have created one new image. And what is the image name? Mohan is image name. and it got created 23 seconds ago. 20 seconds ago it got created over here. Very good. And you can see that this is the size of my image, 231 MB. Okay, so now using my using Mohan image, I will create one container. Okay, so what I will do over here is I will say docker space run space same creation command. Okay, hyphen it hyphen name. I'll give this container name as C1. What is the image I will use? Mohan image, which is newly created, and I will give bash to enter inside this container. Okay, so what image I am using over here? Mohan image. This is a new image which I have created over here. Okay, so I'll give enter over here now, and you will see that container will get created over here. And this container got created with Mohan's image. Okay, with the help of Mohan's image, this container got created. Now, if I check ls over here, and if you give enter, you can see that Flipkart folder is also there. So I directly added Flipkart folder to my image itself, guys. I did not create Flipkart folder after going inside this container. Okay, so no need to create any or no need to do any changes after going inside a container. I can add these changes on my Docker file and I can create my own image. So whatever changes which I want according to my requirements, I can add those changes over here. Okay, so if you observe one more thing, normally whenever you go inside a container, guys, you will go inside slash directory, which is nothing but root directory actually. Whenever you go inside a container, we will go inside our slash directory only, which is our root directory. Now what I want is whenever I go inside a container, I want to go inside Flipkart or any other folders. If you want also you can go. Okay, so whenever I go inside a container, directly I want to be on Flipkart folder. That is the main folder for me. Okay, that is the main working folder for you, right? I don't want to do again cd Flipkart and I don't want to go like this. Whenever you are inside a container, directly I want to be in my Flipkart directory. Okay, so for this what I will do is I will give exit from over here. Okay, and now let me again go to my Docker file, and inside my Docker file I will add one more instruction now over here. Okay, and the one more instruction is work dir. Work dir is the one more new instruction, guys, over here. So whatever instructions and keywords are there, observe, guys, I have given in capital letters only. Okay, so work dir is a new instruction which I have given. And I will give slash, and in which directory I want to go? I want to go inside Flipkart directory, right? So write Flipkart over here. Okay, so whenever I go in there, is nothing but your work. I can add this in my image itself only. Okay, now one more instruction I've added over here. So let me save my Docker file. I'll give escape shift colon wq write and quit. Okay, I will save my Docker file. Okay, now check how many images are there. Okay, 3 images are there. Latest is Mohan image. Okay, now I will create one more image, guys, because I added some changes on my Docker file, right? I did one more change in my Docker file. I'll create one more image. Now what is the command to create the image? Okay, this is an interview question also. The command to create the image is docker space build space -t, and let me give a name to this image as John's image, and I will give a dot for creating the image. Now whatever is there inside your Docker file, it will get executed. With respect to those changes, it will create the image for us. Okay, so I'll give enter over here, and you will see that one more image got created over here successfully. You can check the message over here, successfully build the image, and this is the image. Okay, and if you want to observe actually what is happening over here is step number 1, it pulled CentOS image. Step number 2, it has created Flipkart folder. Step number 3, it has also set up work directory as Flipkart directory. Okay, if you want to closely monitor these things, right? So you can see that it has successfully built our image. Now let me check how many images are there. I will give Docker space images, and you can see one new John image got created over. One new John's image got created over here, guys. Okay, so size is same, and you can see I have created this image around 36 seconds ago. This is the newly created image, right? And using this image, I'll create a container now. Okay, so I will say Docker space run space -it -hyphen name, and let me give my container name as C2 over here. C2 as my container name. Okay, and then I will use my John image for creating this container, and I will give bash to go inside this container. Okay, so I'm creating a one more C2 container over here using John image and bash to go inside this container. Okay, so if I give enter over here, you will see, and directly I'm on that folder. Okay, directly I'm on my Flipkart folder and Flipkart directory only. I'm not doing any CD Flipkart over. I don't need to do these things also. Directly I will be on my Flipkart folder. Directly I will be available on my Flipkart folder. Right? Okay. Now you have created a folder and directly you are landing on your Flipkart folder also over here, guys. Okay. Now let me tell you guys one more change over here. I will again exit from my container over here. Right. Again, I will go to my Docker file and I will add one more change over here, guys. Okay. Suppose you are running these containers for production environment. Okay. Normally we will have 4 or 5 environments, guys. Development environment, testing environment, non-production and production environment. Okay, depends upon your projects and companies, they will give different names. Production environment will be definitely there at the last, high priority environment. Okay, so we can give names to our containers and we can also check in which environment they are running. Okay, so I can directly add that environment name to my image also. So whichever images I'm using for production environment, I can get that name from my container also. If you want to know in which environment they are running. So before that, you have to give that environment name in your Docker file instruction. Okay. So I'll give env, okay, as your environment name, env, which means environment name over here, and I will set the name as name over here, and I will give prod as your environment name. So env is the keyword over here. Name is not the keyword. Okay, env in capital letters. So one more new instruction we have added. Okay, so env is a new instruction, and I'm giving an environment name over here. Right. So again, I will save my Docker file. Okay, I will give escape shift colon wq. I will save my Docker file. Okay, and with the help of this Docker file, I will create one more image. Okay, and what is the command to create the image? I will say Docker space build space -t, and let me give my image name over here as Krish, and then I will give a dot. So one more new image will get created in this environment variable also we have added, right? So I'll give enter over here and you will see, okay, that one more new image also got created over here, guys. One more new image got created successfully over here. Environment name also got added over here, right? Now check how many images are there. So one more new Krish image also got created over here around 16 seconds ago. So using Krish image, I will create one container, guys. Okay, and now I will say Docker space run space -it, okay, and then hyphen name. I'll call this container as C3 container. Okay, 1 second, guys. Okay, yes, guys. So I'm creating a one more container. Container name is C3, and I will use Krish image over here, the new image which I've created, and I will give bash to go inside the container. Okay, Docker run command for creating a container. C3 I'm creating using my latest image, which is Krish, and I'm going inside my container. Okay, so I'll give enter over here, and you will see the container got created. You are inside Flipkart directory also, and let me check in which environment I am running. Okay, so if you give dollar name over here, and if you give enter, it will tell you your environment over here as production. Production is your environment name. Production is the environment in which I am running over here. Okay, it will tell you command not found, but you can ignore this, and you can see you have entered inside bash, and in which environment we are running, production. So we are running it under our production environment. So you can give any environment name, development environment, staging, testing, production. You can give any environment over here. Okay. So what I am doing over here is, guys, I am customizing my image. I am changing my image, and after changing the image, okay, I am creating my new images. Okay, so this is the benefit of using Docker over here, because Docker will help you to customize your images also. You can change your images, you can create your own images also. Okay, so you guys, okay, just try to create your own images, guys, the way I have created over here. Okay, so I will be adding few more instructions, a lot more instructions over here. So you guys try to create your own images using these instructions. As of now, we have given 4 instructions over here. So altogether, I will add other instructions also over here. Okay, so there are other few important instructions also which we have to see, and then we'll be using these images. I'll be creating my own images as well. Yes. Okay, so use these instructions, create your own images. If you are having a hands-on this, then we can create a lot more images also on our own. Okay, in real time, you will create your own images only, guys. You will not use any default image, or you will not use any image from Docker Hub. At least you will do slight changes, or at least minimum. Okay, but changing is definite over there. You will change, and then only you will use. Directly you will not get it from Docker Hub, and directly you will not use it for your company purpose. Okay, you will do some change, and then only you will use it. Right? So at least try to do these changes. We'll be adding a lot more changes also. Okay, I'll show you guys how to do the port number change, and there are some other changes also which we'll be doing. Okay, fine. Then let me just save it. It might look very simple and easy, but try to do it by yourself and try to create the images on your own. Okay, if you're not getting any errors and then you are creating successfully, that's a very good thing for us. Okay, so create your own images, guys. It's very important for us. Okay, fine. Then I'll save the share. Okay, let me increase the font. Yes, guys. Okay, now this is our Ubuntu machine. Okay, so whenever you are having onto your Ubuntu machine, okay, you can take your Linux machine also, but you have more commands actually if you're having any Docker files issue with that. Okay, so take your Ubuntu machines, and on your Ubuntu machines, if you want to install Docker, there are 2-3 more couple of commands which you have to add with your Ubuntu machine. Okay, so first of all, let me switch to root user. On Ubuntu machine also, you have to switch to root user only first, right? And command is same on switching to root user also over here, right? So what I'll be doing over here is I'll be switching to root user with sudo space su space hyphen command. On Ubuntu machine also, I'll be giving the same command, and I will switch to root user. Okay, and after switching to root user, I have to fetch the Docker libraries. So Docker has given its own libraries for Ubuntu machine, so you cannot use the same libraries for Linux machine. Okay, so for Ubuntu libraries, okay, I'll be going over here for these are the commands for Ubuntu libraries, guys. First of all, we'll be installing one certificate over here, okay, which is apt for Ubuntu. Okay, so I'll be copying this command. So take the same command and you guys do the same steps, only you have to just copy paste the commands over here on Ubuntu. Okay, so I'll be giving the first certificate command. I will be installing this on Ubuntu. Okay, so it got installed over here, and then for the next command where I'll be getting the download key for Ubuntu over here. Okay, so then I'll be copying my next command for downloading my Docker key over here, again giving the next command for downloading the key for the Ubuntu over here. Okay, so Docker itself has given all these commands to us, guys. If you want to install it on Ubuntu, these are the commands. Okay, so you can download the Ubuntu package. You can see it is giving okay now. Now going for the next command, I'll be adding my Debian package over here. So whatever packages we install on Ubuntu, we call it as Debian packages. Okay, not only this Docker package, going further when we install some other packages also, we'll be having Debian packages. So you see, I've given the third command, okay, and it is fetching all my Debian packages over here. So basically, these are the steps to install Docker in Ubuntu. Simple. Okay. Now, once you have done, okay, I will be installing Docker C cache policy. Okay. Let me give the next command. Okay. So this is a command for installing the Debian packages have been installed now. Now I'll be going for apt update. Okay. So let me update all the repositories. It is updating all the repositories. It got updated. And finally, I will say apt install Docker C. Okay. I'll go back and I will say apt install Docker C. I'll give Y to proceed. Okay. And I'll give enter. So it is installing Docker finally over here. So version to version of your operating system, we have set of libraries which you have to install. Okay, Ubuntu, these are the libraries. Why I am telling you to Ubuntu? Because these are okay, very straightforward commands, very straightforward libraries. I've given the command for Linux also. No, you can use the same commands one after the other and you can install. Okay, so once your installation is done, okay, if I go for systemctl status Docker over here, you can see it is active and running over. Okay, right, so we have installed a Docker on our Ubuntu machine. Okay, so now guys, okay, so now I will check how many images are there with me. So if I check Docker images, right now I don't have any images with me, right? So in the same way, if I check how many containers are there, right now I don't have any containers. Okay, so yesterday what we did is, instead of getting our container images from Docker Hub, or instead of using default images, okay, or instead of using images which are given to us from Docker Hub, we are creating our own images. Okay, we are creating our own images. So Docker has given you the option where you can create your own images also, according to your requirement. For example, you want folder inside your container, add it to the image, right? And if you want to go into a particular directory, add it to that image. Okay, so any changes which you want to do, you want to customize your container, add that changes to your image. Instead of going inside the container, adding that changes in a container, which you can do it manually, no problem. But adding to that image, what will happen? Next time you want the same container, you will use the same image, right? So it's always better to customize our image, okay, or change your image, or add our image according to our own requirement over here. So for that, we have our own Docker instructions or Docker file which is there, Docker script. We have to add our own instructions in our Docker script. Okay, so once you add your own instructions to your Docker script, it will apply the changes over here for us, right? So as I told you yesterday, okay, let me pull one sample image over here. I will say Docker pull CentOS over here. So let me pull CentOS image. So we are downloading one CentOS image over here. Okay, so once the CentOS image has been downloaded, now if you check Docker space images, I have one image with me, which is CentOS, right? Now, if you check Docker PS even -a also, no containers are there. I did not create any container as of now. So for creating a container, what I will do, I will say Docker space run space -it hyphen name. I'll call my container as C1. I will use CentOS image and I'll give batch. Simple command to create and go inside a container. Right now, if you give enter over here, you will see that I'm inside my container. Right, but if you give ls over here and check, these are all the default files which are related to my CentOS container. Okay, I don't have any Flipkart folder or I don't have any Snapdeal folder, right, which are my requirements. I want Snapdeal folder to be there, I want Flipkart folder to be there. Okay, so what I'll do then, you will create your own folders. I don't want to do it in this way. I don't want to go inside a container and I don't want to add my changes like this. Okay, this is a manual way of adding our changes, right? Manual procedure of adding our changes. So never be, okay, go in a manual way. In real time, what you will do is you will add your changes to your images using our Docker script. Right now, exiting from this container, I will go and I will start opening my Docker file, and name of your Docker file should be Docker file only. I cannot give any other names. Like normally for some other script files, for shell script or bash script, for Python script, you can add your own names. Even for Terraform script also, you can add your own names, not for Docker file. Okay, it's the same standard name which we have to use over here. No other name can be added. Now I'll be opening my Docker file. Go inside your Docker file and let me start writing my instructions over here on my Docker file. So the first thing which we did was, in whichever image you want to do the customization, first of all take that image. Always your Docker script, your Docker file will start from keyword only, and whatever keywords you are giving, that should be in uppercase only. Your keyword should not be in lowercase. So from is a keyword over here. Okay, so from CentOS, which means from CentOS, on CentOS we have to do some changes. So it is doing some changes on my CentOS image. Okay, so from CentOS I'm getting the CentOS from over here, and what I want to do is I want to create a folder over here inside my CentOS image. So I'll write run command over here, and using run I will say mkdir for creating a directory. I will give -p for permission and I will create a Flipkart folder over here. Flipkart folder will get created over here. Right, so in the same way, if you want to create one more folder, give the same run command mkdir -p and I will create one Snapdeal folder also. You can create two folders also, right? So I am giving my instructions. These instructions will be added to your new image actually. So when you're writing your Docker script and when you're writing your Docker file, so when you run and execute your Docker file, it will create a new image for us. Right, so these are the new things which I'm adding to my image over here. So two directories I'm creating inside my container, okay, without going in my container also. So I have written from over here and I've written the instructions as well. Now let me save my file over here. Okay, I will come out of my file, and to run and execute this Docker script, I will say Docker space build space -t. Give your image name. I'll call my image name as, okay, Lenovo, and then okay, so it will create an image for you based on what? Based on your Docker file. Based on your Docker file, whatever changes you have added to your Docker file, it will run and execute your Docker file and it will create a new image called as Lenovo. You can give any name. So I'm giving Lenovo as the image name over here. So it will create an image for me with the name Lenovo over here. Okay, so now let me give enter over here. Okay, and it will create an image for me over here. See, so when it is running and executing your Docker file, okay, it will run it as a stepwise over here, guys. So always your Docker file will get run and executed in a sequence order only. So step one, okay, it is pulling the image CentOS. Step number two, it is creating one Flipkart directory. Step number three, it is creating one Snapdeal directory, and then it has successfully created one image for us. So your Docker file execution will happen in a stepwise order only. In whichever order you are giving your steps, in the same order wise only it will take place over here. Okay, right, very good. Now going back, and if I check how many images I have over here, you will see that you are having two images now. One new image got created, and the name of my new image is Lenovo over here. Okay, and it got created 45 seconds ago. We have created our container image, right? Now using this image, I will create one container. Using my Lenovo image, I will create my container. Same thing I did with CentOS also, right? Using CentOS, I have created my container. Now Lenovo is my own image. So using my own image, I'll create my container, right? So I will say the same command, docker space run space hyphen name. I'll create a C2 container using Lenovo image, and I will go inside this container using bash. Using bash, I will go inside this container, right? So now if I give enter over here, you will see, okay, that a new container got created over here, right? And if I give ls over here and check, you will see that Flipkart folder is there and Snapdeal folder is also there. I did not created these folders after going inside a container. Okay, I created these folders on my image only itself. I added this folder directly onto my image. I customized my image. Technically, we call it as image customization. Okay, so I'm adding these changes to my image directly, and then if I create a container, these changes will be overseen over here, right? Very good. Now let me exit from my container. Okay, and as we have seen yesterday, okay, so in my Docker file, I will add few more instructions over here. Okay, as I told you, we have keywords over here, right? So yesterday we have seen one more keyword which is called as work dir, or nothing but our working directory. Okay, so when you are adding your working directory, in whichever folder you want, you can go inside your container, and directly it will take you inside that particular directory only over here, right? So for example, I want to go inside Snapdeal directory, guys. I will write Snapdeal over here. So whenever you go inside a container, you will land in which directory? We will land in Snapdeal directory. Okay, so work dir over here is nothing but working directory. Okay, and if you are observing again, this instruction is in uppercase only. Okay, so we have to write work dir in uppercase only over here, right? And which directory I want to go? I want to go inside a Snapdeal directory. So whenever I land inside my container, I will go to my Snapdeal directory only, right? So in the same way, again, I will save my Docker file. So one by one, I'm adding the instructions. Okay, one by one, I'm adding new instructions over here. So I'll save my Docker file. Okay, and after saving your Docker file, now check how many images are there. Two images are there. Lenovo is your latest image, right? Now what I will do, I added some change in my Docker file, right? In my Docker script, I have added few changes. Again, we have to create one more image. Okay, now if you ask me, sir, Lenovo is there, if I create one more new image, so that new image will become your latest image. If I create one more new image, the latest image will have Snapdeal, Flipkart, and it will have work directory also. So always try to use latest images over here also. Okay, same thing we did for our virtual machines also. When you capture the image, okay, out of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday's image, Wednesday's is your latest image. It will have the data of Monday and Tuesday also. Same thing over here as well. Your latest image will have all the instructions. Okay, so try to use your latest image. Right now, let me create my latest image over here. I'll say docker space build space -t. Now I'll call the name of this image as Acer and I'll give dot over. Okay, I can give any name to my images, right? So I'm creating one more image over here with name Acer, and whatever changes I added to my Docker file, it will get reflected on this Acer image. Okay, now if you give enter over here, it will get run and it will get executed. And if you see the new change got added over here, we have added one work dir. So work dir got added over here onto my file over here, right? So now going back over here, now check how many images are there. I will check docker space images, and you see one new Acer image got created over here. How many seconds ago? 25 seconds ago, one new image got created over here, right? That is my Acer image, right? Again, I will create a container using my Acer image, and I will check that I'm going directly inside my Snapdeal directory or not. Okay, so I will say docker space run space, okay, -it name. This is my container 3 C3 container, and I will use my Acer image, and to go inside I'll use bash. Okay, so now again if I give enter over here, you will see that I'm inside my container and directly I'm landing on which directory? On Snapdeal. Directly I'm landing on my Snapdeal directory over here. Okay, so no need to do any cd Snapdeal again. You're directly inside your Snapdeal directory only. Okay, so one more benefit. Now again I'll exit from over here. Okay, again I will go to my Docker file and let me add one more instruction over here. Okay, now this is again a new instruction which we did not added yesterday, which is cmd. Okay, cmd is basically your normal command instruction. Okay, cmd is known as our command instruction. So you can run some basic commands over here, such as if you want to do an ls inside a container, I can write cmd ls over. Okay, like this. So some of the basic commands which you want to run inside your container, you could be running from over here also. So we can add cmd ls over here, right? Now after writing cmd ls, okay, let me save my file. Again, let me save my docker file over here. I've added one more new instruction. Okay, now after adding one more new instruction, I will create one more new image. Okay, I will run and execute my docker file using docker space build space -t, and this time I will give a name to my image as Dell, and I will give dot over. Okay, previous image name was Acer. Okay, this time I have given the image name as Dell over here. So you can use any image names over here. I'm using Dell as my image name, right? So now if I give enter over here, you can see now 5 steps got executed over here, and new step cmd ls also got executed, and then image got built successfully. Okay, and image name is Dell, and this is the latest image. Okay, and we have added the latest change and it got added also over here. Now check how many images are there. If you go for docker space images, you can see one Dell image got added over here. One new Dell image got added, right? And it got created about 25 seconds ago. Okay, so using Dell image, what I will do is I will create a container over here again. Okay, so I'll say docker space run space -it name. Okay, I think this is my C4 container, and I will use my Dell image. Okay, and then I'll use bash to go inside a container. Okay, now if I give enter over here, you will see that right now you are inside a container, you are inside Snapdeal directory. As inside this directory, okay, nothing was there. If you give ls, that's why it is giving blank over here. If you have anything, it will list over there. Just simply it is running ls command, that's directly over here, right? Now, okay, so now let me give exit from over here this container, and as I told you guys earlier also, let me go to my Docker file again. So we will be having 4 environments over here in real time, guys. When we are working in a company's environment, in a real-time environment, we'll be having 4 or 5 environments actually. So starting from your development environment, and then we have our testing, staging, non-prod and prod. Okay, or mostly many of the companies will not have staging also actually. Dev, test, non-prod and prod. Okay, so anyhow, there may be 4 to 5 environments. Okay, let it be, no problem for us. Now what happens over here is you will run containers for each environment. For development you will run, for production you will run, for non-prod also you will run, right? So when you are running for different environments over here, okay, so you want to know in which environment your container is running. Okay, so you want to check that environment over here, we have to give the keyword as env. So env gives your environment name over here. Okay, so you can give a name and you can set your environment name such as dev, or you can give your environment name as test environment, or you can give your environment name as non-prod. Okay, or you can give your environment name as production also, prod. Okay, so you are declaring your environment name under a name parameter over here. Okay, and you are running this for production environment, so the name production will be available to us over here, right? Now after giving this thing, let me save my Docker file. Okay, I'll give shift:\wq over here for writing and quitting my Docker file. Now again I've added few more changes to my Docker file, right? Again I will create a new image. And how to create a new image? Docker space build space -t. Okay, and let me give my image name as, okay, let me give my image name as Apple over here, and then I will give that. Okay, so now I will give enter over here. Again all the instructions will get executed. It will create a new image for me. I'm giving a name as Apple over here, and now if I give enter, you can see one more 6th step also got executed. I've given my environment name as well. Okay, so we have given our environment name, and our environment name is available over here like this. Okay, very good. Now let me go and let me check how many images are there now. I'll say Docker space images. You can see one new image got updated over here, that is Apple. Now using this Apple's image, I'll create one more new container. So if you observe one more thing also, guys, you are adding changes to your container, still your size is not increasing, right? This is the efficiency of a container. I'm adding changes, I'm creating directories, right? I'm adding so many changes, still your size is being very much limited over here. Max to max, it will go to 250 max. You're adding more changes also. Okay, that is the efficiency of our containers, right? Now using my Apple image, I will create a one more container over here. So I will say Docker space run space -it -name. This is my C5 container. I will use an Apple image, and to go inside this, I will write a bash right here to go inside this. Okay. Now if I give enter over here, you will see one more new container got created, and environment name also got assigned over here, right? So if you want to check your environment name, you can give echo $name, because in the name only you have assigned your environment name, right? So I'm printing the name value over here. If you give enter, it will give you that your environment name is prod. Okay, so giving your environment name is the best practice in real time. When you give env, so if you want to check immediately in which environment you are, with this we can check. Okay, so it helps you to find in which environment you are running your containers. Okay, so one of the things which we use in real time is our env variable, okay, which helps us to assign our environment name over here, right? And now let me give again exit from over here this container, and let me go back to my Docker file again, And let me show you one more new instruction over here, guys. That is our expose instruction. So with expose instruction, what you will be doing over here is you will be opening your container ports. So whatever port you want to open over here on your containers, we'll be opening our container ports by giving container port numbers over here right after it. Okay, for example, you want to open port number 80, write 80 over there. Okay, you want to open port number 8080, write 8080 over there. Okay, so we can open our particular ports onto our containers by giving our expose keyword over here. Okay, so one more new keyword has been added over here with expose. Okay, so remember all these keywords, guys, actually, which will be very helpful for you. Okay, now again, let me save my Docker file. So I will go back. Okay, and I will create a one more new image over here. So let me check right now how many images are there. Okay, so Apple was my latest image over here. Now let me create a one more image. I will say Docker space build space -t. Okay, and this time I will use a new name over here as HP as my image name, and then I'll give dot. Okay, now I'll give a dot. Now if I give enter over here, okay, you can see one more new image got created, and it has opened the port also over here, and it has successfully created the image as well. Okay, one more new instruction got added over here, and it has successfully created the image as well for me, right? So now, so going back, you can check now one more new image got created over here, and the image name is HP, right? And it got created about 23 seconds ago. Okay, so in the same way, you can create your container also. So let me first check how many containers I'm having. I've created 5 containers till now. Okay, so now let me create a one more container using my HP image. Okay, just to check that the container is able to get created finally or not. Okay, so if you run docker space run space -it -- name, let me create a C6 container. I will use a HP image, and then I'll give a bash to go inside this container. Okay, now if I give enter over here, if your container is getting created successfully, anyhow, when image is getting created successfully, it will give you successful tag over here. Still, for our confirmation, we are creating the containers. Okay, and it is getting created over here quite finely, right? Now, okay, so let me give exit over here, and now let me tell you one more very important thing, guys, over here. Okay, so let me come to my pane diagram over here, and let me open a new image. Okay, for example, guys, if I have my virtual machine over here, okay, and in this virtual machine I'll be having my container over here like this. Okay, and I have one file over here inside my virtual machine, guys, for example, and file name is file1. There is one file inside my virtual machine called as file1. I want to copy this file to my container. Okay, what I want to do is I want to copy this file1 to my container. So from virtual machine, I want to copy some files to my containers. Okay, and I want to add this instruction in my Docker file itself, because in an automated way, I want this file to get copied over there. Okay, I'll not be doing any manual step over here. So what I'll be doing over here is, if you want to copy any files, okay, from your virtual machine, I can copy my file from virtual machine to my Docker containers over here like this. Okay, so what I'll do over here is, let me go back to my Docker file again. So first of all, check how many images are there. Okay, so I have these many images. Okay, now let me create a one more instruction in my Docker file. I'll add a one more Docker file, but before that, okay, first of all, we should have one file1 inside our virtual machine, right? Okay, so let me create one file1 over here first of all. Okay, so for creating a file, I'll give touch space file1, and you can see one file1 got created over here, right? And I want to copy this file1 to my container. And how I want to copy this file to a container? Using my Docker file, using my Docker image. I will add an instruction over here such that the file one from your virtual machine, okay, the file one from your virtual machine, it will get copied to your container. Okay, so let me go back over here and let me check how many images are there. These are there. So I will open my Docker file, okay, and I will start writing one instruction over here, which is called as copy instruction. Okay, using my copy command, using my copy instruction, I will be copying a file from my virtual machine to my container. For example, I will be copying my file one, and where I want to copy this file one to my Snapdeal folder. For example, you can write over here like this. Okay, so in this way we will be copying our file from our virtual machine to our container, and inside container I am copying inside it in the Snapdeal folder. If I write Flipkart, it will go inside Flipkart folder also. Okay, so the simple instruction over here is our copy instruction. So with the copy instruction, we'll be copying our file from virtual machine to our container over here, right? Now let me save my Docker file again, and let me create one more new image out of this so that the file will get copied onto that image also. So I will say Docker space build space -t, okay, and let me give this image name over here as, okay, Sony, and then dot. Okay, so I'm giving a one more new image name over here with the Docker build -t. Okay, Sony over here and then dot. Okay, now let me give enter over here, and you can see that all the 8 steps got executed over here, and it is telling me that file also got copied actually, and image got built successfully over here. Okay, so anyhow what I will do is I'll create a container, and then I will go and I will check inside my container that file one got actually copied or not over here, right? So now let me check how many images are there. Okay, so one new image also got created over here. The image name is Sony over here, right? And now let me create one container. I will say Docker space run space -it -name. This is my C7 container over here, and let me use my Sony image, and I will give bash to go inside this container. Right now I will give enter over here, and you will see that right now I'm inside my container, and if I give ls and check, you can see file one got copied from my virtual machine to my container. Okay, so the Docker file instruction itself, I can add this over here, and with the help of your copy command and with the help of your copy instruction, your file will get copied to your container over here with the help of our copy command. Okay, now let me again exit from this container over here. Okay, and now let me check again that how many images are there. Okay, so I have these many images over here. Okay, now let me open my Docker file. Let me tell you one more instruction over here, guys. Okay, so normally we will be having our team of, okay, guys who will be working on our containers over here, right? Okay, so what we will do generally is whoever is, okay, setting up your Docker file. Okay, so this is just a, okay, sample instruction, you can say. We have an instruction called as maintainer, so you can write the name of your person who is just developing or writing your Docker file with the name of a maintainer over here. Okay, for example, okay, Rajesh is writing this file, you can write Rajesh over here. It's nothing but Rajesh is a maintainer of this Docker file. So this will be a reference that who will be creating this file, they'll be adding that name over here. Okay, and that maintainer name will be available over here with this set. like this. Okay, now in the same way, okay, let me save my Docker file again. Okay, just a second. Okay, so let me save my Docker file over here again. Okay, and you can create a one more new image over here. So right now, how many images are there? Sony is my latest image over here, right? So I can add up a one more, okay, new image over here. So I'll say Docker space build space -t. Okay, and let me give a one more new image over here. Okay, I'll give a name over here as JVL and then now. Okay, so basically I'm giving a name of the companies over here, right? So if I give enter over here, you can see that one more new image got created over here with the add name as maintainer name as, okay, Rajesh over here as well, right? So you can see over here that all my instructions are getting executed, okay, in the right way only over here, guys, right? Okay, so if I go to my Docker file again, so normally sometimes if you are giving, okay, instructions which are not right over here, for example, what I will do over here is I will, okay, let me write CM and let me write something as IOPM. Okay, some unnecessary things I'm adding over here, okay, which are not right. So now if you save and execute your Docker file and if you try to, okay, add some changes over here, and again if you try to build your container image over here, okay, in this way, okay, it will tell you that there is an issue over here in which line number 13. So if you are adding your instructions in the right way and if you are giving your instructions in the right format and the right syntax, then only that Docker file will get executed over here, guys. Okay, and if you are not giving any instructions over here, see, it is clearly telling that instruction CM, because there is no instruction called as CM over here. Okay, so that is the reason it is not understanding the instruction as CM over here. It is saying unknown instruction CM, and it is happening at line number 13 over here. So it is not able to understand the CM instruction. So it is not able to create a new image for you. So if there are any issues or errors in your Docker file, your Docker file execution will not happen over here. It will stop over there. So at line number 13, it did not verify the instruction as CM over here. Okay, so all our instructions got executed because we have given the instructions in the right way, in the right syntax, so it got executed, and this is not getting executed because it is not in a right syntax over here, right? So just be aware of, okay, these thing over here, because if it is right, it would be creating, or else your Docker file will tell you that there is an error, an issue, and it is not going to move anything over here, right? So using these instructions, whatever we have given over here, guys, okay, add and create your Docker files. Okay, actually I wanted to give this copy command as a task for you guys. Okay, I wanted you guys to actually copy the files, okay, using your Docker file. Okay, anyhow, no problem. Okay, so going back, okay, so just try to create your images, guys. These are some of the very important instructions that which we'll be giving. Most of them are used in real time and definitely being asked in your interview questions also. Okay, this is very simple and very easy actually. Okay, not a lot of programming is involved over here. Okay, so each has its own importance, each will do its own task over here, and you will be adding it. So creating your containers, and according to your changes you will modify your containers, so it will become very easy for us for adding these changes with the help of our instructions and with the help of our container commands, Docker commands or Docker instructions, you can say majorly. Okay, so try to do this, okay, and try to create your Docker files, try to create your own images, okay, and run your own containers, right? And check with the instructions. Okay, so this is the format, guys. Capital letters, uppercase, all your keywords on the left side, all your required changes on the right side. In this format, you try and complete your Docker file instructions. Okay, fine, guys. So I hope, okay, that would be enough, okay, for our today's session. And then tomorrow we'll be jumping onto our shell scripting, okay, and the bash scripting onto our Linux environment. Okay, yes, guys, I hope you are able to view my screen, right? So today we'll be discussing about shell scripting. So shell scripting will help you to automate your jobs on your Linux environment. So if you want to automate some of your tasks and if you want to automate some of your jobs, okay, so shell scripting will be helping you to automate the task in your Linux machines, guys. So normally, for example, if you want to check how much space is there on your Linux machine, you will give df space -h, right? And if you want to check what is the RAM of your Linux machine, we will give free space -m, right? So df space -h and free space -m will give you RAM size of your Linux machine and storage of your Linux machine. If you want to check the IP address, you will give if config and it will give you the IP address like this, right? Now, when you are checking this thing, you are giving the commands on the terminal, right? We are giving the commands on terminal and it is giving us the results back. Okay. Now, I want to see all these three things at the same time. Okay, I want to check my machine storage, I want to check RAM size, and I want to check the IP address of my machine at the same time over here. Okay, so why can't I go with a kind of an automated task for me, an automated command, okay, so that it will give me all these three details at the single time. Okay, so that is one of the major purposes that why we use shell scripting in real time, mostly for automating our jobs and tasks in our Linux machine. Okay, so if I go back onto my shell scripting file, let me open a sample file over here. I'll call this file as my Rajesh file, and your shell scripting file should be ending with .sh because it's a shell script. Okay, now I will be clicking on enter and let me start writing my shell script. So whenever you are writing your shell script, you will be writing your shell script with a /bin/bash over here. Okay, hashtag inverted colon /bin/bash. Okay, so we call this line as our shebang line, guys. This is our shebang line. Technically, we call this line our as shebang line. Okay, so what this line will do over here is, what happens over here is, guys, in Linux, okay, let me open a paint diagram. So in Linux, you have one core component. Not only in Linux, in most of your operating systems, what you will have one core component like this. Okay, and we call this core component as kernel. Okay, and what kernel will do, kernel is the layer between your hardware and software of your machine, guys. Kernel. Okay, so we will be having a kernel not only for Linux, for every operating system you will be having one kernel. Okay, so kernel is the layer between your hardware and software, so it is the mediator between that. Okay, so in Linux what happens, your kernel is being divided into different shells like this. Okay, so this is one shell and this is another shell. Okay, and this is a different shell. So like this your kernel is divided. Okay, and each shell will do its own task anyhow. So one shell is our bash shell. Okay, where our shell scripts are getting interpreted. Okay, so this bash is basically an interpreter. It goes to your kernel and it's an interpreter over here. It's not a compiler, it's an interpreter. Okay, compiler will compile your program, but interpreter will convert your program directly to your machine level language. Okay, from our programming, whatever script you are writing will be converting it to your machine level language, right? So this is an interpreter. So like this, in your kernel you have k shell. Okay, this is one of the shells. So all these are shells inside your kernel. Okay, and each has its own purpose. Over here you have Z shell, you have C shell. Okay, and C shell is where most of your C programs getting executed. It gets, okay, interpreted over there on your C shell. So you have different shells on your kernels. each will be performing and understanding its own interpreter. So our bash will be going and calling to our kernel, and it will be interpreting your programs over here like this. Okay, so your shebang line will do that job. Okay, mostly it's an interpreter for our programs, right? Now, so once we have given our shebang line, under our shebang line, as I told you, I want to check the storage of my Linux machine, right? So what I'll give over here is df space -h. You can directly execute your Linux commands on your shell script. That is a major advantage of using a shell script. We can directly execute the commands on shell script. Okay, and it gives you df space -h over here. Okay, and let me check the memory over here. I'll give free space -m, and let me check the IP address over here. I'll give if config. So all three commands I'm giving in my shell script only, right? I'm not giving these three commands individually. All these commands I'm directly giving it on my shell script only, right? So now it will check the storage, it will check the RAM size, and it will check the IP address also. All these three things are checking from my shell script only, right? Now let me save this file. Okay, and before running and executing your shell script, you have to give permissions to your shell script. Okay, so for giving the permissions, I will use chmod. Okay, which means change mode. So for the first time, this is one time operation only. For the first time, you have to give permissions. Okay, not every time, only one time. Okay, and let me give the permissions as 777, and I'll give Rajesh, which is my shell script name. Okay, so I'll give enter over here. Permissions have been given. Okay, now to run and execute your shell script, okay, the syntax is very simple. You have to give dot slash, okay, dot and forward slash, give your shell script name. Okay, so dot and forward slash and give your shell script name. Your shell script will get executed over here. Okay, so to execute our shell script, you have to have permissions, and after giving permissions, we have to give dot slash and our shell script name. And now if you give enter, you will see that it is showing you disk space, it is showing you RAM size, and it is showing you the IP address as well. So all the three things are getting executed from your shell script. I no need to give these commands individually. Okay, so in your shell script, you can give all your Linux commands will get executed in your shell script directly. Directly we can write the commands, right? So now whatever you are seeing over here, okay, we know that this is our storage size, RAM size, and IP address you are showing over here. No doubt in that, right? Very good. But let me show this thing, okay, in a more appropriate way, in a more professional way, because we are engineers, right? So we will be adding a bit of professionality to whatever you are displaying over here, right? So instead of showing you things like this, what I'll do over here is I'll go back to my shell script over here, okay, and instead of directly showing your output over here, what I'll do is, okay, let me add few things over here like this. Okay, so there is one echo command. Okay, echo command will print your lines on the output. Okay, so I'll give echo, and I will say this is my machine storage. Okay, and it will print the storage, right? And then I will say echo, this is my machine RAM size. Okay, and let me give a colon over here also. Yes. Okay, and then let me say echo, this is my machine's IP address. Okay, so the same program only, what I'm doing over here is I'm giving you the output in a more efficient way over here. Right, So I will be saving my script. Okay, no problem. You can note down. No problem. Okay, so I'll be saving my script now. And to run and execute your script, you will give /rajesh.sh, and it will show you this thing over here in a more appropriate way. See, this is my machine storage. This is my machine storage, and it is showing you the storage. And this is my machine RAM size, and it is showing you the RAM size. And this is my machine's IP address, and it will show you the IP address. Okay, so it's the same output. What I'm doing over here is I'm printing the statement with an echo command. Okay, with an echo command we are printing, and then we are showing our outputs over here like this. Okay, more easier way, right? Now let me go ahead, okay, and let us start writing the shell scripts for, okay, next ways. Okay, so I'll go back to my Rajesh file. Okay, so let me remove this. Okay, and let me start writing one script over here. Okay, if you want to add two numbers from your shell script, okay, so if you want to add two numbers from our shell script, simply what you can do over here is, okay, I'll give a equal to 25 plus 35. Okay, and I can simply do echo $a. So what I'm doing over here is I'm taking an variable a, okay, I'm taking an variable a, I'm adding two numbers, which is 25 plus 35, and I'm simply printing a value of a. So value of a is stored inside your addition over there. So basically I'm doing a sum over here. Okay, so basically I'm doing a sum over here. Right, now let me save my shell script, and if I run and execute my shell script, what is the value? 60, right? No doubt it is giving you the result over here. Okay, so now again let me tell you one more thing, that it is no doubt it is giving you the result. You know how to add two numbers from shell script also, right? But let me add more professionalism to the output that which we are getting over here. Okay, if you are a very good at writing script, okay, if you are good at writing script, first of all what you will do is, whatever scripts you are writing, okay, so basically what I'm doing over here, I'm doing addition of two numbers, right? We are doing addition of two numbers, so we can easily understand it from seeing over here. Okay, but some shell scripts will be there. If you just go through that shell script, it will take time for you to understand it, what it is doing. Actually it is doing addition or subtraction, or it is doing multiplication, or it is running some other logic also. It will be difficult for us to analyze. So if you are very good at writing script, if you are professional at writing script, what you will do in real time is, whatever scripts you are writing, you will clearly tell over here within your hashtag mark that this is for adding two numbers, so that the next DevOps engineer, the next cloud engineer will simply understand by checking that hashtag statement that, okay, this logic is for adding two numbers. So always a professional, okay, coder or a professional scripter, what it will do is, he will be clearly mentioning the statements over there, that this is the reason, this is the logic that which you are running over here. So in real time, you have to follow these methods, because the next DevOps engineer will come after you. He has to struggle to understand the logic. Okay, this is a very simple logic. We can understand this. So the next shell script which I write over here now, okay, for those things, for it to understand, you have to give your hashtags like this. Okay, and what I'll do over here is, you are adding two numbers over here, right? I'll give a statement over here. Okay, that echo is there, right? This is addition of two numbers. So I can display my output over here like this. Echo, and I will say this is the addition of two numbers. So this is more professional, okay, and easily anyone can understand my program, that I'm adding two programs and I'm printing two numbers over here. Okay, so in real time they expect you to write your shell scripts, okay, in a more professional way like this, right? Okay, now let me save my shell script over here. So I'll give escape shift colon wq. I'll go back and let me execute my shell script again, and it will tell you that this is the addition of two numbers. Okay, so rather than just simply printing 60, I'm clearly printing over here that this is the addition of two numbers. Okay, so this is the addition of two numbers. So now let me show you guys. Okay, right. Okay, now let me tell you one more thing also over here. So over here we are adding two numbers, right? So I am writing that this is the addition of two numbers. Now in my next shell script, what I'll do over here is I will say, okay, finding the area of a square. Okay, which will happen nothing but simply with a multiplication. So it's length into breadth, right? We will do length into breadth will be giving us the area of square. So what I'll simply do over here is I'll simply write 5 into 5, and over here you can say that this is area. Simply, I'm just simply doing multiplication only over here. Okay, so basic shell scripts, addition, multiplication, you can do, okay, subtraction and division. So these are very basic shell script which you are doing. Okay, but what I want you guys to concentrate over here is to write your shell scripts in a more appropriate way. Okay, so it gives the impression to them that you are a, okay, experienced in writing shell script. Okay, now, okay, if you go and save your shell script, okay, and now I'll try to execute my shell script. It will give me the area over here. So 5 into 5 is 25, right? Okay, very good. So now, okay, let us go to our next important thing over here. So I've given you the addition and I've given you the multiplication over here. Now let me go ahead to my next shell script over here, guys. And what I want to do over here in this shell script is, okay, I want to print the numbers over here, okay, in descending order. Okay, or you can say find the list in descending order. Okay, means you want to print the list, you want to get the numbers over here in a descending order over here. In a descending order, I want to print the numbers. Okay, so let us start writing a shell script over here. So from the hashtag statement only, you came to know that I'm doing a descending over here, right? Okay, don't need to understand the logic or no need to check the logic. From the statement itself, you came to know that I will be doing a descending order. I will be printing a descending order over here, right? So what I'll do over here is, okay, I will write a for loop over here, guys. So you can write for loops also inside your shell script. Okay, we can write our for loops also inside our shell script over here. So first thing what I'll do is I will first write a for loop over here, and I will say, okay, when a, so from 10 to 1 let us print. Okay, so I'll say when a is equal to 10. Okay, so when a is equal to 10. Okay, so when a is equal to 10, okay, this interview guys are always asking for the schedule and all once. Okay, right, so I'm starting from what digit over here, guys? I'm starting from a equal to 10 over here, and then if a, okay, if a, now see what I'll do over here is, so okay, if a is greater than 0, not less than 10, if a is greater than 0, okay, If a is greater than 0, what I will do over here, I'll do a minus minus. So what it will do, okay, understand this for loop. A value is 10 over here, right? So if 10 is greater than 0, what it will do? A minus minus. What will be the value of a then? 9, right? And then again 9 is greater than 0, it will do again 9 minus 1. Again 8 is greater than 0, again it will do 8 minus 1. Again 7 is greater than 0, again it will do 7 minus 1. Okay, so in this order it will be going over here. Okay, then we have to do, okay, so when you are writing your for loop, okay, we have to do a do over here. Okay, so I'll say please, okay, do this action. So this is the syntax of your writing your for loop. Okay, so under for loop I have written my condition over here, right? And I am doing a do over here. Then I will say echo, which is nothing but to print, okay, and echo what value I should print over here? A, right? So I'll write a over here. Okay, I'll be printing the value as a over here. Okay, and then you have to say done for your for loop. Okay, so this is the logic for your descending order. Okay, so this is the logic of our descending order, right? Now let me save my script over here. Okay, and let me go back and let me start executing my shell script, and this is our order over here, and this is a descending order shell script. This is our descending order. Okay, or you can write one statement also over there. Okay, so what you can do over here is go back to your script and you can say after a echo over here, this is descending order. And this way also you can print, right? So that is the reason I said from the logic sometimes we might not know that what is actually happening over here. Okay, so it will be quite difficult for to understand it that what is actually happening. You have to, okay, go through that logic. So that is the reason always whatever segments, whatever blocks, whatever logics you are writing, give your statement over here like this, right? Okay, now let me go back and let me tell you one more thing, guys. Okay, so whatever values till now I have given over here, all that values I am directly declaring as a equal to 10, okay, or a equal to 20. Okay, so directly I am declaring the values over here, right? So in this way when you declare the values, we call it as hard coding the variables. So a is a variable, right? And directly if you are giving or assigning any values, we call it as hard coding of variables. Okay, hard coding. Okay, hard coding of our variables is nothing but directly assigning a value to our variables. Okay, so that you cannot be changing the value over here, right? So I'll give you a very good example with this actually. Okay, let me go back and let me tell the, okay, find the name of user, for example. Okay, and what I'll do over here is I will say echo, this is the username. Okay, and what I will do over here is echo Ramesh, for example. Okay, and when you save your shell script and when you try to run your shell script, it will tell you that this is the username and this is Ramesh. Okay, so Ramesh is there, very good. Now Mohan came over there, and when Mohan run it shell script over here, for Mohan also it will show Ramesh only, right? For Mohan also it will show Ramesh only. So what we have to give to our user, we have to give option to our user so that he can enter his own name. Okay, because every time Ramesh will not be there in front of the system, right? Sometimes Mohan might come, John might come, some other users might come. So we have to give the option for users to give their names over here. So users should enter the names. Okay, nothing but entering the value from keyboard. Okay, if I go back to my one, okay, so this is the hard coding of our variables which we are doing over here. So instead of hard coding our variables, okay, it's better to take the variables from the user itself. Okay, so what I'll do over here is, see, now I'll do echo and I will ask the user itself, okay, that please enter your name. Okay, and you have to take his name value with a read variable over here. So read is a keyword in shell scripting over here. If you write read, it will take the value from the keyboard and I will say please read a, and then I'll say echo, this is my username, and you have to write it like this. I'll call it as $a. Okay, so I'm telling the user only to please enter your name. Okay, and I'm taking the value of his name under variable a. I'm not giving variable equal to Ramesh or variable equal to Mohan. I'm not hard coding over here. So this variable value is given by my user only. Okay, so this is called as pure variabilization. This is the actual purpose of using a variable actually. Okay, where we will tell our user to give his input over there. Okay, where he can give his input over here to our variable directly, right? Now I'm not assigning anything to a directly over here. I'm taking the input from the user. Now let me save my shell script. Now your shell script will become interactive shell script. Okay, so now if you see, I will start executing my shell script and it is asking you to enter the name. Okay, and whatever name you are entering over here will be taken as a value of here. For example, this is Ramesh over here. I'll write Ramesh and it will say that this is my name Ramesh. Okay, and now I will again run my shell script and I'll say my name is John and it will show that this is my name is John. Okay, so whatever value you are giving over here, it is entered by the user only. So this is much better actually, and in real time you have to try to write your shell scripts with a less hard coding, and more interactive shell script should be there where user can give its inputs over here, right? So that if the username changes or if the user changes, so according to his requirement, it would be interacting with you in this way. Okay, you give any name, it will give you back over here like this. See, right? Very good. Okay, now let me go back and let me show you a one more shell script over here, guys. Okay, so I will go back to a one more shell script. Okay, and let me start writing a shell script. Okay, and I want to write a shell script now, this time for, okay, finding that number is a single digit or double digit. Okay, so I want to find that the number which you are, okay, giving over here, it's a single digit number or it's a double digit number, right? So what I'll do over here is I will say echo, oh sorry, okay, so I can write this thing in two ways actually. If you want, you can directly assign the number as a equal to 10. Okay, and it will check over here that a is obviously it's a two-digit number, we also know. But what will be the logic for this? What will be the logic for this? How to find the number is single digit and how to find the number is double digit? Okay, logic is very simple over here. Okay, let me tell you that if you want to find a single digit number, the simple logic is the number should be less than 10. The number should be less than 10 over here. Okay, if a is less than 10, which means it's a single digit number. If a is greater than 10, which means it's a double digit number. So the only difference technically for a single digit and double digit number is less than 10 or greater than 10, right? Highest single digit number is 9 only, right? So I'll follow the same logic over here, simple logic only to find it. Okay, so what I'll do over here is, okay, instead of directly giving the value of a over here like this, I will give an echo over here, and I will say the user to please enter the number. Okay, so in a more professional way we are going over here. Okay, and I will take the number of that number over here in value as a, read a. Okay, and then I will write an if statement over here, guys. If, because I want to check that it's a less than 10 or greater than 10, so I'll use an if condition over here. Okay, and under my if condition, this is a syntax to write your if condition under your square brackets. And what I'll do over here is I'll say $a, which means whatever value is entered by your user is taken under $a, and I will say check if it is less than 10 or not. If it is less than 10, okay, so logic is very simple over here. Okay, if value of a is less than 10, okay, then echo that this number is, okay, this number is single digit number. Okay, or else I have to say else. Okay, so if it is less than 10, I am printing that it's a single digit number. Else, okay, I will give an echo over here, and what is the next statement? This is a double digit number. Okay, and to close your if condition, we have to write fi over here, guys. To close our if condition, we have to write fi. Okay, and whatever keywords you are seeing on your shell script, it will display you in yellow color. Okay, all the keywords which you are entering over here, it will show you in yellow color over here. Okay, so to find less than lt is a keyword, echo is keyword, read is keyword, if is a keyword, then, okay, else. Okay, so this is the one which we'll be writing over here, guys. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm simply checking that number is less than 10. If it is less than 10, this is a single digit number, else this is a double digit number for us. Okay, so these are the kind of script which your interviewer will also ask. Okay, simple logics only will be there. Okay, they will just confuse you, no problem. Okay, I'll escape shift colon wq and let me start and run executing my shell script over here, dot slash and my shell script name. And if I give enter over here, you will see that it is asking me the number. Okay, I'll give the number as 9, and 9 is less than 10, right? So it is giving you that it's a single digit number. This is a single digit number. Okay, again I'll run my shell script, and again I'll give the value as 12 over here, and if you give enter, it is giving you that it's a double digit number. Okay, so it's a very simple thing to find your single digit or double digit with this one, guys. Okay, it's very easier for us to find if the number is a single digit number or a double digit number. You write one more if else condition. If you write 3 digit now also, it will show you it's a double digit only, because it's greater than 10 only. No, it's greater than 10 only. It is going with that logic. Okay, right. Okay, so let me just go to one more program over here. Okay, and let me write one more logic over here, guys. Okay, so let me just remove this shell script. Okay, and what I want over here is, okay, we guys have normally seen the way how our spin works normally, right? We have Ludo. So onto your Ludo, you have your spin, right? So when you are spinning something, it gives you the numbers over here like this, right? Okay, so you have different numbers when you are spinning it over here, actually. Okay, or you can say that, okay, suppose I want to write a logic over here where, okay, if you get one of the numbers, you are the winner. You are the winner when you select one of the numbers over there. Okay, so like that you can take some number, okay, and I will be selecting you as a winner because you got that number to got selected over here. Okay, nothing but kind of a jackpot, you can say, or a lottery logic also you can say. Okay, lottery logics will also work in the same way, right? So I'll say the simple thing over here, finding my winner over here. Okay, so what I'll do over here is, okay, for example, I'll take any two numbers over here. For example, if you got 45 or 55, when you spin something, you are the winner. Remaining all other digits are no winners, not winners over there. Okay, like you can say these are the lucky for winner numbers. Okay, so now let me start writing the logic for this, right? Okay, so I'll first of all I'll tell the user to enter the number, because this is the one of the best methods where you will tell user to enter something. Okay, I'll say please enter the number. Okay, and whenever he enters the number, you will take the number as read value as a over here, and then again I'll write an if condition and just see this if condition how it works over here. So I'm writing an if condition over here, and in this if condition I'll say if a, whatever value of a I'm entering over here, if a is equal to, okay, if a is equal to 45, okay, if a is equal to 45, one more number also write, I will write, okay, or if a is equal to 45, or if a is equal to, okay, 65 for example, or 66. So if a is equal to 45, also you are a winner. If a is equal to 66, also you are a winner. These two are your, you can say, winning numbers or winning digits. Okay, so when you spin something, if you got 45 or if you got 66, you are the winner for that game. Remaining all other numbers are not winners. Okay, so what I'll do over here is I already told my if condition to check this statement. Then I'll say echo, okay, that you are a winner over here. Okay, else I'll say echo, okay, you lost the game. Okay, and I will say fi to close my if condition over here. Right, so an if condition over here where I'm checking the a value, whatever numbers you want you can give, guys, 45 or 66. Okay, I'm telling user only to give the number. So when user is giving the number, these are the winning numbers, 45 or 66, or you can write 67 or 87, whatever you want you can write. Okay, no problem. So what I'm doing over here is, if the value of a is equal to 45, you are a winner. Still, if the value of a is equal to 66 also, any one of these numbers, you are winner only. Remaining all for the other numbers, you are a loser over here. Okay, so mostly, okay, jackpot logic, you can say lottery logic, you can say simple logic only. Okay, right, now let me save my file over here. Okay, and then let me start executing my shell script. It is asking me to enter the number. Okay, what was the winning number? 45. Okay, I'll give 45 over here and enter. It is telling you you are a winner. Again I'll run and execute. The other winning number was 66, right? And I'll give enter over here. Yes, I'm a winner. Okay, and I'll write the next number as 25, and it says I lost. Okay, so only for the winning numbers it tells you that you are a winner, and for the remaining other numbers it tells you that we are not a winner, or that we have lost the game. Right? Okay, so going forward, anyhow, we will be writing some more complex scripts also. Okay, so whatever scripts I have written over here, today you do it as a hands-on. Apart from that, I want you guys to write a shell script where I want you guys to check the username and password. If the username is valid, it should say me that this is a valid username. If the password is valid, it should say me that this is a valid password. So that will be the logic for checking your username and password, which we use in real time. Okay, anyhow, we will do that script, okay, in our next session also. Just give it a try where I want to check the username and password. And if it is valid, it should tell me that it's valid, or else it should tell me that it is not valid over here. Okay, so try to do this, okay, as a task, and do the remaining all the scripts that which we have did, okay, starting from addition and all that, and we will go to some more complex scripts, guys, in our next session. Okay, so these were very simple scripts that which we have done over here, and then we will be going to our complex scripts. Okay, so just try to get your hands on free with your scripts, okay, and the way how we are writing the syntax and all, you will be, okay, getting more comfortable onto the shell script. Okay, right? So to your interviewer, you tell them that you are comfortable with shell script only. Okay, you need to go for Python and all. Shell script will do a lot of things for us, okay, for automating our job, right? Okay, fine, guys. Okay, so let me just save the share, right? So now when we are discussing about shell scripting and all, now we have to understand one more thing over here. So when you are writing your shell scripts and when you are, okay, executing your shell scripts, now where do we save our shell scripts? Okay, not only shell scripting, not only any program you write, guys. So going forward, we'll be writing our Ruby script, shell script, Terraform script, Ansible script, right? So when we will be writing all these scripts over here, so we need to be having one storing point for our, okay, all the coding part that which we are doing over here. Okay, so to store your all the coding part, we have one system which we use over here onto the DevOps side, which we call it as version control system. Okay, so using our version control systems, okay, we'll be storing the entire code that which we are writing over here. Okay, so we call this as VCS. So again, in our VCS, we are having two types of VCS over here, guys. So when you see version control system, under version control system, again, we have two types of version control systems. Okay, so one is DVCS. Okay, so DVCS, one is CVCS. First, let me tell you about CVCS, which is our centralized version control system. Okay, and the other is DVCS, which we call it as distributed version control system. So one is CVCS and the other is DVCS. Now let us first understand what happens at CVCS, which is our central version control system. Okay, so for example, you are a DevOps engineer, guys. Okay, this is your machine, or let it be a developer's machine. So whoever is writing the code, okay, you have one developer in your company and you have one more developer in your company. So like this, you will have multiple developers. Okay, so let us say this is our developer one. Okay, he will be writing his own code, right? So this will be a developer one. He's writing his own code. Let him write it in Java, JSP, Node.js, shell scripting, Ansible script, any script. Okay, so whatever code he is writing, okay, whichever code he is writing over here, right, he will be writing the code. Now in the same way, you will be having your developer 2 as well. Okay, and he will be writing his own code over here, right? And this is his code. Now when your developers are writing the code, okay, or as the DevOps engineer, you are writing the code, so you will be having your team leads and managers, right, who will verify this code? Our team lead and manager will verify the code, right? So if you want them to verify the code, okay, they will be verified by your team lead and manager, right? Now over here, okay, one situation arises over here, one problem, and the problem is, whenever your team lead or manager wants to verify the code, should they come to your machine and should they verify the code from over here, or the team lead or manager, should they come to your machine or should they verify from over here, right? If one or two developers, okay. 500 developers means, if there are 1000 developers are there means, it will be a huge problem for them, right? They cannot go to each and every developer's machine and they cannot verify the code in this way, right? And that will be this way, yes, time taking, and they cannot, okay, validate the code also in a much better way, right? Now the same problem has been rectified with our version control system. So in CVCS, what happens over here is, okay, we'll be taking one more central server over here, okay. So this central server, you can call it as central repo or central repository, okay. We call it as central repo or central repository. Repository is nothing but a storage, okay. Whenever you see repository, it is nothing but a storage point, a storage part, right? So now what happens over here is, your developer one, when he writes the code, he will be push the code to your central repository. Same way your developer two also, what he does, he also pushes the code to central repository. So if you are having 500 developers also, they will be pushing the code to central repository, so that it will be very easy for your team lead or manager to check the code from central repository, okay. And that will be the central point. And for comparing one code from other developers code also, it will be very easy for your team lead or manager to check and verify the code from over here, right? Because this is a central repository. Now they can easily check and verify your code from your central repositories, right? So this is the biggest advantage you will be getting when you are having central repositories over here, okay. Now everything is good, developers are pushing the code, your team leads and managers are verifying the code, and they are passing the code, so everything is working fine over here. But there was a huge problem with this setup, okay. One bigger issue was there with this setup over here, and that issue was, okay, this is our central server, right? What happens if our central server goes down? Okay, so this is my central machine, this is my central code store repository. If it goes down, okay, then that is a huge problem for us. Your developers cannot push the code, they cannot verify the code. So till the time your system administrators take back that machine again, they will be activating that machine again. Till that time they might take 3 hours, 4 hours, or 1 day of time. So that whole day our work stops. You cannot be verifying the code, they cannot be pushing the code, they cannot be checking the code, okay. So because these central servers previously they were running on premises setup, and this was a huge problem for them. Anything happens to the server, okay, there is a lot of downtime which is going on. Yeah, on premises setup, CVCS, right? Now coming to our DVCS, okay. But architecture wise, it's a very good architecture. Architecture wise, the way CVCS is working, the way your developers are pushing the code, and the way your team lead or manager are verifying the code, architecture wise this is the best architecture. But the problem was, as it was on premise, and if anything happens to my central repository, there is a huge problem over here, right? The same problem has been rectified in our DVCS system, okay. So under DVCS, okay, architecture wise it's same. See over here also, you will be having your developer one machine over here also, okay. And over here also we'll be having our developer two machine, okay. And what they'll be doing, okay, they will be writing the code over here, right? So I have my developer one, okay. So developer one will be writing the code, and the same way I have my developer two, okay. And developer two will be writing his own code, right? And over here, okay, he's writing his own code, okay. And over here he'll be writing his own code, right? And then we'll be having our central repository over here, right? This will be our central repository. That's why I said architecture wise you will not find any difference over here in between them, okay. So architecture wise they are, okay, very much similar over here. So in the same way over here we have our, okay, central repo, right? And then you have your team lead and manager who will be verifying your code from over here. Right, so they will be verifying our code from over here like this. So we'll be having our code and they'll be verifying the code from over here. Okay, so architecture wise the same architecture. You can say, sir, architecture wise there is no change over here. Okay, yes, architecture wise there is no change, but the way DVCS works, it's completely different. Okay, so now how DVCS works over here is your developers will be pushing the code, they will be verifying the code, but now your DVCS method, your central repositories are over here in cloud, guys. Now, okay, so these central repositories, they are working in cloud now, and you are having two very popular central repositories for us. Okay, I hope you have already known with the names, that is Bitbucket and GitHub. Okay, so Bitbucket and GitHub are very two popular repositories for us, guys. Okay, so Bitbucket is an Atlassian product which is mostly used in real time, and GitHub is our Microsoft product which is also used mostly in real time, but Bitbucket is widely used. Okay, so your central repositories are not hosted in on-premises setup now, they are being hosted on cloud. And as I'm telling you that they are being hosted on cloud, which means 99.9% your central repos will not go down. They'll not go down, right? And 99.9% they are not going down. Okay, what about if you take the 1% remaining over here? Okay, if anything happening to my central repo or if it goes down, what happens in DVCS method is the code which you are pushing right to central repo, the code will be available on every developer's machine over here, guys. So if your central repository is down also, your code is distributed over here. It is not only stored at one central point only. Your code is available at developers one machine, developers two machine, developers third machine. So code is being distributed over here, not only at central repo. Your code will be available at any point, any developer's machine. Your team lead or managers could be coming and they could be checking the code. Entire code will be available on to this team of developers over here. So that is a one more major benefit, that the code is being distributed over here. Okay, yes, the code is being distributed and you have your central repository which is running in cloud. Okay, so if I take you guys to our central repositories over here, okay, if you check the central repositories over here, you know, you will see, okay, that how your central repositories looks like. Okay, so if I go to our Chrome page over here, okay, and if I go for Bitbucket, okay, this is the Bitbucket's central repository page, guys. Okay, so if I log out from my account, okay, if I go to GitHub in the same way, and if I log out from GitHub as well over here, so this is your central repositories. Your central repositories are hosted as, okay, your central repositories, okay, they are hosted as your website URLs, guys. That is the reason I said that there are high chances that nothing will happen to your central repository, because they are running as URLs. They are running as website URLs over here. So whatever code you are storing, that code also will be stored as a repository URL only. And your central repositories are running as URLs. So if you see your websites, 99.9% they will not go down. Okay, so our central repositories are GitHub, Bitbucket, and you have GitLab as well. Okay, so GitHub initially it was an open source tool only. Later on, Microsoft has acquired GitHub, and right now it's a Microsoft product. Okay, and in the same way we have Bitbucket as well over here, which is an Atlassian product, and both will provide you repositories, which is nothing but storage point for storing your code, and you can store any code. You have Java code, JSP, Python, shell scripting, Terraform code, Ansible code, any code which you want, you can save over here, right? And it provides you free storage. It's very easy to create our accounts on GitHub and Bitbucket. Is as similar as to creating our Gmail accounts. You can even link your sign up to your Gmail, and we can easily have our accounts being getting created over here. Okay, simply link your accounts with Google. Okay, we will be having our Gmail IDs, right? Simply link your Bitbucket account with Google. One step process, your account will get created. Okay, so we will be creating our accounts on both GitHub and Bitbucket, and it's very easy for creating the accounts, and storage repositories are completely free for us, guys. No need to even give the credit card or debit card details over here, and we will be storing our code over here like this, right? Fine. Now we know that we are having our central repositories as GitHub and Bitbucket. So whatever code the developers are sending now, they are sending it to GitHub and Bitbucket repositories over here like this way, right? Now, and this developers machines which we are using, so as a DevOps engineers will be mostly using Linux machines. Okay, and let us assume that you have your Linux machine. Okay, so from our Linux machine we have written shell script, right? On our Linux machine we have written shell script. Now I want to save that shell script on my Bitbucket repository. Okay, or I want to move my shell scripting or whatever code you are writing, I want to move it to my Bitbucket repository over here, right? Now how to move it to Bitbucket repository or GitHub repository or any storage points? Okay, so for that, locally on this machine, locally means on Linux machine only, we have to install Git over here, guys. Git. Okay, so there is a lot of difference between Git and GitHub. Okay, people generally think that they are both the same things, but no, there is a lot of difference between Git and GitHub over here. So Git comes locally. Git will only work in your local machine. So if you have installed it on Linux machine, it would be working only on your Linux environment only. Okay, so Git will be working locally on your machine. So Git is not at your central repository. Git is at for my local machine. It would be at my local area only. Okay, and Git is developed by the same person who has developed Linux for us. It's developed by Linux Tornats only. It is the same person who has developed Linux also. So both Git and Linux are developed by the same person for us. Okay, now so when you have installed Git on your Linux machine, on your local Linux machine, so in your Linux machine what happens, three areas will get created over here, guys. Okay, and these three areas are very important for us. Okay, so once you have installed Git on your local machine, on our local machine, three areas will get created for us, and these three areas are very important for us. Okay, so these three areas have been distributed, okay, depending upon your code and in what stage your code is lying. Depending upon that, you will be pushing your code to the different stages. Okay, nothing but different areas. So we have a hierarchy, so we have to follow that hierarchy. We have to follow the steps. So once you are following the steps of hierarchy, hierarchy is nothing but one particular sequence we have to follow, a standard sequence. Then you can push your code from your Linux machines to your Bitbucket repositories. Okay, why I'm telling mostly Bitbucket is because in real time Bitbucket is only used mostly, right? So the first, whenever you're writing your shell script or Ansible script or Terraform script or any other script, our code will be basically, it will be lying in working area. Okay, so no need to move your code anywhere. Once you start writing your file, once you starting writing your code, our code will be at working area over here. Okay, so this is our first stage where your code will be lying over here. That will be our working area. Okay, so when your code is in your working area, you would be having your file to be seen in red color over here. So there are some color combinations. So using these color combinations, you can easily identify that in which area your file is lying. Okay, so you can see at the working area, we will be having our file to be shown in red color, which means your file is in working area. Okay, so when you are a bit of confident that whatever code you have written, okay, whatever code you have written, if you are satisfied with that code, okay, if you are happy with that code, that whatever code you have written, then what you will do is you will move that code to the next stage, okay, to the next area, which is our staging area over here, guys. Okay, so the next area that which we'll be having over here is our staging area, and in staging area we'll be having our code being shown in green color over here, guys. Okay, so it will be showing you the code over here in green color. Okay, so there are color combinations, so you can easily identify that right now your code is in which area. So under staging area, where you are a bit of confident regarding your code, okay, that whatever code you have written, it's quite good. Okay, and still if there are any more corrections or if there are more any edits in your code, you can still do that in your staging area also. Okay, suppose if you want to modify your code again, if you want to do some changes to your code again, edit your code or rewrite your code again, we can be doing it under from our staging area. Okay, now when you are 100% confident that whatever you have written, okay, is very good, and you want to show this code to your team lead or a manager, okay, when you are very much confident that whatever code you have written, okay, is the exactly giving you the same output, okay, and you are very much confident that the code will be working definitely over there, so then we will be finally we will be moving our code from staging area to the highest point in your local Linux machine. That will be our committed area over here, guys. So committed area is the highest area, highest point in your local machine. So in our local machine, committed area will be the highest point for us, guys. Okay. So we'll be pushing our code to committed area. And when you push your code to committed area, you better not go for any color variations or color combinations over here. Understand your committed area with commit IDs. Okay. So with the help of commit IDs, we will be getting our commit areas identification. So go with your commit IDs. So these commit IDs are very, very important for us. So every commit which you do, so once you have finalized your code, okay, once you are very much sure with your code that whatever code you have written is perfectly well, okay, so then we will be committing our code, you will get one commit ID. Okay, so we will be identifying our commits with our commit IDs. So now once you are getting your commit IDs, okay, once you get your commit IDs, using these commit IDs we will be pushing our code from our Linux machine to Bitbucket. Okay, so from working area, okay, this is again very important that from working area or from staging area you cannot move your code to Bitbucket. Okay, so Bitbucket needs that commit ID. Okay, even GitHub also it needs that commit ID. So once you generate that commit ID, using that commit ID only we can push our code to our central repositories. So till you get your commit IDs, it will be treated as that your code is not ready. Okay, so once your code is ready, push it to your committed area, and on committed area we will be having our commit IDs. And once you generate your commit IDs and once we have our commit IDs, then we'll be pushing our code to Bitbucket over here. And on Bitbucket also you will find the same commit ID, because Bitbucket will identify your code from commit ID only, not from your file name or not from any logic which you have written over here. It will identify your code from commit ID only. That is a unique factor over here for us. Okay, so commit IDs will be mostly, okay, 16 digit or 24 digit long commit IDs will be there. Okay, so initial 4 or 5 commit IDs also if we take, that will work. So those commit IDs will be identified by our Bitbucket and GitHub over there. Right, so these commit IDs are very, very important for us. Okay, so this is our hierarchy. Okay, so once we have Git on our Linux machine, so these 3 areas will be there from where we will be moving our code in this, okay, straight sequence order. and then we'll be moving our commits from our committed area to Bitbucket. Okay, in this order now. Right now, going back to our Bitbucket and GitHub pages over here, guys. Now we have to first, okay, do one thing over here. We have to understand one thing over here, that initially we have to create repositories, nothing but storage points on our GitHub and Bitbucket pages over here, guys. Okay, you can call it as a repository or a repo over here. So in a short form, we call it as a repo. It's nothing but our repository. Right. So now going back to our Bitbucket and GitHub pages, okay, once I continue to log in with my Google account, okay, and I will log into my Bitbucket with Google account over here. In the same one action step, you can log in with your Google account from your Bitbucket. If you don't have an account, you click on sign up and you connect this with your Google account. Okay, so you will be landing upon this page, as you people will not be having any repositories on your Bitbucket page. So go for a create option over here and then select a repository. So firstly, I want to create a repository. Okay, so I'll be clicking on create a repository, or if you are creating a project also, it will be coming to your same page. Okay, so I will be selecting my project over here. Let me click on create. Okay, and I will give my project name as, okay, as banking project. Okay, and under banking project, okay, I will be creating a repository with the name, okay, ICICI. Okay, so we should be creating our repositories first on our Bitbucket and GitHub pages, guys. And don't go for private repositories, because if you select private repository, that would be a paid repository for us. So go for free repository. Okay, nothing but free tier repositories. So don't select a private repository option over here. Right? So we'll not be selecting any private repository. It becomes a public repository. Let it be a public repository, no problem for us. Okay, so public repositories are free repository for us, guys. We no need to pay anything for our public repositories. Public repositories are completely free for us to use. Okay, so I will not include any readme file over here. Okay, so readme file will give you the details about your Bitbucket page only. So I'll not include any readme file. And anyhow, we will go to branching. So if you don't select any branch name over here, by default it will give you main branch only. Okay, right. So now let me click on create over here. So once I click on create, you will see that repository will get created over here. Nothing but a storage point only, guys. Nothing but a storage point. So under this storage point, banking is my repository name. Okay, banking is my project name, sorry, and ICICI is my repository name. Okay, so if you want to find your repository address, okay, if you want to find our repository address, you will click on clone over here and you will see that this is my repository address over here. This website link which you are seeing over here, this is our repository address, which is nothing but our unique address. This is our storage point. So this is where we will be pushing our code, and this is where we'll be saving our code as well. So you will be giving this link to your team lead and manager. We will be giving our website link. We will be giving this link to our team lead and manager so that they can come and verify your code at this link over here. So this will become our unique repository link, right? So in the same way, we will be going for our GitHub account. Okay, so I've already signed in with my, okay, account page. So let me sign in with my account. Okay, sign up is again very easy, guys. You have to just go for create account and give your Gmail IDs and login, and go for free repositories only. Okay, free repositories only. Don't select any private repositories, that will be paid anyhow. Okay, so I will be logging to my GitHub account. Okay, so on GitHub account also we could be creating our repositories, nothing but storage point. Okay, and for creating that, you have, see left side, you have a new option over here. New, from over here you will be creating our repositories on GitHub as well. Okay, so I'll be clicking on new over here. So it will ask me that what should be the name of my repository. I'll call the name over here as SDFC. Okay, description is optional, but you can say that it is for banking, okay, or it is for e-commerce purpose, or this is for a marketing website purpose, okay, or this is for your entertainment website purpose. So whatever purpose and description you have, you can add the description over here, okay, and you could be doing that. Anyhow, it is optional. Now, as I told you that you will be having two ways. One is public repository, which is completely free, but the issue with public repository is it will be open to all. Okay, it will be open to all, so anyone can be seeing our code. So when can they see your code? When you give your repository link, when you give your website link, so then anyone can see your code from that website link. Okay, so but private repositories are more secured repositories. So if you give your website link also, it will still ask the password which you will set on that repository. Suppose you have a storage, and on that storage you have one password. So if you give that storage address, if you give that repository address also, before showing you the code, it will ask you to enter the password over here. So that not Gmail password, you can set any password. Okay, we can set our own password on this. Okay, Gmail password is for GitHub login only. If you are logging to GitHub and Bitbucket, if you have logged into Gmail, it will directly allow you to log into GitHub and Bitbucket because you are the owner, right? But if any other person, okay, any other person, suppose you have given the link to your friend and that is a private repository, he cannot see the code. Still, he has the password for that particular repository, he cannot view the code over there. Okay, so that is the advantage for private repositories, but private repositories are paid repositories. So no need to go for our paid repositories over here as of now. In real time, you will be going for private repositories only because they want that code to be stored and secured way. They don't want the code to be viewed by anybody, right? So there we'll be going for our private repositories, right? So public repository, private repository, only difference is you see there is a lock symbol, okay, which means you have to go for applications, right? So I'll be going for a public repository, the same git ignore file it is adding. I'll not create any readme file. Okay, so if you click on create a repository, the same kind of a repository which we have created on Bitbucket will get created on your GitHub as well over here. And this link which you see over here at the center of our page, okay, this is the unique address of my repository. This is the unique address of our repository. So this link, so this address and this unique link will be providing to our team lead and manager. Okay, so either it's a GitHub repository or it's a, okay, Bitbucket repository or it's a GitHub repository. Working mechanism is same, guys. Working mechanism is same, either you are using Bitbucket or GitHub. That is why understanding this architecture is very important. Okay, it's just that they are from a different products over here. This is from Microsoft, this is from Atlassian, so they are just from a different company's products. Okay, but working mechanism for GitHub and Bitbucket is same. You have same repository kind of an address over here. They are working as the same way as your central repositories, and both the websites we have created our own repositories. Okay, on both the pages we have created our own repositories over here. Okay, so understanding this architecture is very important over here, guys, and the same architecture which will be applying onto our real-time projects also. So whenever they are using GitHub, Bitbucket or Git, it will be followed with the same architecture over here. Okay, anyhow, practically we will be moving our code from our Linux machine to Bitbucket in the same hierarchy which I have shown over here. Using the same hierarchy, you will be working in your real-time project. The same way you will be moving your code. Either it's a Terraform code or Ansible code, okay, or a Chef code also will be moving in the same way over here. Okay, so then when we going forward, when we go for some, okay, other topics, whenever we have Git, you will be understanding this architecture. Okay, anyhow, practically at locally also we will be creating our Git. Locally also we'll be having 3 different areas, and locally I'll be moving the code from one area to another area. Then I will be moving it to your central repository. Okay, but what you people will be having to do over here is create your accounts on GitHub and Bitbucket pages. Okay, these are free accounts, simply link to Google over here. Okay, because from over here onwards we need repositories. Okay, we need storage points so that we can store our code, because whatever code you people are writing, we are not storing that code, right? So shell scripting code which we have written, we did not store it. So locally never store your code onto your Linux machines or something. This is our more secure storages. Okay, so we have to always try to push your code to your central repository. Okay, from over there anybody can be getting the code, whatever code you are writing, they could be getting the code from over here, right? So create your Bitbucket and GitHub accounts and then create your repositories the way which I have created over here, because if you want to push your code from your local machine to Bitbucket, we need this repository address. So this is very important for us. Okay, so this repository address is very important for us. Okay, so taking this repository address, we will be pushing our code. Okay, so create your accounts guys and then create your repositories. Let it be public repositories only, no problem at all for us. No problem at all for us. Okay, then I'll be showing you guys, okay, how to move my code from my local Linux machine to the central repositories. Anyhow, we'll be moving it to from 3 different areas. Okay, and in the same way, how things are going on real time, in the same way we'll be moving our code. Okay, so I will be writing a sample code again, because we have, okay, some shell scripts which we have to write. So I'll be writing, okay, my shell script again tomorrow, and I'll be moving my shell script to central repository in this hierarchy. So this is the best used method in this hierarchy. I'll be moving the code. Okay, so have this architecture in mind, not only for today, not only for tomorrow. Till the next 15 years, you'll be using the same hierarchy. Till the time you are a DevOps engineer, you'll be using the same hierarchy. Okay, fine guys. Okay, so then create your repositories. Okay, so once you people have successfully created your repositories, we'll be moving our code from our Linux, and from over here onwards, we'll be seeing Git commands. Okay, so we'll be having a lot of Git commands. Using Git commands, we'll be pushing it from one area to another area. Using Git commands, we'll be modifying our code. Using Git commands, we'll be pushing it to central repositories. So we'll have to see a lot of Git commands over here. So from over here, we'll be seeing a lot of Git commands. Right? Okay, fine then. So let me just share for